Hello and welcome to Staying Home with Josh Fox, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal and why we're not going back. Today is an extremely special episode. Today, I am interviewing Anne Bogart. Now, you may not know who Anne Bogart is unless you're a theater person like myself. Anne Bogart is my mentor. Anne Bogart is my teacher. Anne Bogart is one of the most influential theater directors on the face of the planet and one of the most influential theater teachers on the face of the planet. She taught me when I was in college, and her company, the City Company, the Saratoga International Theater Institute, has revolutionized theater training, not just in America, but all over the world. These are all techniques that I have used in my own theater work, which I've done for years and years. And if you really know much about my work, you may know that my book, The Truth Has Changed, which is based on my solo performance, which I've done all over the world, but that I've run a company called the International WOW Company, which has made over 30 original works for the stage, premiering in New York and in Japan and in Thailand and Germany and all over the world. So we're going to talk about the theater. We're going to talk about how pandemics changed theater. We're going to talk about what does it mean to be an actor? What does it mean to be on the stage? What does it mean to be present? But as always in a conversation with Anne, and I'm sure this is what will happen, is a remarkable level of insight, not just into her area of expertise, which is the theater and being on stage, but also about life in general. So please stick with this. I'm sure it's going to be an absolutely thrilling conversation with my mentor, with my teacher, with my hero, with one of the greatest theater minds on the planet, director Anne Bogart. Anne, how are you?
First of all, I'm delighted to be here, and you have to know that you keep saying I'm your mentor, but based on your activities in the past years, you're my mentor.
Well, that's
and
rather...
I have to say, and I just have to ask you, you're doing this, what, 5 days a week?
Okay, so I do this show 5 times a week. We don't do every show a day. We do 3 or 4 in a day. So it's usually taped with 2 days a week. That's what we've got to now. At the beginning, I was doing it 5 days a week. With the beginning of this show, there were 50 people watching it on Instagram. It was basically me interviewing my friends.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of friends, turns out. Friends in high places, friends in low places, as they say. And so now it's getting 100,000 views a day. So
that's amazing.
Pretty insane.
Has it been something to go through? I mean, doing it so often,
Yes.
It's a little like your Marina Abramovich with The Artist is Present. I mean, you're just present and you're asking questions and making observations. I mean, something must be happening to you.
The core of this show, which has been from the beginning, is something that Albert Maysles said to me, the great documentarian who made Salesman and who made Grey Gardens, who is a mentor of mine as well, who said to me about documentary filmmaking, he said, the whole process is a friendship. You get to know, and then everyone gets to know. And that was his precise wording. And I try to remember the precise wording of people like yourself and Albert Maysles. And the idea is that when you base your work in friendship, it's on a different resonant level. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's a lot of interviewers that I've tailed along with reporters from Nightline when they were doing earthquakes in Arkansas because of fracking. And they would arrive with their trench coat and their microphone and their camera person. They would go, "What happened to you?" And the people would immediately be like, and you'd get a crappy interview. But if you go and hang out and be friends with people, the real thing comes through. And that is an unmistakable event, right? And it's not repeatable either. It's a captured thing, which is such a fascinating thing because most of my life has been in the theater. I'm completely obsessed with what's repeatable. But yeah, what I've learned about doing this is very bizarre because I do it 2 days a week. And the other 5 days a week, I'm out in nature with no cell phone, no electricity, in a one-room cabin, writing out the coronavirus, which I'm making a movie about, which is a whole other episode, right? So I'm a little bit schizophrenic right now. I'm like Mr. Nature Man, and I have another hat for that. And then this interview process, which is to me about dreaming. This to me is like the imaginal cells inside the cocoon, where people are dreaming the future and trying to learn something from this moment of isolation, which I think at first was extremely desperate and upsetting and hard.
Yeah.
And now has become a way of life. and I think has centered and grounded a lot of people in a weird sort of way.
And are you making the coronavirus film by yourself? All you
Yes.
just yourself?
Well,
So
I'm making it by myself with Greg King.
brilliant. I mean, I
So
say
I
brilliant. I
upload.
mean brilliant, Greg. I don't mean it's a
Greg is
brilliant idea
brilliant,
to
and
be.
Greg is hopefully making a film about the City Company. I know he's in the middle of doing that.
Yeah.
He's my editor for the last few projects, and a wonderful collaborator, also a great musician person with Rachel's. But Anne, so I have to ask you these things because there's just going over and over again in my
But
mind.
can I just say you used one of my.
I knew this was going to happen. I knew you were going to start interviewing me.
No, I'm not going to interview. I just want to say that you used one of my favorite central words a few minutes ago when you were describing what you're doing and how you deal with this interview of friendships. You used the word resonance. And that word to me is sacred right now. And as a matter of fact, I'm writing a book about it, and it's due in September. So I'm working very hard here in London, which is where I am in that really bad heat right now. And it's a book called The Art of Resonance. And it comes about, you know, and I think you might find this interesting in terms of what you said about the Maisel's notion of friendship, is that, you know, what is it that we do in our lives, right? What is it we're trying to do? And I used to think in the theater that what we do is we create memories, right? Is that, you know, if you leave a production and you don't remember anything about it afterwards, I'd say that's a failure because you haven't created memories. And it turns out that memory is actually a protein that grows in the brain, and it's made by the heat of emotion, which creates synaptic pathways to that piece of protein. So then I thought, that's fabulous because we're making memories, you know, and that's what we do in the theater. But then I was in a conversation not so long ago with our mutual friend, Leon Inglesroot. And Leon has, you know, a family issue with Alzheimer's. One of his family members has it. And he says, Anne, he said, what about people who can't remember anything? And I really had to stop in that moment. And what I realized going through a lot of, you know, personal thought is that it's not memories that are the most important thing. It's resonance. And I thought, you know, I love reading books. So I read a lot of nonfiction. And while I'm reading, I get really excited and emotional, and I feel like I'm being changed as a human being. But then a week later, I can't even remember the name of the book, and I can't remember what happened in it. I can't relate, you know, I just forget. And I realized, actually, that doesn't matter. That used to bother me. What happens is that you set up a resonance with something, another person, you know, as you say, a friend. And resonance is comes from the word to resound. So I'm making a sound and you resound with it, and we start to resound together. So when you use that word resonance, I just had to interrupt you because it's at the heart of what I'm thinking about. And you know, you clearly, when you say I started out with very few people listening and watching, and now I have a lot of friends, that's because it is resonating. And what our job to do is to create resonances in the world, right? I mean,
It's
you
such a fascinating.
gas and created resonance, right? Why is that? Okay, I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, well, first of all, I have to say every 11 minutes, you're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. This is Josh Fox. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home with Josh Fox, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. My guest is revolutionary theater director Anne Bogart, who is also my mentor. But I wanted to mention, because when I first started, I finished your teachings, and not finished, but I finished a certain segment of them, right? Because they continued to resonate in 1995. And then I went after college, and I went to Thailand. And in 1996, I founded this company called International Wow Company, because the idea was, in many ways, inspired by your International Theater Institute, Saratoga International Theater Institute, the idea that international theater had to start to have a conversation. And I went there and I had no idea what these Thai people were like. And they were asking me to teach them stuff and make a play with them. And so I taught them viewpoints, and we started doing viewpoints, and they were incredible movers. I mean, unbelievable. Like Liquid, you know, we would go to dance clubs at night, and then we would go dance in the dance clubs, and then they would get bored of that song, and they would just sit down in the middle of the dance, in the middle of the discotheque. And then they would get excited again and go. It was this incredible Zen thing. So I didn't know what to do And I didn't know the language, I didn't know the culture. So I invented 6 questions to ask them, like an interview. What are you afraid of? What's your most basic daily routine? Tell me a story about leaving, because I was obsessed with leaving. What's what is one question you can't answer? And these questions became a basis of this table work that we were doing. And I started to think about the fundamental interconnectedness of the universe. So we were thinking about the theater like a pond, a pool, where if you throw a rock in, that's one element, and then you throw another rock in, and those splashes will come together like it's called an interference pattern. And that is when the splashes and the ripples come together, that's that interference pattern. As it turns out, that's actually where your brain works, because your synapses fire in 2 different places or 3 different places at once. And though the firing of it creates a ripple like pond ripples. And that creates the thought. That the thought is these intermeshing interference patterns. And it's also, in fact, the way the universe works, because the stars are these ripples and the radio waves are hitting these. So we're in the middle of these resonances, as you would say, all the time. And as I'm isolating myself in the woods, there's a pond. This is very much like recreating Henry David Thoreau. And I have beavers
exactly what I
in the
thought
pond.
When you've got this weird cross between Thoreau and then these programs. There's something in that that's...
I don't know what's going to happen. But we're making the movie, and the beavers in the pond, we're doing this whole section about how the beavers are creating these ripples in the pond, and they're interacting with each other. And of course, there were 400 million beavers in the United States before the colonists came. And the beavers were also thought of as sacred by native people. And the beavers create where water goes. So that created this incredible landscape of the continent, of course, alongside of the gardening and cultivation of the people who lived here, which were then all, of course, killed by a pandemic. So all of these thoughts, there's a genocide
by a pandemic,
the smallpox pandemic that the Europeans brought. And of course, the genocidal wars were no small consequence. But anyway, these are the thoughts that I'm having. And I'm wondering, because we're in a moment where there's no theater, where theater is like impossible. Theater, as I love the definition that you gave me, an unmediated event. An event that doesn't have this Zoom, that doesn't have a mediation there. How do you think this pandemic is going to change the theater? How have pandemics changed theaters in the past?
Yeah, so I think everything's going to change, and I'm sure that most of your guests say that. In other words, we can't go back to where we were, and that's a good thing. So the thing I've been thinking about the most in the last couple of weeks is, to answer your question in a roundabout way, is tents and tent poles. So, you know, when I'm doing a play or an opera, I like to think that I'm creating an old-fashioned tent, you know? So this tent is held up by tent poles. And what's happening now is, and I think about tents in the last couple of weeks, because a lot of people are trying to figure out what's going to happen to the buildings. We can't go in these buildings that are created by compression that want us to sit in the dark and be really close to each other and watch something presentational. That the theater has to become places of radicalized meetings, a way of meeting and meeting differently. So a lot of people are actually starting to build tents or make tents or think of theater in the tents. But what's, for me, the key issue of this tent metaphor is that every time I make a play, if you imagine, or an opera, I'm making a tent. Now those tent poles that make this space for an audience are actually the principles that are holding the tent up. So like a really straightforward bunch of tent poles in a city company rehearsal is mutual respect, listening, training, you know, that these are the tent poles. So as an artist, what you do is you work on the tent poles, and then the tent is constructed, and then you don't control what's happening inside of it. It's the opposite of sort of pressure. So what we're doing right now is we're actually, and what we need to do is to concentrate on the tent poles. The tent poles have to change from what they were. The question is, what are they? And I think, and I haven't worked this part out, but there's something about the tensile architecture that's going to tell us something, and maybe you can figure this out. You know, I've been looking at Buckminster Fuller, you know, who of course created the geodesic dome and a lot of other things. And he said he was originally interested in looking at quantum nature. Electrons don't touch. The moon doesn't touch the Earth. And so he wanted to create, with the minimum means, a maximum effect or space. And that's what you do with a tent, right? With minimum support, you create this space. So I think what we actually have to do is to reimagine the architecture and reimagine and start to figure out what our new tent poles are that are holding up this event called the theater, which is an ancient event.
I love how you're saying that this is a value structure and not an architectural conversation, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because theater is something, I'm in a theater right now. This is a theater that I built in my garage. And it seats about 30 people. And it was a garage, and we had no use for a garage because we could park the car outside, you know. And so we made it into a theater by painting it black and putting lights and whatever. But I actually, right outside there is a huge amphitheater. And I have a friend with a stage on the back of a pickup truck. And we're thinking about having people come and drive in, and I would do The Truth Has Changed, my solo show. And people would be in their cars with in a safe atmosphere with a radio transmitter like a drive-in. So that's one very crude interpretation of what you're saying. But I think a lot about other kinds of architecture, what you're telling me, the value structure of the theater.
Yeah.
I just very famously got kicked out of the public theater in a very brutalizing fashion. And it occurs to me that the reason why was because the value structure of that place was so completely out of whack. And I wanted to say something to you because I don't know exactly what to do about this, because my theater work was my whole life. It was all I ever wanted to do. I never wanted to make movies. I never even thought about it. I made a film out of necessity to defend this nature. And then all of a sudden, people are paying attention, so let's make another one. Because in the theater, my political sensibility, which was the root of what I was doing, was never accepted and never encouraged and never housed. When we're talking about a tent, it never fit into any of the architecture of any of those major theaters. I think about Minushkin, R.A.M. Minushkin, whose work is incredible, huge productions, epic, very political, and how she had to create her whole place, the Cartoucherie outside of Paris, just to house her vision of the theater. And for me, it was extraordinarily frustrating to keep banging my head against the wall of those institutions, which for me were, you know, ruled by white moderates, by an ideology that was not listening to the revolution that we were preaching, that did not want to hear anything about our international dialogue of progressive political thought, and who just didn't get it. And all the critics were in that place as well, except for a couple of them that had a political consciousness. It was extraordinarily painful. So I wonder, and it still is, about that architecture. What do you foresee? Because I think about what are the new values?
The new values have to actually be inclusive and non-hierarchical. You know, years ago, I mean, really years ago, I was on a panel financed by the Pew Charitable Trust, and a whole bunch of, it was at a fancy mansion in Tarrytown, New York, and a bunch of artistic directors were there. And it was like Gordon Davidson, God rest his soul. And at a certain point, Gordon Davidson spoke up and said, you know what, our theater should just be blown up. And I said, what? I sat up straight. You know, I was an independent whatever at the time. He said, yeah, they should be blown up. This top-down hierarchical thing is not working. And other artistic directors started going, yeah, it's true. And I said, well, what do you see in its place? And I can't remember who spoke up, but it seemed to be agreed upon by these big artistic directors. He said, cells. I said, what do you mean cells? Well, we have these buildings, so we should have cells come in. I mean, the public has tried to do that. They had the Labyrinth Company, you know, various companies come in and be part of these cells. And for a while, the Mark Taper Forum did the same thing. But the thing is none of these artistic directors ever gave up their jobs. I mean, they have a very strong, they make a lot of money.
Huge amounts of money.
And they
millions of dollars, actually.
And they have an incredible staff, and they have good, probably, they want to do the best they can. And so none of these theaters got blown up. They're getting blown up right now. And whether you say it's fair or unfair, in some ways it's unfair, because I would say some of the more, quote, liberal artistic directors are getting outed, and outed in every way that you can imagine, while as some of the most conservatives aren't, but that's a whole nother thing. But it is changing. That said, Josh Fox, you know, you have an audience, and I've always believed that we are not in control of who our audience is. You do your work and your audience comes to you. I don't know that you and the public theater are a good fit. You know, I remember seeing a play at Actors Theater of Louisville at the Humana Festival, and I hated it. I'm not going to say the name of the play. It was a one-person show. I hated it. And I was sitting next to my then girlfriend, Tina Landau, and I said, "Oh, that's not theater," I said to her afterwards. And she turned to me and she said, "Yes, it is theater. And that's the wonderful thing about theater, is it can be so many things." And I thought, you know what, busted. She's right. It can. And that is, in a sense, got to be one of the tent poles, is that it can be so many things. There are so many actor-audience relationships that have been, you know, explored throughout history, but we forgot them. You know, we've turned into a consumerist, expensive art form, and these things will change, and they're changing. So in a way, we have to, in a sense, accept that it's going to be many faceted, that we can't control who our audiences are, but we can actually create the tent poles, the principles, the tenets upon which we build a tent and invite audiences in.
You're tuned in to Staying Home. This is Josh Fox. We'll be right back. So we'll have more of our interview with Anne Bogart tomorrow, because it's such an in-depth interview. It's going to stretch over 2 episodes. But on the subject of resonance, we have Vicki Brown, violinist and composer, coming to us from Tucson, Arizona. It's like a magical visitation from a space or something. Far. It's explain to us what you're doing here. You're using various different sounds. We can't see obviously what's down there, but what's going on here? That sounded like baby talk
Oh, so
at the
okay.
beginning. Tell us what's going on here.
Well, a lot of times when I create something, it's usually just a painting, and then the theme usually arrives afterwards.
Okay.
And but yesterday I was thinking, what can I do intentionally? And I was running through my loops. I have a bank of loops, and I ran across my sister's son, who they live in Switzerland. And I recorded him like 3 years ago, and I ran across his voice, and I was thinking, that's what was, and now what is, and what will be.
Right.
And sort of to try and kind of put a structure around this experience that we're all going through.
Right.
What was, what is, what are we doing, what's in front of us right now, and what is to be. So that was my starting point, was my nephew's little voice. And I have this fantastic thumb piano.
Oh,
and I brought in
wondering what was going on over there.
Yeah, so I have a thumb piano and a bass pedal and a whammy bar, and so I can create all these crazy swooping sounds with it.
This the track that you have in Gasland. It's this very haunting violin track with a lot of different sort of delays on it, and it's when I'm driving through the desert throughout all these gas wells, and it does feel very much like searching on the wind in some way, like this. And so, what is it right now in terms of this moment of being in a cocoon almost as an artist? Are you finding? This is a moment which I think it's interesting because when we go on tour and we're constantly playing out and we're constantly traveling, we lose the ability to sort of be as introspective as perhaps we would like, and this is a very important moment, I think, for artists to incubate and develop new things. So what is it that you're finding in this moment to develop?
Well, to be quite honest, I've been just going back to the mainstays, my classical music.
Mm.
It's solidifying, it's something that I know.
Mm-hmm.
And also, honestly, I'm not really producing a whole lot. I'm still working full time.
Right.
So touring is not in my purview necessarily. But I have other projects. I, collaborate with a friend in Australia on a new album. So that's coming down the pike. Another friend in town collaborating on a song. But as far as my own, creative productivity, I haven't really sat down to do much. It's been an interesting time because it is, like when I hear people say, "Well, I just wrote a screenplay," or "I'm finishing my book," and I'm not envious, but I think sometimes it feels like it's enough just to be. And I've been experiencing kind of levels of awareness about myself and what I'm doing, just in life in general, throughout this process. But
it's interesting that you say that, levels of awareness, that you think you know who you are and what you're doing, and then all of a sudden the day arrives when you're like, wait a minute, maybe I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing, but actually it's been, I don't know if it's a combination of just getting older, and then just with the circumstances that we're in. One thing I've loved is the stripping away of the veneer of everything. Everybody's just so real right now, and and
I hope so.
vulnerable, and I feel like we're, yeah, I hope so. But I'm really, I'm falling in love with the stripping away and realizing what really is, what do you really need? I ask myself that question, like, do I really need to do that? Do I really need that? And so,
I think that's really fascinating right now, because we have been deprived of a lot at this moment, right? We're being deprived of travel. We're being deprived of parties. We're being deprived of audiences. We're being deprived of human contact in so many ways. And when that happens, it's like, oh, that's what's really important in life. Do I actually need the blank that I thought was important but isn't? Do you know what I mean? The material thing or whatever it is.
It's just becoming very elemental. It's just the basics. And you know what it's like to be on tour? Mm-hmm. I love going on tour because your world is at your feet, literally. Like whatever is in your suitcase, as long as you grab your credit card, passport, fiddle, my bag, I always replace whatever's in my bag if I leave it at the train station. But I love that feeling of just not being encumbered. And I wish that would be an experience that a lot of people would have, because well, we could talk at length about the situation, but right. I think there's something so beautiful in the simplicity.
The feeling of not being encumbered. I'm writing that down. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. This is Josh Fox. We're back with Vicki Brown. Vicki, so I mean, I met you in Mexico City at a thing called the Interdependence Day, and it was organized by my great mentor Benjamin Barber, who passed away a couple of years back. And we had a lot of late night jam sessions, sort of like in the hotel lobby. I feel like I meet a lot of people at late night jam sessions in hotel lobbies. I don't know why that is. Like, you can always find a place in a hotel lobby to jam, and somehow the hotel people don't have any idea how to deal with you, because they're like, wait a minute, the musicians are playing in the lobby. What are we supposed to do? Kick them out, or we should let them play, or what should we do? You know what I mean? But you're not the first person on this program that I met in a late night jam session in a hotel lobby. But it was really an amazing event that was talking about how we're all interdependent, not Independence Day, right? And it took place on September 12th, every day after September 11th, to react against the isolationism of what was happening after September 11th and the war. This idea that we're all interdependent, that nations are interdependent, that people are interdependent. And there were musicians, and I was showing my film, and it was just an amazing moment. And there were panels, Dr. West and so many others who were amazing. So what does this moment of isolation say about this idea of interdependence to you, Vicki?
Isn't that interesting? It's how we're finding our connectedness through our isolation.
I think it's a resounding notion that we need to think about now, because when we're talking about climate change, when we're talking about a pandemic, it's so clear that a pandemic happens because we are all interdependent, and right now, America refuses to follow the rest of the world. And as a result, we have become completely isolated. The United States will not do the things that China has done, that Italy has done, that Korea has done, that Germany has done, to stop the coronavirus. And therefore, no one around the world will accept us as travelers at this moment. And it's a very, very difficult time to do anything, because we refuse that notion of interdependence. We refuse that notion of a scientific community, of a political community.
It's flooring. It's astounding. I don't know what words can describe the frustration with this lack, just the willing. What do you say? It's the willing.
Willful ignorance, willful incompetence.
I'm a scientist. I have a PhD in psychology and measurement of behavior, and it feels like, should I just toss that out the window now? I'm being very with it, but it's so insulting, and you know what? I don't think that it's not the U.S. It's a hand. I feel like maybe it's not a handful. I hope it's not bigger than a handful.
Right.
But it's really
just a few people.
It's so disheartening. But I have to say, since the corona, so the work that I do is mostly revolving around building resilience in among rural communities in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. So traditionally, we would go fly to Nairobi, fly to, wherever, do a training, meet with the locals, make sure that the data quality that they're getting is good. But now, we've all been grounded and it's been great, all that energy that used to go into just getting ready to go somewhere, to go to the airport, to get your meds, to be to the airport on time, the flying, everything, the recuperation time, it's all gone. And I love it. I wouldn't care if I ever had to get on a plane to go somewhere other than for my own, leisure.
But are you still able to do the work even though you can't travel?
So we had to pivot very quickly because we have surveys going on continually, and so we had to pivot to phone surveys rather than face to face,
right?
With farmers, and so that has actually kind of been. And it's exciting to see the world of development, international development, particularly from the U.S. side. We go in and we train them, and then we come back. But they are fully capable. The capacity of other countries is really, they're fully capable. And so it's really exciting to utilize this technology of having a training. We might have to get up at 3:30 in the morning, but using this technology to, share the knowledge with them, and they can go out and do the job. We don't have to go there in person. And
right.
Just thinking about global emissions, all the flights, all that waste gone. And so hopefully that, I don't know where we can bank that.
Well, I think we have to invent a new world.
Well, I think it's happening. I don't know what the utility is. Other than, the personal contact, it really is nice to go and see other places and experience all that, and meet people in person. But I really do think that this is revolutionizing the world of development. And I might say that we're still almost in a post-colonial phase. This entering and leaving, and we're stripping away. I think we're finally stripping that notion away, and we are, holding each other up rather than bringing another along, which is necessary, too. But I think it's really exciting. It has, this whole situation though has had its downsides too. I'm also really passionate about wildlife, and without revenue from tourism, poaching can go up.
Oh, I know. That's what's very scary.
That whole circle of everything, but.
Well, I think it's about finding new forms, and new values, a different sense of values. Like you said, what is actually real and what is actually important. But is there possible to do a second piece?
Yeah, I'll do a second. I'll do another one.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Vicki Brown. It's good to see you, and hopefully we'll catch up at some point in the future. That's all the time we have, but that was terrific. What was the name of that?
That's called Last of the Water.
Last of the Water. All right. Well, thanks so much for this and for the conversation. This has been Staying Home with Josh Fox, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Welcome to The Conversation. I'm Benjamin Dixon, host of The Benjamin Dixon Show, filling in. I'm excited to be joined today by Alicia Garza. She is co-founder of the International Black Lives Matter movement. She is a fierce racial justice advocate, fierce on social media, organizing all the way around the board. Alicia, thank you so much for joining me. How are you?
Thank you for having me. And I'm hanging in there. How you doing?
I'm hanging there too. As last time we spoke, we were both hanging in there, but these are difficult and trying times. But especially with the work that you do, I admire your work because you're on the front line of issues. You're a lot of times you're taking a lot of the heat around Black Lives Matter issues, no matter where they come from. It seems like a lot of people put all the attention on you and the other co-founders. So I know it could be some difficult times, but you also never stop. One thing that you're leading on now is Defeat by Tweet. And I would love for you to tell us a little bit more about that.
Oh, absolutely. Well, this effort couldn't come at a better time. Frankly, we are, as you said, in the midst of riot and rebellion. And, I want to be super clear that actually what we're seeing here is not just about BLM protests. It's very much about this president and the leadership of this country openly encouraging white supremacist violence. And the president is actually leading that effort, and he tends to lead that effort through his Twitter account. So many people I know are watching and wondering what they can do about a president who never condemns white supremacist violence, but seems to always find time to attack and to send vitriol to some of this country's heroes. And so Defeat by Tweet is right on time. Basically what it is it's an opportunity for you to fight back whenever the president tweets his hatred, his racism, his sexism, or any other ism that we've found over the last 4 years with this supposed leader. What you are doing is raising money for Black organizations that are building Black political power. And that is important in this moment. Quite frankly, you and I have talked a lot about the challenges of this election cycle. But one of the things that I think we can all agree on is that when Black communities are strong, this country is strong. And so Defeat by Tweet is an opportunity, as I said, to raise money for Black-led organizations, building Black political power, and taking Trump's hate and turning it into love for our movement, love for the possibility of what Black communities are offering us right now. So the best way to figure out how you can get involved in Defeat by Tweet is literally just to go to defeatbytweet.org, whether you're donating 5 cents or whether you're donating $50 million. Every single time Trump tweets, you can be assured that you are helping to raise money for Black liberation.
So tell me some of the mechanics. How does it work? Is it a donation that I'm making as I respond to his tweet, or is it just every time he tweets something that's filled with hate, white supremacy, which is all the time, it'll be a donation from me?
Yeah, well, basically what you do is you sign up, you join a community of donors, you pledge a certain amount of money. You say, hey, I'm gonna give 50 cents. And every single time Trump tweets, 50 cents goes to a pooled fund for 32 Black-led grassroots organizations. So you don't even have to respond to Trump's tweets. Defeat by Tweet is doing it for you. All you have to do is sign up and pledge to donate. Defeatbytweet.org.
And I think you're hitting on something critical here, and because Donald Trump literally does incite white supremacist violence through his Twitter profile. We saw the violence in Portland this weekend that took the life of one of his supporters. But leading up to that, he inflamed the situation. And after the murder, he inflamed the situation even more. But then on the opposite side of the equation, we had Joe Biden, who on Twitter, as well as in his press conference today, condemned violence from both sides. So what do you think about this situation where you have the Democratic side being willing to condemn violence, but Donald Trump holding the line, and not only holding the line, refusing to condemn it, he actually is inflaming it?
I think a lot of things, and I was told to keep my language clear, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. But I just wanna be very clear here. Right now, this moment, it's not actually about Democrats or Republicans, and I've said that 1,000 times over this last year. It is fundamentally a fight between fascism or not fascism. And we all know, and Michelle Obama said it best, I think I probably hate politics more than she does, but everything is at stake right now. This isn't about Democrats or Republicans. It's not about BLM protesters or looting or rioting. This is about a president that is openly encouraging racial terrorism and white supremacist violence. And so when you have leadership of this country that is not only not condemning the violence that they are encouraging, but they themselves, right, are becoming a lightning rod. I mean, Trump said he was going to be traveling to Wisconsin this week in order to, again, stoke these kinds of flames. I want to just be clear too. I mean, I can't not say this. The Democratic response is not acceptable. And so this is actually why we need to do the work to reframe this conversation, because there's a lot that's missing. Quite frankly, Democrats need to hear that right now is not the moment to do both sides. We already have a leader that does that, and that's frankly how we've gotten this violence. We saw that from Charlottesville. We saw, well, both sides, right? Or we saw each side has very good people. And those are the kinds of stories and the kind of rhetoric that can inflame these kinds of moments. So again, the central fight right now is a fight against white supremacy, white nationalism, and racial terrorism. And we need leaders in this country who will be unabashed about saying just that.
I want to do a quick round robin with you. If I want to play the devil's advocate, and only for the purposes of exposing some of the rebuttals that people would give to what you just said, right? So they say, you call the Republican Party fascism. One of the things that I hear and I disagree with, but I want to know your response. The Democrats are basically neoliberal fascists, and they just put a smile on fascism. What do you say to that?
That's just, words mean things, and I want to be very clear about this. The Republican Party is no longer the Republican Party that people have known for decades. The Republican Party right now represents the most extreme faction of extremists in this country. We can tell that by the way that they're moving in this moment. And so while you may not like what Democrats are doing right now, while it is true that Democrats have followed a neoliberal agenda, I just think we need to be very clear about what time it is. And frankly, saying that there's no distinguishment between both of them is not only not factual, but it's dangerous.
But Joe Biden is the author of the 94 crime bill. So why would a black person vote for Joe Biden when he's hurt so many black people?
Well, because the reason that you would vote in general, right, is because you want to have a say in what happens in this country. And frankly, like I said before, I don't like politics, and Joe Biden wasn't my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or seventh choice. But this is what we're dealing with right now. And when I see what's happening in this country, and I see that it is a contest between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Mike Pence and Donald Trump, I have no confusion whatsoever about where my interests lie. And I want to be very clear about this. It's important for us to understand that what we are voting for in this election is whether or not we are going to create a better terrain for us to fight on. I'm not asking you to fall in love with Joe Biden. What I'm asking you to do is be clear about the choice in front of us and make the right choice.
And again, I want to make sure the audience and you know that I don't agree with these questions. I'm asking them because out of necessity, this idea that if we capitulate as progressives, if we keep capitulating to the Democratic Party, they're going to keep doing exactly what they did to us this time around. And then the other side of that, which is accelerationism. If we put Donald Trump back in power, then it will push us towards a more progressive future. Well,
I just think that as progressives, we have to actually embrace what it means to take power. And you cannot take power by throwing rocks at the castle. What we have in front of us is not an ideal situation, but we do have a very clear choice that we have to make. We have to decide if we want to live to fight another day or if we want to be right. And frankly, we are in a moment, right, where if we hope to ever change the rules that have been rigged against our communities for generations, we have to get in the game. And if you know anything about history, right, there's a time for united fronts where, everybody
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. No,
We'll see. We'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy.
Cenk is oddly, scarily competitive.
Oh, it's insane. I play basketball against him. It's just like, how are you good at this?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Idarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby.
You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
The Hour of Fire is brought to you by Brooke, and Brooke.
Yes, Brooke's got it.
Okay.
Take it.
All
you
right.
guys know I really like compliments.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
Right, so that's it. We will settle it.
I want to see this.
Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't. Scandal at TYT.
You're a good boss.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip in the Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT! TYT!
The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Frank and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
All the people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think, one side seems to be winning, they seem to have a bigger army, there might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
People work hard for what they have, and if you want more, you gotta do it yourself.
Stock stories bring headlines to life in an instant, whether you work on Wall Street or in Wichita. Stock report cards and professional analyst buy and sell ratings help gut check your thought process. Buy stock, take profits, and manage risk. And the Idea Feed is your daily one-stop investment shop with videos that unpack today's money-moving headlines in under 3 minutes, because you need ideas, not lectures, and live in-app chat for when you want to talk to someone, but you don't actually want to talk.
So what'd you think?
With unlimited commission-free stock trades and great ideas from real traders. Visit doe.com/TYT.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy to understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
Welcome back. Joining me now is Paula Jean Swearingen. She is a U.S. Senate candidate for West Virginia, a progressive, joining us to tell us about her campaign. Paula Jean, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, Ben, thank you for having me. It's always great to be on TYT.
It's our pleasure, genuinely. There's a lot happening across the country. There's a lot happening specifically in context of the establishment versus progressives. And so before we get into your platform and all the details, tell us about what your thoughts are. The presidential campaign, the establishment versus the progressive movements. What's on your mind in that regard?
Well, I think we're at a pivotal time in this country, and people are really waking up to the political dynamic about what's going on. We have seen national movements of ordinary candidates like myself that are progressive, that have run with a slate of candidates like brand new Congress. But here in West Virginia too, we have had the West Virginia Can't Wait movement, where we had over 93 candidates to run for office in 2020. 43 of those candidates won their primaries. Every single one of them are not taking corporate PAC dollars. And we made history here in West Virginia since 100 years since women's been voting. Every Democratic nominee for Congress for the first, second, in the United States, we all are progressive women, and none of us are taking corporate and corporate PAC dollars. So we are making, West Virginia is always called red, but every Democratic nominee is progressive, and we are women.
And I love that because it shows literally the progress that's being made despite all of the efforts of the establishment to control the progressive movement. Your platform is extremely progressive. Economic diversity, you're looking to new infrastructure for new industry, clean water for everyone, public education. You know your platform. I don't have to list it out. Tell us about what you feel are the most progressive parts of your platform.
Well, if I do go to the United States Senate, the first thing I do would be co-sponsor Medicare for all. It's vitally important for the people in West Virginia to have health care. Most of the people in West Virginia are on Medicare and Medicaid already. And when we tie economic diversity, and we're dealing with one of the largest addiction epidemics in the country, we lead in drug overdose deaths right now. So Medicare for all would help us greatly, as well as helping small businesses. It would take away the burden of them having to pay high premiums for their employees, and they could take that money and put that back into their business. Of course, economic diversity, especially in a state like mine, and helping people across the country. We know that the Industrial Revolution was built on the backs of Appalachians, and the industry's gotten rich and left us breadcrumbs. And it's past time that West Virginia gets to grow for a change. And it's really important to me that we do have long-term solutions for the addiction epidemic. Like I said, we are dealing with one of the largest addiction crises in the country. And we need people that are not going to just be visionaries to drug replacement therapy, which plays a small role in combating addiction, but putting federal and state funds into states like ours, invest in long-term recovery solutions, as well as making sure that people have a good path to be strong parts of society, and that be part of their recovery systems. There's so many things, but to me, progressive means progress. Right. I think we need to get past dividing labels, because at the end of the day, we all just want basic human rights. This is one of the richest countries in the world, and there's no reason that we can't be decent to the people in America. It not only makes moral sense, but it makes economic sense, because happier and healthier people are more productive people. We have to get past partisan politics, and we have to reach each other. And my hashtag is Unite Our Fight. I've been working in my state for years, trying to bring people together, because if you sit down and have the conversations about what our needs are, it's not about partisan politics. It's about people surviving. I live in one of the most sickest and poorest states in the nation. And if that's my neighbor, he doesn't ask me if I'm a Democrat or Republican. He comes over and he helps me and brings that wrench. So this is about the people across America, the working class standing up and making sure that we have true representation for a change. We don't need no more people like my opponent, Shelley Moore Capito, that's going to stand up for corporations and lobbyists and not do her job. She was the first woman to be elected to the United States Senate to represent the state of West Virginia. She's a mother and grandmother like myself. She has done nothing for us, absolutely nothing. She's even tried to vote against equal pay for women at least 3 times, and privatize Medicare and turn it into a voucher program.
Well, let me ask you, let me jump in there. let me jump in there and ask a question there, because I think that's important. You're putting a lot of emphasis on the fact that that partisan divides are what's blocking us. But like you said, West Virginia is red. It's considered red. There still seem to be a lot of people who vote against their economic best interests. How do you get beyond that? Because there is a political divide there. Is it resonating, and is there something unique about your message that cuts through the politics that are saturating the state now?
Well, we have more Democrats than registered in this state and independents than we do Republicans. And we have seen an uprising in our state, in 2018 with the teacher strike, and now with the candidates that have run for office. We're tired of voting. We're tired of the lesser of two evils. It's not that we vote against our best interests. We have poor choices. That's why we have so many West Virginians rising up and running for office.
That's powerful. And the uprising, the teacher protests that sparked off in 2018 really did kind of set a trend across the country. Do you feel that energy is still there, and is it something that you're able to galvanize in your campaign?
Absolutely. My opponent's approval rating's down. She's not very well liked in this state, and it's not, like I said, it's not about Republican, Democrat, Independent, Green Party. This is about people literally dying in West Virginia and across the country. Nobody should have to work 2 and 3 jobs and not even be able to pay their rent or afford health care. Essential workers should be able to afford food, rent, and basic needs for survival. And we don't have a plan B here in West Virginia. And like I said, we are rising up. And I hope, that we have kind of laid the platform for cultural genocide, and it's time for West Virginia to rise up and show that we can show the rest of America that it can happen. Because we are not red, we're not blue, we're West Virginians. We're some of the most hospitable people in the world, and at the end of the day, we take care of each other. We see it across the front lines of our communities we just need true representation for a change.
Is that a message that just kind of getting to the messaging part of your campaign, because you've mentioned several times that it's not red, it's not blue, and every state is different. Is that a message that you feel obviously transcends more so? Do West Virginians not want to hear about who's Republican and who's Democrat, or is it they don't want to hear about who's Democrat? Like I feel like there's really something there, because despite the desire to get beyond partisan politics, West Virginia still continues to vote in a direction that is detrimental to them. And this is not to slam on West Virginians at all. It just means that they're looking for something different, and you feel like you're the person offering that. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, we have been bid against each other for basic human rights, and we have fallen short with a lot of propaganda. And that's true, and that's true for a lot of people across the country. Senator Sanders won all 55 counties in the 2016 primary. Our superdelegates voted against the will of the people, and to me, I think that was a demotivator for people to go out to the polls. We have to get people out to the polls. It's not that we're voting against our best interest. It seems like, the working class is not showing up, and the poor, because they don't feel like they're served. And that's why you see an uprising of ordinary West Virginians running for office, is because we want true representation. But I don't think that's only true here in West Virginia, because I've seen it across the country, even with brand new Congress and other candidates like myself. Missouri's a prime example of that, with Cori Bush just winning her primary. She's going to be our next Congresswoman. It's just, we all have to continue to fight and work together and make sure that we run for office, we vote, and we continue to hold these people accountable.
Paula Jean, I really do appreciate how you made that distinction, and it was there was something that I felt was there, but you just brought it out, that it's not that they're voting against their own best interests, it's that a lot of working class people have become disillusioned with the entire system and that they're not voting at all. We only have a few more seconds left, but could you just elucidate that just a little bit more for the viewers?
Well, yeah, we just have to continue. And right now, even with the presidential election, we're divided. And no matter who our president is, we still need local representation, and we need a good, strong Congress, and especially the Senate. We have to flip the Senate blue, and but we also have to have true representation. Yeah. So we are even now, we are approaching our end of quarter fundraising, and we need to raise $9,000 by midnight. So if anybody wants to help and make sure that we have a true voice in Washington, go to paulajean.com. But yeah, that's just the thing. We have to make sure that we have true representation. This ain't about red or blue. This is from the bottom up and making sure that the people in government deserve them for a change.
Absolutely. Paula Jean Swearingen, she is a U.S. Senate candidate for West Virginia, a progressive fighting for economic diversity, Medicare for all, fighting for the working class. Paula Jean, could you give them your website one more time really quickly?
paulajean.com.
Thank you so much for joining us, Paula.
I don't have teleprompters here, folks. It's called like up here, and it's called memory, and it's called other things.
Well, he's always been this way. I mean, I guess. But he was a tough kid, right? He was a brat. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I don't mean tough. That way, so I mean, a brat or temper tantrums. I drove him around New York City to try to get him into college. He ended up in Fordham. I didn't get him in, but I know he didn't get into college. He went to Fordham for 1 year, and then he got into University of Pennsylvania. Because he had somebody take the exams, SATs, or whatever. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. That's what I believe. When he does stories, he never mentions Fordham. Of course not. Well, he went to the University of Pennsylvania. I took a couple of classes, I guess. Oh, that's insane. That's it. I did his homework for him.
We got a moron here.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Dumbass.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Jake Ugranic is fair with you guys. I don't know why I'm doing that voice. All right, so listen, it is potentially an awesome day in America. Potentially. So let me explain why. Massive and really important and possibly seismic elections happening in Massachusetts today. So if you're in Massachusetts, by the way, drop whatever you're doing, including this show, although you could watch it on the app on the go. Okay, and go vote. Vote. Everybody in Massachusetts has the Markey Kennedy race. Ed Markey's the progressive. Joe Kennedy's the conservative, backed by Nancy Pelosi, of course. And so that's a monumental race. Alex Morse versus Richie Neal, monumental race. If Alex Morse, a Just Democrat, wins that race, it's over. I'm covering it tonight with Ryan Grimm. Don't miss any of it. So what we're going to do is regular show here. Then we're going to do the postgame live and free, available to everyone. So keep on watching. And anytime you're watching, it's so important if you like and share the stream. If you do that, that helps get the progressive message out to more people. So let's keep doing that. And you can do that starting right now. And so we're going to talk more about this in that special coverage that starts at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. But I talked to a reporter in Washington who said, yeah, if Alex Morse wins, basically it's pretty much over. Every Democratic incumbent will crap their pants, and Justice Democrats will be super duper strong. So I'm telling you, tonight's night, and my God, if you're in Massachusetts one, you got to go vote for Alex Morse. Okay, by the way, there's Isan Leckie, there's Robbie Goldstein. It's an amazing night tonight, so don't miss any of that. Speaking of amazing nights, next Tuesday, September 8th, is Bernie's birthday. So we're doing a Bernie birthday bash. Oh, so sweet. Okay, we're going to look back at his early years. We're going to tell you how he got here. And we're going to share it with you and talk about his legacy. Emma Vigeland, Ben Dixon, and myself. That's super fun. Don't miss that either. That's also at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Okay, and then I wanted to say one last thing. I just want to thank you guys. So look, I took a 1 week break, kind of, to write the book. By the way, justicescomingbook.com. It's going to be awesome. I'm super excited about it. But anyways, as you know, some of you know, I did some videos and obviously I covered some of the Republican convention with you guys. But when I last left, there was absolutely no prayer of reaching 200,000 in August for our fundraising drive. And that is a drive. So not only can we stay sustainable and healthy, but so we can grow. We could be the fourth news network. We can get the progressive message out there, be the loudest mic. Look, you know that Young Turks is the mothership for progressives in media. And we've helped launch so many other things. And how do we do that? We do that through your help. And I don't know how you guys did. I mean, it's near miraculous, but we passed it in time.
What?
I know.
How?
It's unbelievable. You guys are the best.
You guys are insane.
So I love you guys. tyt.com/go. So whenever we pass the number, we always carry it over to the next month. So we're a little above 20,000 now, starting in September. Yes, it's true. We got 4 more months to go, and that's it. Okay. But guys, every one of those dollars makes a giant difference in building the progressive mic, and for our job is to try to get you guys change, like perhaps in the elections tonight. So tyt.com/go. All right, so lots to get to. Let's go to Anna.
All right, let's do it.
You're not allowed to fund crime, of course. I mean, if I do business with Iran, I go to jail. But we have domestic terrorism on a greater scale than we've had in my lifetime, 50 years. And the funders of this have not been exposed by the federal government, and they haven't been punished. And I'm confused as to why.
Again, I would say that, again, the Department of Justice, who has the lead in all of those investigations, are certainly moving as quickly as possible. Again, it's something that I talk with the Attorney General about almost on a weekly basis.
That was Acting Secretary, DHS Secretary Chad Wolf speaking to Tucker Carlson about the possibility of jailing political opponents. Now, I'm not talking about candidates. I'm talking about members, leadership within the Black Lives Matter movement. You heard Clearly, Tucker Carlson referring to them as domestic terrorists when, in fact, this country is currently dealing with right-wing terrorist organizations that have carried out multiple acts of violence. But this is apparently an idea that the DOJ is looking into, something that the Department of Homeland Security is considering. And there are more details in the next exchange that you're about to watch. Here's Tucker Carlson elaborating along with Chad Wolf.
Why haven't we seen the leaders of Antifa and BLM arrested and charged for conspiracy under, say, RICO, like the heads of the mafia families were?
Well, this is something I've talked to the AG personally about, and I know that they are working on it. Look, we've seen about 300 arrests across this country regarding civil unrest and protesting, violent protesting, I would say, criminal protesting, criminal rioting occur. About 300 arrests. About a third of those or 100 of those arrests have been in Portland specifically, and I know the Department of Justice has charged about 74 or 75 individuals there in Portland with different federal crimes, and we'll continue to see how those investigations are going. The Department of Justice is also targeting and investigating the head of these organizations, the individuals that are paying for these individuals to move across the country. What we know, Tucker, is that we have seen groups and individuals move from Portland to other parts of the country.
Right.
We had about 175 arrests in Kenosha. Almost 100 of them were from out of state. So we know they're moving around. We've seen them in D.C., in Sacramento, and elsewhere. They're organized. We've seen similar tactics being used from Portland and other cities across the country as well. So we know that there's organization. I know the Department of Justice is also looking at that as well.
Two quick things before I go to you, Cenk. Number one, Antifa does not have leadership. It is not an organized group of people, and there's no evidence indicating that Antifa poses any type of national security risk in the United States. Second thing I wanted to bring up was this scary notion of people traveling from one state to the next. Keep in mind that the armed militia member, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, traveled from Illinois to Wisconsin, crossed state lines twice with an illegal weapon. Just a little point that I wanted to make before going to you, Cenk. So please take it away.
Yeah. So look, fascism has begun. So I used to quote Sandra Day O'Connor on this a long time ago. During the Bush administration, she said about some of the direction that the Bush administration was taking towards authoritarian government and fascism. She said, let us avoid these beginnings so we could avoid those ends. And it was a great quote by Sandra Day O'Connor. We are now at the ends. We're not at the beginnings. And so when you have the head of the Department of Homeland Security saying, yeah, I'm talking to the Attorney General about arresting our people protesting against us and rounding up our political enemies. That's nothing but fascism. So let's look at the facts. So if they're concerned about people crossing lines and doing it in an organized way and causing violence, Anna's 100% right. That's Kyle Rittenhouse. And now his lawyer is arguing that he was part of a well-regulated militia. So that's one of his legal arguments right now. So if that's the case, he is part of a well-regulated group. He crossed the state line and he killed two people. All these racists and everyone who makes the Kyle Rittenhouse defense is a racist says, oh my God, the poor guy's attacked by a skateboard. The skateboard is so dangerous. Of course he had to murder that guy. Of course he had to show up in the middle of a protest waving a gun around until someone agitated him and he could shoot them to death. Of course he had to do all that. But what they never tell you is, how about the first guy he shot? Now those details are super murky. We saw it in the video, but he seems to shoot a guy in the head and then people chase him. Stone cold murderer is what it looks like, and those are the charges against them. And they say, no, do not investigate the murderer. Investigate the people that haven't killed anyone and find their leaders who are organizing protests, which is the most American thing you could do. And then you notice he switched in the middle there. Chad Wolf went from like these illegal protests. We're not going to have these protests. Oh, right. I'm supposed to call them riots. Illegal rioting. That's what I meant, right? And so do you have any evidence that anyone has organized anything illegal? Nope. Not one shred of evidence. Do you have dead people on the ground who are left wing? Yes, I do. I don't care about them. I'm calling that self-defense. But I'm going to politically say all the murders done by the right wing are A-OK and all self-defense. there's almost now in Portland there might be for the first time ever a left winger who attacked a right winger, but they said all this before that too, and they're like, but the left wing not killing people, I don't care. I'm going to arrest their leaders. That's what fascism looks like. Look, we got a poll on it too, tyt.com/polls, because there's not half measures. Okay, this is real. This is not a dress rehearsal, and they're not gearing up to do it 20 years later. Trump wins. They're gonna, and it's tyt.com/polls/fascism. It's begun. It has absolutely begun, and I need people to understand that. I'm curious if you guys agree. That's why we're doing a poll. The media, I think at this late date, even with their issues with Trump, don't get it. He's going to round up everyone if he wins. Our democracy is in absolute peril.
So the shooting that happened in Portland, with someone who identified as on the left, that was condemned, right? So, but we're dealing with an asymmetrical situation where there is many cases of right-wing extremists carrying out acts of violence, literally murdering people, and Donald Trump and the right wing, give them a wink and a nod, and it's gotten to the point where Donald Trump is also defending them and excusing the violence that's perpetrated by the right. And then on the left, I mean, of course, murder is not okay. Violence is not okay. Those types of actions get condemned. But again, I want to reiterate, it's an asymmetrical situation where one side will acknowledge the consequences and the horrible nature of violence, while the other tries to justify it over and over again if it's done by their side. So let's actually talk about terrorism in this country, extremism in this country, because this has been an ongoing issue. This was actually an issue that was brought to, the Department of Homeland Security's attention back in 2009. And after conservatives were crying about it, Obama decided to do away with a small group of DHS officials who were tasked with actually doing something about right-wing extremism in the country. But the situation has snowballed into what we're experiencing now. And I just want to share specific examples of right-wing extremist groups in this country who carried out acts of violence beginning with the Trump administration. Okay, let's start off with a video that was published by the Washington Post in 2017, and then I'll fill in the rest for you guys. Let's take a look.
James Alex Fields Jr. has been charged with second-degree murder after allegedly ramming his car into a crowd of counter-protesters at the white nationalist rally in Virginia, killing one woman and injuring at least a dozen. Adam W. Purrington has been charged with killing one Indian man and injuring 2 other people after he opened fire in a Kansas bar. James H. Jackson admitted that he traveled to New York to target and kill black men. He fatally stabbed one man with a sword before being arrested by authorities. And Jeremy Joseph Christian fatally stabbed 2 men on a Portland train after shouting anti-Muslim hate speech. Those are just some of the most visible incidents already under investigation as hate crimes in 2017.
All right, so that was 2017. Let's take a look at what happened with right-wing extremist groups and their violence in 2018. January 10th of 2018, neo-Nazi terrorist group Atomwaffen charged for murdering an openly gay and Jewish individual, young man, Blaise Bertin was his name. October 24th, 2018, 2 black men are shot and killed at a Kroger in Jeffersontown, Kentucky. Shooter was indicted for 3 hate crimes. I didn't expect graphics for this, but thank you. 3 hate crimes. Shooting was found to be motivated by racism. October 27th, 2018, Pittsburgh synagogue shooting, 11 killed, 7 injured. November 2nd, 2018, Tallahassee yoga studio shooting. Self-described incel went into a yoga studio and opened fire, killing 2 and wounding 6. April 27th, 2019, Poway synagogue shooting in California. Gunman killed, or used, I should say, an AR-15 and started shooting inside the synagogue, killed 1. 3 people were injured. August 3rd, 2019, El Paso Walmart shooting. That was one of the mass shootings that was inspired by Donald Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric. The Trump supporter opened fire, killing 23 people. In May and June of this year, 2020, There were 2 ambush-style attacks against law enforcement, against cops in California, done by members of the so-called Boogaloo Boys. Again, 2 cops were killed, 3 others were injured. We have a problem with right-wing extremists in this country, right-wing radicals in this country. But we're having a conversation about some mythical organized group on the left that's carrying out violence. Are we really going to let this conversation keep going in the way that it's going? Are these feckless Democrats in Congress going to continue stepping aside and allowing these fascists to run with whatever narrative they'd like to run with? Because while we're pretending, while we're allowing the Trump administration to pretend as if we have an issue with left-wing terrorism in this country, people are literally getting murdered on a monthly basis by right-wing extremists. And by the way, these are just the big cases that made national headlines. I didn't even list every specific case. You look at the FBI data, and it shows that the vast majority of domestic terrorist attacks are carried out by right-wing extremists, right-wing radicals in this country. But you'd never know it because everything is asymmetrical.
So to that point, Anna, look, I'm keep it real. That's part of the reason why I helped start Just Democrats and start a rebellion pack, because I can't stand the Democratic weakness. It sickens me. So Obama gave in to Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck and pulled out a perfectly legitimate functioning part of the Department of Homeland Security that was supposed to track these people. He bowed down to them out of weakness, and it sickens me. And that he's just representative of all of the Democratic leadership. So are they constantly talking about the right-wing militia in this country that is constantly murdering people of color, gay people? And if you notice, a ton of attacks were against Jewish Americans, because in their insane conspiracy theories, it's always at the end, the Jews control the world, let's go kill the Jews. So for God's sake, are you ever going to fight back, Democrats? Are you going to look, if a Democrat wins, the first thing they should do is, no, we're reconstituting the part of the Department of Homeland Security that tracks these criminals. We're not going to go after political opponents. That's insane. We're not fascist like the Trump administration. But if someone is planning to commit crimes and they kill people, are we going to track that? You're goddamn right we are, and we're going to call it by its name. But Biden won't do that. I guarantee you that if he wins, he says we're going to look forward, not backwards. We're going to heal the nation by pretending that right-wing terrorism doesn't exist. I got news for you. It exists. But it's so asymmetrical that instead of talking about the real problem, we're talking about non-existent left-wing terrorism and then going to actually round up political opponents of groups like Black Lives Matter that had nothing to do with any of the violence. No, who cares? They oppose us politically. Who cares? Round them up. Look, brown shirts. And so that's one part of the problem. The other thing is, guys, you got to understand why this Kyle Rittenhouse, situation is so dangerous, and why Chad Wolf and Tucker Carlson are grade A fascists. It's because this is part of. Look, go to any museum about the Holocaust. Yes, I said it, and it's definitely true. And go read what they did in the beginning and in the middle. What they did was they would send out vigilantes. They would send out thugs to go intimidate people, commit violence. And honestly, back then, they wound up doing far, far worse at the end, obviously. But in the beginning, even the German Nazis were not as brazen to shoot people in the street in the head and walk away and go, oh, you're the terrorist, right? They did the Reichstag fire, and they pretended it was their enemies, etc. It was almost more sophisticated. Here, it's just brazen. They said Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump encourage vigilantes, go out there and defend the streets, defend property. Kyle Rittenhouse lived in Illinois. He didn't have anything to do with property in Wisconsin. He went to go there to try to pick a fight with a weapon, full well knowing that guys like Tucker Carlson, all of Fox News, and Donald Trump would have his back. They'd call it self-defense as soon as he murdered anyone, and it would send a message to everyone else. If you go to a protest, they'll shoot you in the head and they'll get away with it. Now, if that doesn't put a chill down your spine, you're not getting it. And so I can't believe this election is anywhere near close. I mean, look, compared to other elections, it's not that close. Trump's losing by 6 to 9 points was a gigantic loss, but it should be 35 points. We have an actual racist, demagogue, fascist. And people are like, oh yeah, should vigilantes on the right be allowed to murder people in the streets? And then we arrest the left wing. We arrest the left wing leaders that had nothing to do with the violence, blame them for it, and call them terrorists. And 40% of this country is okay with that. Nah, you know what that tells you, honestly, and it's really the most frightening thing in the entire Trump administration. 40% of any country at any time is absolutely ready for fascism and happy to receive it, including the United States of America.
When we come back from the break, we'll share some video of Trump defending the right-wing radicals who have carried out acts of violence in this country. And later in the show, we'll hopefully talk about other topics, including what the latest status is on the stimulus.
I'm old enough that I remember when Captain Crunch put the berries in it.
Yay, crunch berries!
And I was like, ooh, the fake berries.
Remember?
We're gonna try that.
We did a story back in the day about how a woman sued, I don't know, General Mills.
She'd been eating it for 4 years, believing that it was actual berries.
Yeah. She's like, these aren't real berries at all. Yeah. I'm like, I got news for you. Captain Crunch isn't really a captain or a person. Joining me now, legendary whistleblower and American hero, Edward Snowden. First question is, hey, where are you?
I'm in my apartment in Moscow.
All of a sudden, in the studio, Jim Gaffigan, everybody.
Mental illness is, completely undiagnosed in our society.
It's not about a particular administration. It's about a broken system of power, and through that, really, the instrumentalization of a system of not justice, but injustice.
People understand whether they claim to deny climate change or not. Our collective house is in crisis. We're also dealing with the legacy of 40 years of economic policies that have made people's lives more precarious.
Sometimes you got to force people into their humanity. Sometimes you have to shake people into empathy.
Senator Elizabeth Warren joins us in the studio.
Healthcare is a basic human right, and we are fighting for basic human rights.
In order to actually achieve that vision of everyone having access to the same resources and getting to determine the outcome of their life, we have a lot of work to do, and it needs to start right now.
Here's something you may not know. When you deposit your money in a big bank, it doesn't just sit, safe and secure, in a vault. Instead, your money could end up building oil pipelines, mining for coal, or drilling in the Arctic. So if you're concerned about the planet, give your money something good to do. Make the move to green with Aspiration's fossil fuel-free account and join the thousands each week who are switching to save their dollars and save the planet at the same time.
Democrats, they've been so weak for so long. For God's sake, fight for your side. I would not like to compromise with Republicans. I would like to defeat them. Lynn, do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I like Donald Trump.
Well, that's why we think you're racist. The 5 black kids in Central Park did not commit the rape. He said, who cares? Keep them in prison anyway. They probably did something. He's a terrible guy. Very fine people on the side chanting, Jews will not replace us.
The most important part is we've got to fix it. And fixing it means you have to acknowledge the problem. They don't value black lives. They don't value poor lives. And anyone who's against Black Lives Matter is a racist piece of crap, including Donald Trump and nearly every Republican politician in this country. You're a full-blown racist if you still don't believe it, and you still don't want any reform, and you still don't want any justice.
New day in America. Progressives, we actually fight back.
ShopTYT.com now has books. One of them is Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People. That's a saying that AOC said, they've got money, we've got people. It's the best tracing of the AOC victory I have seen anywhere. It's the most accurate, and it's got great details. The book actually goes all the way back to Jesse Jackson and how he was the original Bernie Sanders. If you want to know how we're going to win going forward, those lessons are super important, and they're in Ryan's book. So check it out right now at ShopTYT.com.
We found the perfect person to lead the army.
Allison Hartson.
The establishment media works hand in glove with our corporate legislators, and our corporate legislators work hand in glove with the corporation. And we're going to make it so that it's a decentralized force throughout the country, so that we can quickly identify stories, quickly identify troll farms, and go in and neutralize the enemy, and then start building responsible media throughout the country and on every platform available.
All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. I said at the beginning of the show, it's could be a historic day. We've got election coverage coming up for you guys at 7:30, Massachusetts. Ed Markey versus Joe Kennedy, and Richie Neal versus Alex Morse. Those are giant races. There's a couple others that are also huge ramifications. Massachusetts is littered with weirdly conservative Democrats. Primaries are, Ayanna Pressley won a primary, obviously, in Massachusetts, a similar situation last time around. So, guys, it could be a great night. We could lose. It could be a terrible night. If Joe Kennedy beats Ed Markey, that's a terrible, terrible, terrible precedent. That means our legislation is screwed. It has no chance of passing the Senate. And ironically, it'll be a Kennedy that kills all progress. Stops it politically. But at the same time, it could be the best of days. It could be, and it is already in a lot of ways, the worst of days. So many stories today going back to the Trump people moving now clearly in the direction of fascism. So we got more on that. And I don't say that lightly. I'm not a guy who threw that around a lot on social media or on the show before. Now it's here, definitely here. All right, anyway, about the election coverage, Elizabeth Wren writes in the member section, seriously, all I want to hear tonight is one of Cenk's signature phrases. Down goes Neal, down goes Neal, down goes Kennedy, down goes Kennedy. All right, everybody vote so we can say that, okay? Lieutenant Mac McGee says, man, Twitch be crazy. Is this place members only? I hope so. Okay, I don't know, but Twitch is crazy and awesome. I hope you guys are checking out all the shows that we're doing there. Including Brett, who's doing some wonderful shows there, Common Room, etc. And we got a great little community there. I want to, speaking of folks who are joining, though, so those are our members on our website, tyt.com/join. But I also want to shout out the folks who are joining on YouTube. And you can do that by just hitting the join button below. Michael Harden, Terry Houston, Duke 37, Casey, and Michael Atkins just joined. We love you guys for it. And by the way, like and share the stream. It makes a giant difference. It helps get the progressive message out more. One more from our members, Ruth Iverson writes in, because all of this is usually, my usually on the side of the right sisters said, quote, the left has lost me forever because they won't do anything about anything. So this country is 100% divided. The people defending Kyle Rittenhouse fully believe it. They don't think it's fascism at all to send in a vigilante, wave a gun around, execute a couple of people, and call it self-defense. They really think it's self-defense. And they think, there were guys who were left-wing. They had it coming. How dare they? Obviously, it's our privilege that we get to kill them. And I think those people who say that are absolute monsters. So I don't know how we're living in the same country. And before people are worried about a civil war. Last time, at least geographically, we were separated. It was South versus North. If Trump wins, man, I don't want it to happen, but bloody mayhem. What are we going to do? We're going to be at each other's throats in every city, in every state. So I'm not going to let fascism win. There's no way. And so I don't know what's going to happen. Dana Kramer, though, lightens the mood by sarcastically saying, special guest Cenk Uygur is back. Thank you, Dana. Use a YouTube Super Chat. Last one's from YouTube Super Chat as well. Roger Meadows says, Sandra Day O'Connor should have thought about that when she appointed Bush to office in 2000. Great point. Yes. I like the quote she had about authoritarian government, but she's the one who gave it to us in the first place. Certainly among the 5 who did. One of the worst decisions in Supreme Court history. All right. Let me show you the thermometer because I promised it to you last time. This is what keeps us going in these trying times. tyt.com/go. And I want to show you where we are, 20,942. Let's get it. Let's get it. So, guys, every dollar matters. Every dollar allows us to do special election coverage and all the other shows that we have for you guys. All right, Anna, you're
up. Trump has served as an apologist for right-wing terror in the country. Here he is on Laura Ingram's show doing just that.
Black Lives Matter is a Marxist organization. You remember pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. That was the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter. I said, that's a terrible name. It's so discriminatory. It's bad for black people. It's bad for everybody. And all of a sudden it becomes like sort of, although now if you look, it's going way down because people are tired of this stuff, what's going on, the Black Lives Matter. If you look at what's going on with the bats and a lot of thugs. Black Lives Matter came into existence walking down the street screaming, pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. And that was about police officers. That was representing police. They were pigs in a blanket, like the sausages or hot dogs, fry them like bacon.
Well, they were saying worse over the last couple of days.
That's right, actually. In Karl Marx's Capital, the opening line is pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. And so that's what Black Lives Matter is. Like, I guess it's a Marxist organization that's, learning from the economic theories that have been proposed by Karl Marx, including pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I mean, obviously I'm being sarcastic, but like, this is serious, right? What he's doing is essentially letting the right-wing militia groups that are showing up to these protests, heavily armed, one of them already murdered 2 demonstrators in Kenosha. Trump's telling them, no, this is a dangerous organization. It's a dangerous movement, and we should fight back. Like, that's what he keeps signaling over and over and over again. And Fox News, of course, is aiding and abetting that.
Yeah. So there's a couple of issues here. First of all, Donald Trump's mental faculties are badly damaged. Why are you explaining pigs in a blanket to us? Well, you see, it's really kind of a sausage, kind of a hot dog wrapped in not really a literal blanket, but everybody knows what it means. What the hell are you talking about? And so, okay, now on a more serious stuff. By the way, the president is senile and has lost control of all mental faculties. But on to more serious stuff. So let me get this right. A chant from years and years ago, which, by the way, was done next to the cops, kidding around with the cops, a context Bill O'Reilly, Fox News never gave you, and Trump is not giving you now. This tiny little possibly offensive chant from a couple of years ago versus murder after murder after murder after murder from right-wingers. Oh, but there was a chant. They were terrorists. Let's arrest them all. You want to talk about terrorists? We just did a segment where we listed about a dozen right-wingers who murdered left-wingers, black people, Jews, gays, etc. And Donald Trump hasn't done a goddamn thing about it. In one of them in Charlottesville, he said, well, I don't know what you're talking about. There's very fine people on both sides. I mean, look, I guess the non-Nazi side has some good people too, but the Nazi/Confederate/racist side also has very fine people. Oh my God, they said pigs in a blanket. Oh, they ran over people with a car. They murdered them. They just did it. Kyle Rittenhouse, he just killed 2 people. If you're worried about protests that then devolve into violence, the right wing just executed 2 people. He's like, nope, that was self-defense. When right-winger Kyle Rittenhouse, the first guy he shot him in the head. When a right-winger shoots someone in the head, kind of like maybe like on Fifth Avenue, they can just get away with it. And that's totally okay. Vigilante murder and stochastic terrorism by the right wing is okay. But if the left wing has a wrong chant from a couple of years ago, they're terrorists and we're going to round them all up. So, guys, look, we're doing a poll on it. I don't know that we need a poll, but why we need the poll is a third point, because the media doesn't get it. Every time they talk about the violence, they just say right-wingers murdered left-wingers, right-wingers murdered left-wingers. It happens almost every time. But when they don't, like, oh, there's a protest from Black Lives Matter and people got killed. It makes it sound like Black Lives Matter did it. In Kenosha, it was the right wing who did the murders. So the media sucks at their job. That's why we do polls like this, tyt.com/polls/fascism. Are we in full-blown fascism now? Has it begun? And the reason I asked that question is so I could go and show the press, hey, you morons, look at here are thousands of people that say fascism has already begun. Stop helping the right wing by saying, oh, I can't tell who did it. Oh, my God, I don't want to lose Republican viewers. I don't want my ratings to go down. I'll just call it even. It's not even. It's the right wing.
Let's move on to the next story. So, through both his actions and his words, Donald Trump empowers right-wing terrorists in the country, and that allows them to carry out acts of violence. In fact, he's been making excuses for the armed militia member who gunned down 2 protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Watch.
Condemn the actions of vigilantes like Kyle Rittenhouse.
We're looking at all of it. That was an interesting situation. You saw the same tape as I saw. And he was trying to get away from them, I guess, it looks like, and he fell, and then they very violently attacked him, and it was something that we're looking at right now, and it's under investigation, but I guess he was in very big trouble. He would have been, he probably would have been killed, but it's under investigation.
So Trump, of course, is leaving out incredibly important details, including the fact that Rittenhouse shot one demonstrator in the head very far away from any business. So his whole reason for being there, and remember, he's from Illinois, he's not from Wisconsin, was to protect businesses from looting. Well, he wasn't near a business and he shot someone in the head, and as other demonstrators were trying to disarm him, he shot more people, killing an additional protester and wounding one other. So those are important details. And look, regardless of what Trump genuinely thinks happened, and I don't think Trump thinks genuinely about anything other than himself and what he can do for his own political gain, he shouldn't be commenting on it in a way that promotes violence on either side. And that's exactly what he's doing there. And he also minimized what Kyle Rittenhouse did and what other right-wingers do when they show up armed. As you guys know, Patriot Prayer showed up to a protest as well in Portland, and that unfortunately escalated to violence to the point where someone on the left did shoot someone on the right, and there was a victim there. Someone did die, and that should be condemned. But Donald Trump wanted to completely minimize the actions of the right-wingers who show up to these events, including members of the Patriot Prayer who showed up with knives and with paintball guns. Let's take a look.
I noticed you did not mention that your supporters were also in Portland this weekend, firing paintball guns at people, some form of pepper spray. So do you want to also take this chance to condemn what your supporters did?
Well, I understand they had large numbers of people that were supporters, but that was a peaceful protest. And paint is not, and paint is a defensive mechanism. Paint is not bullets. Your supporters, and they are your supporters indeed, shot a young gentleman who and killed him, not with paint, but with a bullet. And I think it's disgraceful. These people, they protested peacefully. They went in very peacefully. And I'll tell you what they're protesting. They're protesting when they turn on television or read whatever they may be reading, and they see a city like Chicago where 78 people were shot and 13 died, or a city like New York where the crime rate has gone through the roof, or a city like Portland where the entire city is ablaze all the time, and a mayor says, we don't want any help from the federal government. When these people turn that on and they see that, they say, this is not our country. This is not our country. That was a peaceful protest, totally.
All right, I think we might have lost Cenk.
I'm back now. I'm back.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. The way that Trump categorized what happened with Rittenhouse, it made it seem like they're investigating the people who were killed as opposed to the person who did the killing. And He's like, oh, we're going to look into it. Okay, explain to me what you're looking into. Because Chad Wolf, the acting head of Department of Homeland Security, said the Attorney General, Bill Barr, is looking into arresting the organizers of protests of Black Lives Matter and Antifa. They said nothing about looking into the organizers that put Kyle Rittenhouse there. I mean, there was a militia. They work with the cops. Are they investigating the cops in Kenosha that encouraged the militia, gave them water? Rittenhouse strolls over to the cops after killing 2 people, walks up to their cop car with a giant weapon on him. The cops don't stop him. They don't care about his weapon. He's white. It's okay. He's a right-winger. It's okay. So he strolls up to the cops. He's just murdered 2 people, and then he strolls out. He leaves. So are they investigating the cops who organized Kyle Rittenhouse's murder of 2 people? No, of course not. Are they looking at the militia who organized it? Of course not. They're looking at the people he killed, because that's who Donald Trump and his administration is. And then he talks about sending in these vigilantes to all these different towns. Now there's vigilantes in California. There's vigilantes everywhere. And they fly their Trump flag proudly, and they go around trying to intimidate people. And they come with weapons, and they think, we can kill anybody, and Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump will defend us, and we'll say it was self-defense. We'll put a weapon right to your goddamn head, and if you don't bow down, we'll murder you, and Fox News will call it self-defense, and Donald Trump will very likely pardon us. And that's how fascists use vigilantes to create terrorism, to target the rest of us, so they quiet opposition. If you don't vote this election, you're an idiot, and you've lost. Like, you don't get that we're going to lose democracy. You don't get it. You don't get it. And if you're going to vote for Trump, I want nothing to do with you. Nothing. If you're in my personal life and you were stupid or monstrous enough to vote for Donald Trump, I'm done with you forever and ever and ever. I don't want to know or associate with any fascists.
So, look, obviously what Trump says publicly promotes what we're seeing happening right now when it comes to civil unrest. But I do also want to just note that a white supremacist from Florida who identified as a white supremacist and called himself an Antifa hunter has just been sentenced to 3 years and 5 months in federal prison because of what he did in terrorizing Black Lives Matter demonstrators, one of whom wanted to run for city council in Florida, but was discouraged from doing so because of this intimidation that he faced from the perpetrators. So Daniel McMahon. I said this name a billion times today, practicing it to make sure I don't butcher it during the live show. And of course I butcher it. But anyway, you guys get the picture. He was sentenced to 3 years and 5 months in federal prison for cyber stalking and bias motivated intimidation and interference with a candidate for elected office. He pleaded guilty in April to attacking city council candidate Don Gathers, a Black man who also is a Black Lives Matter demonstrator, online, and he also threatened to sexually assault the daughter of another activist who protested white supremacist. So the woman's daughter apparently is underage and also suffers from autism. And this monster started threatening to sexually assault this young girl, basically. And so the FBI luckily had been tracking him, and he was arrested in September of 2019, charging him with forcing Gathers out of the race. Soon after his arrest, a woman contacted federal agents to report that he had also been cyber stalking her and threatening to sexually assault her underage daughter who has autism. He also posted the daughter's image on a racist social media platform and Googled terms like sex with autistic girls.
Okay.
I mean, they're monsters in this country, and they're emboldened and empowered by Donald Trump and his rhetoric. And he loves it. He loves the chaos. He sees it as a giant political win for himself.
There's still good guys in the FBI and Justice Department doing great work. And by good guys, I don't mean left wing. I have no idea what their politics is, but they're actually doing their jobs. They track down domestic terrorists like this so-called Antifa hunter, and they get him before he rapes the poor little girl. That's what he was threatening to do. And the mom says, how am I supposed to sleep at night? Because he put it up on all these boards, these right-wing boards. And if he doesn't do it because we caught him, are we sure that somebody else is not going to be, come to do it? And they sent around links about how to have sex with autistic young girls. So this is the party of family values, by the way. Party of family values. And so thank God there were good folks at the FBI who did their job. If you can't get behind that, all right, then you're beyond all hope and decency and compassion. Okay. But now, that's still the first term. There's still some good people actually doing their jobs in law enforcement. Second term, well, Trump is saying we're not going to investigate right-wingers anymore. We're only going to investigate left-wingers. And if right-wingers kill you, we're going to say it's self-defense. So is there going to be anybody left at the Justice Department and the FBI in the second term that actually investigates anything like this? Or are they just going to wink and nod at it? That way you'll know, hey, if your daughter's autistic, don't go to a protest of white supremacists. Jesus Christ, man. That's what Donald Trump has brought to this country. If you're on board for that, you also are definitely a monster. You are. And I don't care if you cry about it and if you need a safe space over it. Oh my God. Jake Euchre said I was a monster when all I want is the right wing to be able to threaten to murder left-wingers all over and basically end democracy. Oh, boo-hoo, I'm the victim. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're a terrible person. And so, and the reason I'm on the warpath on it is because just go on social media. Just go on it doesn't matter. It's not my Twitter thing. Go anywhere on social media and you see hordes of right-wingers saying Rittenhouse is awesome. These vigilantes are awesome. We should all bring our guns everywhere and point it at left-wingers. They're awesome. It's self-defense. That's goddamn right. We have every right to kill them. Yeah, we're awesome. And oh my God, the left wing said a chant or they said something wrong. Arrest them all. Arrest them all. What did they do? Did they commit the violence like you guys? No, I don't care. I don't care. Arrest my political opponents and murder them and let them get away with it. No. If Trump wins, America's gone. It's not hyperbole. And we lost. And there was a time in Roosevelt's reign where they were thinking of doing a coup against FDR. We would have lost the country then if that coup had succeeded. Thank God it didn't. And here we are at another pivotal moment in history where we could lose the country. And fascists are here. They're in the streets. That's just the reality.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll be right back.
Here we are at the donor wall again. Somebody on air just the other day said, hey, Jake, you should have a wall of donors. I do. I already do. It's in my house. So, new folks on the wall. California, I see your name all the time. So it's great to see you now in my house. Look at this. We're running out of space. You go right at the top there next to my daughter's written TYT wall there. And then Megan. So these are for all the folks who gave $1,000 or more. You also get the We Press On hoodie, which is awesome, and you get our love. So Megan, thank you. We're gonna go over here if I can come here. Megan goes on here. Okay, and then this one is special. Ken and Yoshi from LA. We've been actually working with them from 2014 all the way to now with JR, Jesus, Tamara, and Praveen. You guys are the best. Thanks for working with us, and thanks for giving us $1,000. You're amazing. All right. Thank you guys. We love you.
I'm Dr. Lena Hamilton, poet and educator out of Atlanta, Georgia. I've been thinking there'll be a time years from now when we'll ask each other, what did you do? And we won't be asking, was it climate change you were worried about, voter suppression, access to child and health care, elder care even. We'll be wondering which of us did our job and registered to vote. If you're unsure of your status, it's as easy as checking at vote.gov. And for the rest of you, I'll see you at the polls.
Do democracy. Vote.
You got it. Use it.
Vote. Demand democracy. Advocate for criminal, social, and environmental justice for all.
Engage in democracy.
Run for office.
You can be mayor, governor, president. Just run.
Democracy is powered by people like you and me.
Vote. Advocate, engage, visit naacp.org or text DEMAND to 40649 for more information.
Never in my life did I think I would like to see a dictator, but if there's going to be one, I want it to be Trump.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Where's the line? We've crossed every line you can imagine.
We are a socialist country. It's socialism for the rich.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
You don't have to know the truth, just believe what they tell you.
There is no bounds to their monstrous hypocrisy. TikTok. I think we're going to win the Senate in 2020. And I think we're going to have the House, and I think we're going to have the presidency. TikTok.
And in 2020, we're going to clean your clock, and we're going to run you out of town, and we're going to have an actual democracy in this country.
November of 2020 could also be potentially the greatest day of our lives. Let us whisper of a dream.
I thought you knew when I smacked it back that I like.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Cousin Minnie writes in, can we crowdfund a pot of money to give Anna a 2-month paid sabbatical at a serene, peaceful, and amenities-filled resort? No, you cannot do that. Although
Why? Why? How dare you? Yes.
You do that with your own money. Bless your heart. Okay, well, we're not going to crowdfund that for that.
My
but
PayPal is, I'm just kidding, I don't have a PayPal.
we could crowdfund, though, so that I don't lose my connection. Anyway, tyt.com/go to make that happen. Brian Bowers, by the way, says something similar on YouTube Super Chat. We appreciate you guys. I love that I yelled my head off, and people are like, is Anna okay? Anyways, I got two more for you.
Me. Like, they get me on a deeper level. Like, I see you guys. I see you guys. I see you guys.
100%. That's totally true, by the way. Okay, a person with a very good you-know-what writes in, how is that the biggest con artist coward will be responsible for the end of democracy? And no one has investigated his financial ties to Russia. Jesus Christ. I agree with you 1,000,000,000%. The Democrats are the worst of the worst, the dumbest, weakest party I've ever seen in my life. That's okay. Soon the Just Democrats will have it. Anyway, Gabby Marita says, this is exactly what the Nazis did in the 1920s and 30s. Hitler wouldn't directly order Ernest Röhm to have the SS brutalize people in the streets. So when that ended up happening, he claimed plausible deniability over and over and over again until they had murdered, silenced, or forced into exile all of their political opponents. All right, Young Turks brought to you from London, England, in a couple of years if Trump wins. Anyway, okay, Anna, what's next?
There's now evidence indicating that prosecutors in the Breonna Taylor case tried to get her ex-boyfriend to enter a plea deal where he would name her as a co-defendant. Now, we know about this because the lawyer representing Breonna Taylor's family posted screenshots of this on social media, confirming that prosecutors were in fact attempting to do this. The story really does highlight how prosecutors in Louisville, Kentucky are getting pretty desperate in their attempts to justify the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. She was murdered in her own home in the middle of the night, past midnight, by plainclothes cops who obtained a no-knock warrant by lying to the judge about the post office telling them that there were suspicious packages delivered to Breonna Taylor's home, okay? There is nothing justifying the fact that she was shot and killed. She was hit 8 times with bullets. So I gave you the backstory, but let me tell you what we know now about this attempted plea deal, which luckily did not work. Now, again, this is based on the ex-boyfriend who prosecutors had alleged was storing his drugs and money in Breonna Taylor's home. Keep in mind that Breonna Taylor had a current boyfriend who she was living with, Kenneth Walker, okay? So the draft of a plea deal would have required Glover, that's the ex-boyfriend, to name Taylor, who worked as an ER technician, and several others as co-defendants, legally identifying Taylor as an accomplice and a witness in the case, a claim Taylor family attorney Sam Aguiar says was BS, okay? Taylor has never or was never named as a co-defendant in any official plea deal offering, according to Commonwealth's attorney, Thomas Wine, who said in a statement on Monday that the name was included as part of a pre-indictment plea negotiation and was later removed out of respect for Mrs. Taylor, okay? And just a reminder, and this is the story, this is the part of the story at least that gets, I think, intentionally left out when right-wingers try to talk about this, right, to justify how she was murdered. They lied. The cops lied to a judge in order to obtain a no-knock warrant. And then they showed up to that home in the middle of the night, plainclothes cops, so you can't tell who they are. And they justified indiscriminately opening fire after Breonna Taylor's boyfriend thought they were intruders. Any reasonable person would think they're intruders. And he fired a warning shot. And that after that, they just decided to shoot indiscriminately. Breonna Taylor was shot 8 times. A day before the raid, a detective asked a judge to approve the warrant in part because he claimed a postal inspector verified that Glover was using Taylor's home to receive parcels, the affidavit says. But U.S. Postal Inspector Tony Gooden in Louisville said Metro Police did not use his office to verify that a drug suspect was receiving packages at Breonna Taylor's apartment, one of the factors listed in officers' request for the no-knock warrant in her home. In fact, he said a different law enforcement agency asked his office in January to investigate whether Taylor's home was receiving any potentially suspicious mail. After looking into the request, he said the local office concluded that it wasn't. Here's a direct quote from the postal inspector. There's no packages of interest going there. They lied about the warrant. They lied to obtain the warrant and then did what they did. And Breonna Taylor is gone. She was murdered in mid-March, and there's been no justice in that case. Not a single cop has been charged.
So now the cops who were charged that were there, none of the cops who asked for the warrant were charged. Only one was fired. The rest are still employed and being paid by the taxpayers. And let's be clear. If you lied in court, you'd go to jail. Cops lie in court, it's Tuesday, like any other day. Cops are notorious liars, and they're above the law. And so they lie in court all the time. And what does the media tell you? Oh, well, if you see a cop on the stand, he obviously has a lot more credibility than any defendant. A black defendant. As Trump said about the Central Park Five, who were totally innocent, they were probably up to no good anyway. They're all guilty, but the cops, they're perfectly innocent, driven as the pure as a driven snow. No, the cops clearly lied there. It's been months and months and months still. Oh, golly gee, I can't. Hey, I can murder someone in a couple of seconds, put 8 bullets in their body. I don't know or care if they did it or didn't do it or what they did. And we had already arrested the guy and we knew that. And we lied to get the warrant in the first place. We indiscriminately shot and murdered this person. Don't care at all. We do it in seconds. Tamir Rice, 12-year-old kid, we shot him and killed him in 2 seconds, right? A cop did something wrong? I mean, look, man, it's only been 4 or 5 months. We're still looking into it. And, he's got a union who says we are not allowed to do anything to him. He can kill, lie, maim, do anything he wants. And cops, we bow down to cops. Is this going to get fixed? No. Trump is going to enable them to do much, much worse. If Biden wins, he says, I'm going to give more money to the cops. Is the Democratic Party ever going to fix it? No, not this current Democratic Party, because they're afraid of their own shadow. No, we're going to prove to Trump that we could also be more in favor of cops. So there's 1,000 Breonna Taylors you haven't heard of that are out there, killed by the authorities and never got any justice. And unfortunately, that's the history of this country. All right, we got a huge post game for you guys. It's live and free, available to everybody, including a crazy Trump interview. Like and share this stream and stay right here. We'll be right back.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. No,
We'll see. We'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy.
Cenk is oddly, scarily competitive.
Oh, it's insane. I play basketball against him. It's just like, how are you good at this?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Idarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby. You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
The Hour of Fire is brought to you by Brooke, and Brooke.
Yes, Brooke's got it.
Okay.
Take it.
All
you
right.
guys know I really like compliments.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute. Don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
All right, so that's it. We will settle it.
I want to see this.
Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't. Scandal at TYT.
You're a good boss.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip into Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT! TYT! The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Cenk and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
All the people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think, one side seems to be winning, they seem to have a bigger army, there might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
People work hard for what they have, and if you want more, you gotta do it yourself.
Stock stories bring headlines to life in an instant, whether you work on Wall Street or in Wichita. Stock report cards and professional analyst buy and sell ratings help gut check your thought process. Buy stock, take profits, and manage risk. And the Idea Feed is your daily one-stop investment shop with videos that unpack today's money-moving headlines in under 3 minutes, because you need ideas, not lectures. And live in-app chat for when you want to talk to someone, but you don't actually want to talk.
So what'd you think?
With unlimited commission-free stock trades and great ideas from real traders. Visit doe.com/TYT.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy-to-understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
All right, back on the Young Turks postgame. Normally, this would be for just members only. TYT.com/join to get all of our videos anytime you want. But we're going to do special election coverage, so we're rolling the postgame right into that. Massachusetts, massive elections, really, really important elections tonight. So the coverage begins at 7:30. The polls close at 8 o'clock Eastern. So stay right here. Ryan Grimm and I are going to do it. Ryan Grimm did brilliant articles at The Intercept about the Alex Morse race, and actually, in my opinion, single-handedly turned that race around. So we'll see what conclusion that comes to. I want to thank all of our members, including the ones that just signed up on YouTube. I'll read some of those names right now. Jason Hamilton, Sundance McGregor, Sean O'Donnell, the Anti-Corporatist, Jason Butler, Lee James, all just signed up. You can hit the join button below, and normally the $4.99 level gets all of our post games as well. $9.99 gets all of our videos. You could also upgrade on YouTube. It's super easy. Like I said, just hit that join button underneath. Speaking of YouTube, I'm going to read one YouTube super chat here, guys. Vicious C writes in, I'm considering phone banking for Joe Biden. I don't know what I'd say except I try to express the urgency of ending Trump's presidency. Thoughts? Look, guys, my standing rule is we only volunteer and give small dollar donations for progressives because we've got to save up all of our firepower for progressives. And I remember when Joe Biden's team first sent me a text, just a rando volunteer saying, hey, do you want to make phone bank for Joe Biden? I was like, hell no, I'm not going to phone bank for Joe Biden, right? Now I'm at a point where I'm like, yeah, maybe this is the one exception where we do it for a corporate Democrat because the opposite side is not just lesser of two evils or nonsense like that. The other side is America's gone and we have fascism. And I don't do hyperbole. It's not. It's reality. So everything's on the line here. It's no joke. So if you want to phone back for Joe Biden, bless your heart. And make sure you're voting. Vote. Look, there's a whole other thing about how they're going to create a mess on election day. But we don't have time for it right now. And guys, as we're going to give you the next couple of stories here, make sure, I've been telling you all day, I'm going to keep on telling you, it's such an easy thing to do to like and share the video. It's just 2 buttons. It doesn't cost you anything. It's right underneath the video if you're watching on YouTube. And it gets our message out to more people. So Huffington Post just did an article about some guy who's going to vote for Markey, and he's like, New York Times got 2 centrists. So the guy asked him, so what do you read and watch? He says, Young Turks. Goddamn right. Okay, get the message out. All right. Anna, you're up.
During an interview with Laura Ingraham, Donald Trump floated a conspiracy theory that months earlier had already been debunked on Facebook. And it was his effort to smear Joe Biden. So let's take a listen to what he had to say about Biden, and then I'll give you more on this ridiculous conspiracy theory.
I don't even like to mention Biden because he's not controlling anything.
Who do you think is pulling Biden's strings? Is it former Obama
people
officials?
That you've never heard of, people that are in the dark shadows, people that...
What does that mean? That sounds like conspiracy theory. Dark shadows.
No,
what is
people that you haven't heard of. They're people that are on the streets. They're people that are controlling the streets.
He then elaborated a little more on these people, including this notion that these shadowy ninjas showed up in a plane and, are trying to cause trouble. So let's hear the details on that.
We had somebody get on a plane from a certain city this weekend, and in the plane, it was almost completely loaded with thugs wearing these dark uniforms, black uniforms with gear and this and that. They're on a plane.
Where's this?
I'll tell you sometime, but it's under investigation right now. But they came from a certain city, and this person was coming to the Republican National Convention. And there were like 7 people on the plane like this person, and then a lot of people were on the plane to do big damage. They were coming for
planning for Washington.
Yeah, this is all happening.
Yeah. Okay, so Anna's going to tell you what he's actually referring to, but there are no snakes on a plane and there are no thugs on a plane. It's all imaginary, totally made up. I was pretty sure that Rick Ross was running the streets, but now I realize it's the people in the dark shadows. And so, look, we make fun because the president is mentally incompetent and total lunatic. He's just Alex Jones on steroids. He's worse than Alex Jones, and he runs the country. So Alex Jones every once in a while sends his thugs to go intimidate people like the parents of Sandy Hook victims. Donald Trump does it on a mass scale. Oh, Rittenhouse, he murdered people in Kenosha, Wisconsin? Great. I'm going to call it self-defense. Now, everybody who wants to go kill left-wingers in protests, I'm calling it self-defense. I'm calling it self-defense. Okay, well, do you have any evidence of the left wing being terrorists? You call them over and over and over again? Yeah, there's thugs on a plane. And somebody saw him going to the Republican convention. Yeah, that's the ticket. But it is an SNL character from like the 1980s that John Lovitz used to play. And now he's the president, right? Yeah. They were wearing all black. That's what they were wearing. And a friend saw it. We're investigating it. Hey, listen, if you're a Trump supporter, are you really that dumb? Are you? I'm serious. It's like a literal question. Like, how unintelligent can you be that you believe that story? So, Anna, tell them where that story actually comes from.
So it actually matches a viral Facebook post from months ago that was debunked, not just debunked by Facebook, but officials had to come out and debunk it. So the claim about the flight matches a viral Facebook post from June 1st that falsely claimed at least a dozen males got off a plane in Boise from Seattle dressed head to toe in black. The post by an Emmett, Idaho man warned residents to, quote, be ready for attacks downtown and residential areas, and claimed one passenger had a tattoo that said Antifa America on his arm. Now, the post was shared 3,000 times, quickly became popular among far-right militia because we have severe mental illness in this country that goes undiagnosed and untreated. And one post claimed that Antifa had sent a plane load of people and that the Payette County Sheriff's Office confirmed it. Well, the county sheriff's office had to release a statement insisting that the viral rumor was false information.
Yeah, and from time to time, this pops up again since that original post on Facebook. And so a bunch of idiots showed up in the middle of Montana ready for an Antifa invasion. But of course, so it's funny because these morons show up. They're like, oh my God, where's the guys in black, man? Will Smith, where are you? Tommy Lee Jones, I see you, man. Right? So these freaking lunatics show up. The problem is, it's funny because they're so stupid. And if you're in that right-wing cadre, you're so unbelievably dumb and the whole country's laughing at you. Okay? But they show up with weapons, looking for people to attack. Oh, God damn, that's dangerous. That's incredibly dangerous. And our lunatic, unhinged president goes on national TV, repeats that rumor from months ago, but now changes the details to they were coming to the RNC. The RNC was where? Kind of in Washington. They were coming to Washington. Really? Where were they coming from? A friend. A friend says they were coming. I can't talk about it now, but a friend. I mean, come on, man. That's why I keep calling you stupid. Who looks at that guy and thinks, nailed it. That guy's smart. That guy knows about the dark shadows. And that guy knows that Rick Ross and Will Smith are working together to control you. So, no, freaking absolute, like, person who belongs in a mental asylum is the president of the United States. 40% of the country is going to vote for him. Okay, all right. Anyway, so in terms of this particular rumor, so then why didn't they show up at the RNC? If they had some mother effing thugs on a mother effing plane, why didn't they unload and then come to the convention and cause damage or whatever they were going to do? I mean, they apparently had weapons and they control all the streets. So why didn't they take action? Why didn't they take action in Montana or in Boise, Idaho, where the rumor started, or in don't exist? Your president is a lunatic, and if you support him, so are you.
All right. Well, Trump is a lunatic, and Congress is doing nothing to help Americans in the middle of this pandemic. So, Congress continues to fail in providing another round of stimulus to Americans amid the pandemic. And White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was resorting to some pretty flimsy excuses when he talked about it on CNBC. Let's hear what he had to say.
As we've had discussions with Democrats on Capitol Hill as we've continued our discussions with Republican senators, we're making real progress. And I will say that as we look at the number of things that we actually agree to and the amounts of money allocated to those areas, probably the biggest stumbling block that remains is the amount of money that would go to state and local help. The speaker is still at $915 billion, which is just not a number that's based on reality, and certainly not a number that represents the lost revenues for state and local governments.
So let me be clear about what he's referring to when he talks about the funding for state and local governments. This would impact the unemployment benefits that the tens of millions of Americans who are currently unemployed would be able to rely on during this pandemic. You know, these are jobs that haven't come back yet. These are people who are desperate. Consumer debt, which doesn't include mortgage, was already incredibly high, over $4 trillion before the pandemic. Now the numbers are increasing because Americans are becoming increasingly desperate. They don't know what to do, so they're taking out these high interest personal loans and digging themselves into an even deeper hole that's going to be impossible to get out of. And when Mark Meadows talks about state and local government, just understand they don't want to help you. Right now, Senate Republicans are considering what they're referring to as a $500 billion skinny stimulus. But that skinny stimulus, I guarantee you, will do little to help average Americans. They're talking about maybe one more direct payment check to Americans, something along the lines of what Americans got last time, which was about $1,200, depending on how much money or income you made last year. But again, that clearly isn't enough to help people pay their rent, put food on the table for their children, and keep them, above water during this pandemic.
Yeah. So look, the Republican Party has been guilty all along. And so what annoys me to some degree lately is when people say, oh, I realize now because of Trump, what they're doing, or, Trump is the exception, but, why doesn't the Republican Party wake up? Wake up to what? They've been 100% corrupt for almost my whole life, and I get it if you were late to figuring that out, and I was late to figuring it out. I grew up a Republican in New Jersey, back when there were liberal Republicans. But guys, it's been 40, 50 years now. I mean, when has the Republican Party ever helped the poor or the middle class? All they ever do is help the rich. So when it was time for the first giant stimulus bill, it was a fat bill, because 90% of it went to the largest corporations in the world. Now when it's time for you guys, all of a sudden it's a skinny bill. Funny how that works. But it's nothing new. This is exactly what the Republican Party has been doing for the last, like I said, 40, 50 years. This redistribution of wealth. You know what? Honestly, even the camp that I belonged to a million years ago, the liberal Republicans, they also transferred wealth to the top. They just weren't as racist, and they weren't sexist and homophobic. That doesn't exist anymore. Every single Republican is in that camp now. And they're all conservative Republicans now. There are no liberal Republicans left. So that you get the racism and helping the rich exclusively, all for the low price of only one Republican. It's the same package now. And so they're not going to help you. And every negotiation, the corporate Democrats at least bother to go through the pretense of trying to help you, and they try to help you on the margins. Then they agree with the Republicans to give 80% of the money to the richest people and corporations in the world. And the Republicans go, no, we want 99% of the money to go to the top corporations who all bribed us. Gave us campaign donations. And I just summarized American politics for you in the last 40 years.
Yeah. I think that it would be naive for anyone to expect any type of stimulus to go through, anytime soon, or if at all. And look, Trump has relied on unrest and chaos in the streets, and he's latched onto that for his campaigning purposes. He might throw people some bones through executive orders as we approach Election Day. But understand that he's going to do that to help him beat Biden. And on the other side, I mean, you can't get conservatives off television. You can't stop them from doing daily press briefings. Silence. I just feel like there's complete silence from Democrats, and they're allowing the right wing to run with whatever narrative they'd like, whether it has to do with responding to Black Lives Matter or the economic crisis that so many Americans are facing right now. And there's a political price to pay for that. And unfortunately, the political price that Democrats are going to pay will negatively impact the rest of the country and our democracy. And it's frustrating. And
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah. So look, there's an extra element of frustration here because progressives are actually willing, able, and really happy to kick Republican ass. But we're not allowed on TV. If you've noticed, since Bernie Sanders lost, there's been almost no progressives on any cable news program anywhere. Gone. Wiped off the face of the earth. Because cable news only cares about power. They don't care about news. And so now all there are is pathetic, weak Democrats left on air playing defense. I mean, did you see that Democratic convention? They barely touched Donald Trump. I mean, you're running against a fascist tyrant, and none of the speeches were about how awful he is. You could have filled hours and days and weeks of how terrible Donald Trump is. Nary a word on it. Feckless, weak Democratic Party. I'm scared to death that they're going to blow this election. Just get out of the goddamn way already and let us tell the American people what the Republicans are actually about. By the way, thank you to all of you who support us in doing that. In fact, Ted Barcliffe, Lady Lola, and Joseph Funk just signed up on YouTube. You can do that by hitting the join button underneath. But guys, I didn't tell you how the story ends. So Republicans asked for 99% to go to the top 1%. And the Democrats say, no, we want only 80% of all the money to go to the top 1%. And how does it end? It ends with usually 90 to 95% going to the richest corporations in the world, who just conveniently happen to give campaign donations to both corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats. So that's how this game is played. It's played on you and against you. And that's exactly what's happening with these stimulus bills. It's just that in the era of Trump, they've just gotten more brazen. So they come out and they go, yeah, we gave $6 trillion to Fortune 500 companies, both through legislation and through the Federal Reserve. And that was a really fat, obese bill. That was awesome. What are you going to do about it? Now, time for you. 20 million people are out of work. Time for a skinny bill. Bootstraps. Corporations, they don't need bootstraps. They need government money, trillions of dollars of government money in so-called capitalism. But when it comes to you, you need bootstraps, and you need to know the meaning of personal responsibility. If you're a corporate CEO, no. Personal responsibility isn't for you. Socialism is for you. We just take all the taxpayer money and give it to you. And so that's how this game is played. And I'm sick of the Republican Party, and I'm sick of the Democratic Party bowing their heads and losing to these monsters. Okay, so we've got election coverage coming up right now. So Ryan Grimm and I are going to cover the Massachusetts elections. 4 big races, 2 among them are giant races. If Ed Markey, the incumbent Democratic senator, loses, it will be a giant blow to progressives. I'm keeping it real. We have no idea who's going to win. And I'm telling you right now, if Joe Kennedy, the corporate Democrat, defeats him, it'll be a disaster. That means Green New Deal is done forever. They're done for maybe literally forever, but certainly a decade. He sponsored Green New Deal with AOC, Ed Markey did, and Nancy Pelosi and other corporate Democrats targeted him for defeat. So that's tonight. And Alex Morse smear job by Richie Neal. Richie Neal, we're going to talk about in the election coverage coming up, but takes more corporate PAC money than any Republican, let alone Democrats. The most corrupt Democrats are up for election now in Massachusetts versus wonderful progressives. There's 2 other really important races. So we're going to cover that starting in 7 minutes, or actually earlier, and going all the way for a couple of hours. So make sure you share and like this stream, guys, because it's really important election coverage, especially with Ryan Grimm, who broke the stories about the Alex Moore smear at The Intercept. It's going to be fantastic. And you guys make this show possible. So tyt.com/go and join, whether it's hitting the join button on YouTube or going to tyt.com/join. We love you guys. Anna, thank you. Brett, everybody on the team, thank you. And we'll be right back with election coverage. All right, welcome to the Young Turks coverage of the Massachusetts primaries. Cenk Uygur, Ryan Grimm with you guys. Ryan Grimm, of course, a contributor for the Young Turks and also the Washington bureau chief of The Intercept. So one of the guys who knows most about politics, rare reporter who covers progressives in politics and was pivotal in these races. I think his coverage of the Alex Morse incident and the Intercept's coverage of it. So we will talk about that, but first let me explain to you guys the coverage tonight. So there are 4 major races. One is Senator Kennedy versus, I'm sorry, God, that is an awful Freudian slip. So I hope to God that's not the case. Senator Ed Markey versus Joe Kennedy. Markey is the progressive incumbent. Yes, that such a thing exists, but there's not that many of them. There's only a couple in the Senate. And so, of course, he was targeted for a primary. Nancy Pelosi blacklisted herself by supporting his opponent, which I was led to believe is basically a capital offense politically to support an opponent of a sitting incumbent Democrat. Unless, of course, it turns out they're progressive. So, as always, Nancy Pelosi and the other Democratic leadership were lying. To be fair to Chuck Schumer, he is backing Ed Markey. So, hey, there, I found one thing Schumer is slightly better than Pelosi on. So then Alex Morse is the Justice Democrat running against one of the most corrupt Democrats in Congress, Richie Neal, head of the Ways and Means Committee. And Alex Morse's victory would be a seismic event in Washington. We'll talk about that first with Ryan in a second. But I also want you to know the 4th District and the 8th District are really important races. 4th District was Joe Kennedy's race before he decided that him being a Kennedy is so important, and him, but more importantly, raising $5 million for the Democratic Party entitled him to a Senate seat. He had legitimately purchased that Senate seat, so he ran for the Senate, leaving his congressional seat open. The progressive in that race is Isan Leckie, and so we'll track that and see how she's doing versus the corporate Democrats in that race. And then finally, the 8th District is Stephen Lynch. You'd be shocked at how many insanely conservative Democrats are in Congress. So Stephen Lynch is anti-choice, voted against the Affordable Care Act, and calls himself a Democrat. So Pelosi says, good enough, calls himself a Democrat. Let's kiss his ass. So Lynch is up against Robbie Goldstein, who's a good progressive and a doctor, and it would be great if he won. He was on Damage Report recently. And so those are the races that we're going to track for you guys. But a lot of institutional muscle from the progressive side in the Alex Morse race and the Markey race. Less so for Isan Leckie and for Robbie Goldstein. I'm just telling you what the reality is. Okay, Ryan. Let's talk about Markey and Morse races first. Okay, so let's start on a depressing note. If Joe Kennedy beats Ed Markey tonight, how devastating is that for the progressive movement?
I mean, when it comes to voting and how things unfold in the Senate, it's not actually necessarily that devastating because the pressure that the left put on this race has now gotten Kennedy to say that he supports the Green New Deal. He belatedly signed on to Medicare for all. He's all there, even though he right out of college he went to work for a right-wing prosecutor. You know, he's all there for criminal justice reform now, and so the left could probably lock him into those positions since he's a Kennedy and he would want to hold that Senate seat for the rest of his life, and the only way he would lose it would be from the left. But more importantly, symbolically, it would be a huge blow because Sunrise Movement and the broader kind of millennial left in general really wanted to send a signal to kind of establishment and incumbent Democrats across the spectrum that, look, we don't care what you necessarily did in the past. Like, now is the time that we need to save the planet. Ed Markey, okay, you voted for the Iraq War. You voted for the crime bill. You did not have the greatest record throughout the 80s and 90s, but you have seen which direction this country is going and needs to go, and you're out in front of it. And because you're changing, like, we are with you. That's kind of what that's a rather sophisticated message for a movement that people kind of make fun of for being based on purity, for them to be trying to send. And so if they could show that, look, if you come our way, we not only have your back, but we have your back effectively. Like, we will defend you and protect you successfully against a Kennedy statewide in Massachusetts, then that tells every other incumbent that, look, if you support a Green New Deal, if you support Medicare for all, then these kids have your back. And not only do they have your back, they have a lot of money, they have a lot of volunteers, they have the organizers, and they can keep you in office. And that ultimately is what most of these politicians want, is to stay in office. So it's sort of like a deal that the kind of Sunrise Movement generation is offering to politicians. Look, you want to stay in office? Fine. We want to save the planet. Let's do both of those things together. And so if they can prove that they can do that for somebody like Ed Markey, then I think it will be a real signal to people throughout Congress that there is another way that they can go about their jobs other than the way that they're going about them now, and still have a career and still hold power.
So that's great analysis, because so let's break that down a little further, right? So why am I so gung-ho in favor of Markey and not for Kennedy? If Markey has some very clear problems in his voting history, obviously not a big fan of the Iraq War, right? I wasn't, and people who voted for it, like Biden and Kerry and Hillary Clinton, et cetera. And Kennedy seems to have claims he's going to vote the same way as us. So why do I care so much? Why am I so in favor of Markey? Well, for precisely the reason that Ryan's talking about. First, and one other. So it should be noted. So Ryan's a reporter. He's bringing you the facts, and everything he said is absolutely accurate. Now, my analysis of it is, do I believe that Joe Kennedy is going to vote for Green New Deal or Medicare for all? No, I don't believe that at all. I think he's lying. So now I know you're not allowed to say that on television about beloved politicians, but I got news for you. They're largely liars. And so here, I'll give you a great example. A guy who used to come on the show all the time, Tim Ryan. In person, I like him a lot. It's not personal. Tim Ryan and I go have drinks right now and have a great time. Okay, talking about football and even politics. But Tim Ryan signed on for Medicare for All when he was running for president. I asked him, if you were president, would you do Medicare for All? He's like, of course not. No. I was like, but wait, you're a co-sponsor. He's like, no, I'm not going to do Medicare for All. That's crazy. So that's what Joe Kennedy's going to say. Yeah. He's going to say, oh, but this happened and that happened and I was going to, but what had happened was, and my dog ate my homework and I'm not going to do it. Why? Why am I so confident you won't do it? One, because none of the corporate Democrats ever do it when push comes to shove. And two, he made his career by going to very large donors and saying, what can I do for you? Somebody who made their money and hence got their source of power from that money is not going to turn around and diminish their own source of power. It's not going to happen. Okay. So now the movement could be so large and so effective that Kennedy goes along with the tide if he thinks the tide is going that way, because he's a classic politician. But he's not going to stick his neck out to help these bills or even vote for the bills if his vote is needed. If the tide is not a tsunami. In terms of Markey, look, I want to send a message. You put your neck out to co-sponsor Green New Deal with AOC, and now the corporate Democrats want to come for you because of that? Oh no, then we circle the wagons for you. Okay, you fight for us, we fight for you. That's how politics is supposed to work. And so I'm super happy to circle the wagons for Markey, because he's now clearly on the right side. And he's the one fighting to make a Green New Deal happen, let alone how he's going to vote when the legislation comes around. Makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, one of the best examples of the phenomenon that you're talking about is if you remember back in 2007, after Democrats took the House, but George W. Bush was still the president, one of the first things they did was pass EFCA, which was the Employee Free Choice Act. It was otherwise known as card check. It was big labor's number one priority, which would help expand the ranks of organized labor across the country. It was fiercely opposed by business interests, the Chamber of Commerce, and others, because it would really help workers and tilt the playing field to their advantage. Then in 2008, Barack Obama wins, and they have a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. They still control the House of Representatives, and all of a sudden, they don't have the votes anymore. Now that the bill that they had passed in 2007 would actually be signed into law by a Democratic president rather than being vetoed by a Republican president, they can't find the votes anymore. And Republican voters, were duped in the same way. Remember, the House Republicans repealed Obamacare, 57 times or something hilarious when Obama was president. But then as soon as Trump was in office, they couldn't find the will to get it through Congress because Trump would have actually signed it. And so, right, Joe Kennedy is on board. He's checking the boxes on Green New Deal, Medicare for all, et cetera. And the left should be proud of that because, if a politician, reads the tea leaves and sees in those leaves that the smarter thing to do is to choose the left-wing positions, that's actually a good thing. That means you've done a lot of organizing work to get there. But you're right, it doesn't mean that when push comes to shove, because there's going to be an awful lot of pushing and shoving, that he would actually stick with it. Whereas somebody like Markey, like you said, he stuck his neck out on the Green New Deal, and then it was the millennial left and the organizers there that saved him and put him back in office. He's going to feel like he owes them, and not just that he owes them kind of morally, but if he screws them, he's done. And so, Alex Morse is kind of an interesting parallel in a lot of ways. In 2016, he was Holyoke mayor, and he endorsed Hillary Clinton in the presidential primary. This is a guy who, he was a college member of the Brown College Democrats, and he ran for mayor at the age of 21, was elected at 22. This is not someone that came out of kind of social movements or the organizing background, but he has seen, that the path forward is, could be most effective for him is this kind of social movement. And he's thrown in with that. And once you've thrown in with that, then you're kind of locked in. And so in that sense, it doesn't, okay, he endorsed Hillary Clinton, but that's not what matters going forward. His fate is right now tied to the Sunrise Movement, to Justice Democrats, and that's a lot more important than what he might have, thought about politics at the age of 2014 or 2015. That's looking at it system-wide rather than doing the feudal thing, which is wondering what a politician actually believes. It's like, what does it matter what Nancy Pelosi actually believes? What matters is what she does and who she does it on behalf of.
Yeah, it's good analysis. So let me break down a couple of things you just said there. So first of all, look, on card check, I don't. So this is one of the issues that I'm not that progressive on. I don't believe in card check, but what I do believe in is if you said you were going to do it.
Right.
And they all said they were going to do it, and they all lied. And they didn't do it at all.
And it wasn't just card check. It was this like sweeping labor reform, if you remember, that would have done all sorts of different things for workers.
Exactly. And so, the pathetic labor leadership who backed all those corporate Democrats honestly got bitch slapped right across the face. And they said, what are you going to do about it? We're not going to do anything for you. And they said, sorry, we'll continue to back you more. And so they backed Hillary Clinton. They backed,
and then they got screwed. And then they got screwed in the Affordable Care Act too.
Yep. And then when the public unions, who I support 100%, were protesting, collective bargaining, which I agree with 100%, in Wisconsin, Obama said, "Oh man, if collective bargaining is ever on the line, I'm going to put my walking shoes on and join the picket line." Nothing. Okay. And labor leadership is so comfortable and cozy inside that club in Washington. Oh, I mean, their members, not so much, okay? But leadership is right by that cozy fireplace they've got in the club, right next to Obama and Hillary Clinton and everyone who never, ever backed them when the chips were down. So, look, you could say we're jaded, but we're jaded out of experience. We saw it with our own eyes. The corporate Democrats never mean what they say, and they will back the moneyed interest in a heartbeat because that's where their power comes from. You've got, unfortunately, mainstream media is so unsophisticated. It's such pulp that it has turned a generation or several generations of highly educated, smart Americans who are on the left into simpletons who are like, oh, no, Democrat is Democrat. I don't know why the Democratic Party would ever fight each other. If Nancy Pelosi says something, she must be telling the truth. That's what NPR and New York Times told me. Jesus Christ, man, wake up. In the immortal words of Jim Gaffigan, wake up. So now, look, another point that Ryan made is so important. If Ed Markey had not co-sponsored Green New Deal, no one, Young Turks, anyone else, any of these groups, would have any incentive to help him. And Kennedy was going to run against him no matter what. He didn't raise $5 million for your health. He raised it for his political health. And so he gave it to the House Democrats so that when he primaried an incumbent Democrat in the Senate, they'd say, yes, sir, absolutely, sir. Where's the money, sir? Absolutely, sir. So Markey would have been thrown to the wolves, and he almost certainly would have lost without progressives.
Yeah.
He made the right decision. He went with progressives. Well, we're going to find out tonight if he made the right decision. Right. Polls close in 11 minutes, right? But I think that without progressives, he almost certainly would have lost. Now he's made a fight out of it, and we'll see how that fight ends. Sorry, Ryan, one more thing. To your point about Alex Morris, look, there's a lot of young politicians on the left coming up like Beto O'Rourke who are trying to put their finger in the wind and try to decide which way to go, right? And they all, in the presidential level, made the wrong decision. They're like, oh, Bernie Sanders is all the young. Every millennials and Gen Z are massively progressive. That's clearly where the Democratic Party is going. But money, 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 money. And they went in the corporate direction. It was a stupid decision. If there's a savvy politician, and I'm not talking about Alex, I'm talking anybody, but could it be Alex? I don't know. Sure. Why not? I don't care. If they decide that being savvy is being progressive and pass money out of politics, higher wages, Green New Deal, Medicare for all, college for all, etc. Be savvy all day long. You pass the bills, I couldn't care less.
Right. Like look at LBJ. He passed Medicare, Medicaid, Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act. Was he doing it because he was utterly cynical and in his heart he's a complete racist and a nut job? Probably. But you know what? Everybody who cashes their Social Security check, or he expanded Social Security, but everybody who gets Medicare, everybody who gets Medicaid, everybody who benefits from any of the Great Society or civil rights legislation that he signed doesn't need to necessarily be bothered about what was in Lyndon Baines Johnson's like warped, weird heart, you know, when he signed that into law. What matters is what the social movements signaled to him was the smart political move at the time, and he was a savvy politician. And when he took over the White House, he said, "This is clearly the way for me to go." And I kind of wish that and I think you're right on the Beto O'Rourke front. Imagine if he had come in right out of the gate instead of going on his tour. You know, remember he did that road trip where he was writing poetry on Medium, weighing whether or not he was going to run for president. If instead of doing that, he just jumped right from his Senate run into a run for the president and basically said, I am Bernie Sanders, but I'm younger and I speak Spanish. Like, he could have boxed out Bernie in a significant way if he could persuade people that he was being authentic about it. But like you said, even if folks kind of saw that things were going that way, the pull toward money and toward the establishment is so strong, that they didn't end up doing that. I wish Bernie Sanders himself would think a little bit more about the way that he has changed the game. Like, he didn't endorse in the Alex Morse Neal race, and I wonder if partly that has to do with the fact that Morse didn't endorse him in 2016. And what I think, if I were Bernie, I would look at it as a huge success that this guy who endorsed Hillary in 2016 is now a Bernie person in 2020. Take that as a huge win. Like, you have changed the game so much that people are now coming to you. And when people come to you, if you want a majority, then I'd say you welcome them in.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Bernie Sanders, AOC, et cetera, can't endorse enough progressives. And any concern about extraneous factors like your winning percentage in endorsements, I think, are ridiculous. People in Washington care about your winning percentage. Real people don't care. Real people care that you fight for people, whether you win or not. And so I think they get into Washington, and even Bernie, as principled and wonderful as he is, they get warped by the culture. And the culture is all about how much power do you have? Are you wielding that power? And I get that there's excuses for it. Oh no, but you'll be able to better wield that power if you just do it in a couple of races as opposed to a lot of races. I don't believe any of that crap. You fight for your side, and the more likely you are to win. Hey, look, I've been honest about this from day one. AOC should have endorsed Cori Bush. It was crazy not to. We got to send a message to people that it's not acceptable to sit things out when the rest of us are fighting a life and death battle. Alex Morse, look, he's progressive. He's got all the right policies, and that's important. But what's more important is Richie Neal takes more corporate PAC money than anyone in Congress. He surprise medical bills, he's in favor of it. Protecting Wall Street, he's in favor of it. Wars, he's in favor of it. Revealing Donald Trump's taxes, not in favor of it. So if you can't make up your mind, whether it's Richie Neal or his opponent, that means you're thinking a little too hard. You're getting cute by half here, whether you're Bernie or anyone else. So, look, we got a lot more to talk about in the Alex Morse race. We got 6 minutes left until the polls close. I want to read out some of the names that make this show possible because we serve you guys. So these are folks who just became members as we're on the air. And you could do that by hitting the join button below on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube, or you go to tyt.com/join if you're watching elsewhere. So new members are Japheth Rodriguez, Phyllis Masters, Darren Franklin, Nindira, Edward Lawton, Erica McCauley. These are all folks who just signed up while we're on there. Jenna Collins, BMJS upgraded, thank you. Mason's Girl 21, Fig Games, Lalia Chafe. You guys are all wonderful, and you are the Young Turks, and you are this coverage, and thank you for making that happen. You could also participate by supporting our program at tyt.com/go. That gives us the resources to be able to not just stay on air, but to get stronger, grow, and help effectuate change. So, Ryan, I don't think we're going to have enough time to discuss the whole Alex Morse smear drama here before we take a break. So since the polls are about to close, why don't we take a couple of minute break here, and then we'll come back and we'll, as always, the one area where we cheat is we look at all the websites. They can only show you one website at a time, or if you're watching cable news, they only do their own results, right? We can look at all the results and bring them to you as quickly as possible. So this is a great place to watch for any election coverage. And by the way, make sure, especially as we're going to have results in a couple of minutes, that you're sharing this stream. It's just a click of a button. It's so easy, makes a big difference, and liking this stream. So let's take a couple of minute break. We'll give you the results, and we'll talk about what has now become, I think, instant classic in terms of a smear against Alex Morse, and what Ryan Grimm and The Intercept did to show that it was a smear and how much of a difference that made. So we'll be right back and talk about that.
across California, we are now officially on lockdown.
Sad news, everybody. Bernie Sanders has dropped out.
ICE is set to launch a so-called Citizens Academy that would train average citizens on how to arrest undocumented immigrants.
I voted for Trump, and I changed my mind. He is destroying the health system.
K-pop, fighting for democracy one day at a time. It's kind of incredible to see. More than 80,000 Americans have died as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. The United States has experienced another night of mass protests in major cities.
They've celebrated suppression of voting since the beginning.
They were falsifying records and essentially using it to harass brown and black people.
We got to stick together, all of us. And so don't tell me you're concerned about violence after you see some rioting. You should have been concerned about the violence when it was happening to African-American men and they were getting killed over and over and over again. You got to fix it. And fixing it means you have to acknowledge the problem. The problem is none of the cops did anything about it because they found it perfectly normal.
We celebrate this movement, a movement designed to push back against a system that's literally killing us.
What Cenk and a few other people are trying to do is give us a different perspective on reality, the reality facing the middle class and working people, not just the billionaire class.
We're here to press on and carry on the work that we've been doing that's so important.
We've begun to turn the press a little bit. 2 years ago, they would have never covered Booker. 2 years ago, they would have never covered Bowman.
You know, this is where it started in a lot of ways.
You and I hung out so much on the trail, in person, you name it. It was Iowa or some giant media scrum.
Why is TYT the leader of the progressive media? Because we try to unite people. We give other people a platform. We help other progressive shows. We have other progressive writers on the show all the time. We introduce people to progressives they've never heard of. We help progressive candidates, and sometimes they even win.
Cori Bush has won in Missouri! Down goes Lacey Clay. Cori Bush is the best of us.
You gave me a platform. People from this district heard about Justice Democrats by watching your show and nominated me to JD.
There is no more safe incumbent seats in the House. Bye-bye, establishment.
Now let's talk about the 5-year plan for progressive victory. Why am I so sure that we're going to win next time? Time and young people are on our side.
The thing about young people is that we know we're going to get out of social distancing at some point. We have to have a movement that is educated and ready to go.
People are aware, they're mobilized, they're galvanized, and they're ready to do work.
You can't just show up on Twitter. You can't just show up on Instagram and Facebook. You have to show up and vote.
We're going to push Biden as far as we can.
After they win, we'll probably fight them tooth and nail. We need to have independent media overcome mainstream media.
I was so extremely upset about the fact that the DNC was so stupid to deny you guys press credentials.
The reason I say we come full circle is because that's what the Young Turks is. That's why we started it 18 years ago. We need fighters, and we need to stick together.
So this is what democracy looks like.
There is a ton of hope right now. More hope than we have ever had in this country.
So it's up to you guys, it's up to all of us to execute this in the next 5 years so that we could win the 2024 elections, both at the presidential level, but also at the congressional level, legislative branch, and all the way through the grassroots. So let's all do it together right now. You know what that means? That means the future is ours. All right, Young Turks coverage of the Massachusetts primaries. Cenk Hugo, Ryan Grimm with you guys. Ryan is a Young Turks contributor and also Washington Bureau Chief of The Intercept. They were actually relevant in some of these races, in some of the reporting that they did. We're going to get to that in a second. The polls have closed, and so Ryan is going to jump in if there is any updates, and we'll give you those updates as soon as possible. and we're going to tell you what happened with Alex Morse smear. If you haven't heard that whole story, it's an amazing story, so make sure you stick around to hear the details. Meanwhile, really quickly, I'm going to read some of your comments. Members have written in. Anahita13 writes in, I don't know if that's a ode to Anna, whose actual name is Anahit, or if you're also Anahit, but thank you for writing in. Writes in, I'm in Massachusetts, went in for oral surgery today, but made sure we voted on our way home. Yes, I got a few odd looks, but supporting Markey was too important. Isan and Alex weren't on my ballot, but it really felt good donating to each of them. I'm hopeful. Well, I love that you did that. As Ryan wrote about in his book, We've Got People, which you can actually buy at shoptyt.com, and you should. It's a great book. You guys donated about $2.5 million in the last election cycle to Justice Democrats, and it made a giant difference. So both in your voting and your donating, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Speaking of thanking you guys, Tuffy writes in, this is such a great panel. Thanks, Ryan and Cenk, for such a great conversation. Well, thank you for saying that, Tuffy. That's very nice of you. So Soak It In says, I'm hoping we have to hoist Ryan on our shoulders later tonight. We'll have him to thank for a Morse win and great analysis to boot. I'm on the edge of my seat. Now, it was not his intent, but we'll get to that reporting in a second. All he did was reveal what actually happened. So I'm reading members that sign up on YouTube by hitting the join button below the video throughout the night. And James Whittake just joined, and so thank you for that. And finally, on YouTube Super Chat, Frank Trujillo says, long live the proletariat. So, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens tonight. Okay, speaking of which, if you missed the beginning of the coverage, 4 really important elections tonight, and then we'll get into more. So Ed Markey versus Joe Kennedy is the Senate race. Alex Morse versus Richie Neal is Justice Democrat versus corporate Democrat 101 in Richie Neal. As corporate a Democrat as you will ever find. That's in 1st District of Massachusetts. In the 4th District, in Kennedy's empty seat, we have Isan Leckie against some more moderate and conservative Democrats. She's a progressive. And then we also have Robbie Goldstein, the progressive, against conservative Democrat incumbent Stephen Lynch in the 8th District in Massachusetts. There's some other races as well. I also want to show you some Rebellion PAC ads in some of those races that we ran thanks to you guys. If you want to help more with that, helptherebellion.com. You guys might have made a difference in those races as well, because in the Kennedy race, we were even up on TV on NBC and CBS, and digital ads in both as well. So and when I say we, I wear a lot of hats. In that case, I meant as the founder of Rebellion PAC. All right. First off, Ryan, any results yet with 5 minutes in? No, not yet. You're muted, Ryan.
Goose eggs across the board. Nothing yet.
Okay. So, by the way, Rodrigo Gomez just became a member as well. Okay, so Ryan, let's talk about Alex Morse. So Alex Morse is just Democrat progressive in Massachusetts 1st District, running against the head of the Ways and Means Committee, a very powerful Democrat, in Richie Neal. About 3 weeks before the election and right before their debate, an allegation drops against Alex Morse. Now, for political novices, which is 90% of mainstream media, maybe 99%, they're very credulous. So they're like, oh, it happened right before the debate and right before the election. I bet it has nothing to do with politics. I bet it was just coincidental that that's when these allegations surfaced. So, Ryan, what were the allegations? And at the Intercept, what triggered you guys into thinking, wait a minute, something seems off here?
Well, one of the things that had us skeptical was that the vehicle for smuggling these allegations into the public was it was a college paper, and that's often a red flag. It suggests that you tried other newspapers and couldn't get them, and so you tricked a college paper into publishing it, and then the the rest of the media then amplify the college paper because then they feel like they have clean hands. They're like, well, we're not saying that this is true. We're just saying that this other newspaper is reporting it. But the other thing was the vehicle through which they smuggled in the allegations was a disinvitation to Alex Morse for any future college Democrat events, which then makes you ask the question, wait a minute, the college Democrats at UMass Amherst are holding events? I've been told that we're in the midst of a pandemic and have been since the spring. What events are we talking about? So, you kind of had to read the actual letter that they sent to see that that's what they were saying. They were saying, we're writing you this note to tell you that if we plan any future events, you're not welcome at them because you have made students feel uncomfortable at previous events by making advances on them that those students felt were inappropriate. And so then you put that together with the timing, 3 weeks before the election, a week before the debate, and not within earshot of any upcoming event. You say, well, okay, what's going on here? And then I just asked a simple question, which was, who are the people making the allegations, and what are the allegations? And once you know the answer to those questions, then you can start to figure out whether or not the allegations are such that he ought to be driven out of the race or ought to apologize or what the outcome ought to be. But then it turned out immediately that there was nobody making any allegations. There were people saying that there were anonymous people who were made to feel uncomfortable. And so I said, very publicly, if you're one of those people, reach out to me. Happy to offer confidentiality for you to tell your story. It's not that in order for an allegation to be believed, a person must put their name to it in public and be ripped apart. If they have the kind of evidence that shows that this happened, then we can absolutely talk about doing this anonymously. We just want to hear, what did he do? What were the actual allegations, so that we can decide on this. And days went by, and nobody came forward. And so you're familiar with the pattern of these Me Too stories. The first accusation comes out, and then almost all the time, because these things don't happen in isolation, other people then start coming forward and say, he did that to me too. I didn't have the courage to come forward before, but I'm going to stand in solidarity with so-and-so who came forward, and I'm going to tell my story. And then another person comes forward, and then the person resigns from their job, drops out from the campaign, whatever the situation is. And so you kept waiting for a shoe to drop, not the other shoe. You kept waiting for any shoe to drop, and nothing was dropping. So then we heard one of our contributors who'd been actually working on a story with me in the Hassan Leckie race, which you were talking about earlier, which is in Massachusetts 04, which is Kennedy's old seat. He said, I'm getting, this is Daniel Boguslaw. He said, I'm getting some tips from college Democrats who were, from that chapter, who were upset with how this has been handled. And he got in touch with one of them. I got in touch with another one. They both were willing to put their names in public, saying that the people who run this chapter are supporters of Neil, and one of them said explicitly last fall that he knew about these charges then, and they were going to come out at some point, and he hoped that Richie Neal would be his into politics. So that was our first story. In the middle of that, I got somebody else reached out to me, and I haven't mentioned this before, but I asked him if it was okay if I said it, and he said that it was. This was actually a listener of the Majority Report, who is a college Democrat, reached out to reached out to Sam Cedar and said, "I think I might have some important information about the Alex Morse, Richie Neal situation. Do you have any suggestions of what I should do with it?" And Sam knew that I was working on the story, and Sam connected me with him, and he ended up sharing these chat logs back and forth between the former president of the College Democrat and the current president of the College Democrats, which showed that they had been essentially hatching this bizarre plan over the course of the last year, almost like a honeypot type thing of like, oh, let's tell him we're having a party. Let's find his let's find him on dating apps and flirt with him and screenshot and this will sink his campaign. They weren't ultimately able to even accomplish that. They found his previous Tinder account from back when he was 29, but one of the young adults kept saying that he was frustrated that he was trying to match with Morse, but Morse wouldn't match with him, which the whole thing is insane, because if two adults are on dating apps and they match together, that is like by definition consensual, but that's neither here nor there. So we reported that, and that was conclusive enough that people said, okay, this was trumped up. And now at that point, if there were actual allegations, you would really start to see them coming forward at that point. If there were actual survivors out there who insisted that they had actually been victimized by Alex Morse. That didn't happen. We continued to get more tips. Owen Higgins, who contributes frequently with the Intercept, got a lot of information about what the state party's role was and it turned out that the students had reached out to the state party for their advice on how this should how this whole thing should unfold. And the state party not only referred them to Jim Roosevelt, who's FDR's grandson, for legal advice, offered them help with coaching around how to deal with the press. So it was clear that they believed that this would become public. But they then later told them to delete all the communications between the state party and the College Democrats when all of this was exposed. And now the state Democratic Party is investigating themselves. The president, the leadership of the College Democrats has resigned, and they've apologized to Alex Morse. But the super PAC that is backing Richie Neal is still running an ad. I mean, I assume they're taking it off the air now. The polls closed 15 minutes ago, but days ago they apologized for running an ad that this homophobic ad that referenced him sleeping with students that they said they made and aired accidentally, and they offered this public apology for it, and then they didn't take it down. They ran it right up through to today. It's one of the most brazenly cynical exploitations of bigotry that I've seen in modern Democratic primary politics. To apologize for something, pretend to take it down, and then just plow forward and just put it up on the air. So even though this was exposed and people have resigned and apologized, they're still using it up to election day in a homophobic way to hammer him.
Yeah. So I have more on that story too, but hold. We have our first set of results. Okay, so it's not results as in conclusive, right. Trust me, as you're going to see. And in fact, all of it is misleading. And I'm telling you ahead of time, the numbers you're about to hear are not important either. Okay, I tell you when they're important when they get past a certain threshold. So in fact, to prove that point, the first set of numbers that came in was a couple hundred votes, and Ed Markey had a 58-42 lead. Then another couple hundred votes came in, and then Kennedy had a 54-46 lead, right? So flipped on its head, and they've gone back and forth, and it seemed like at about 2,500 votes, Kennedy had settled in at 51-49 lead. Now, with over 3,000 votes, it's the reverse. Markey now has 51, Kennedy has 48.7. But that's not even 1%. It's not real. It doesn't mean anything. So when you get to, look, even as low as 2%, you're beginning to get real numbers that are not going to wildly fluctuate. Then at 10%, 12%, then the numbers become more and more real as we go. And then it's just a matter of whether there's enough voters to catch up. So now 4,351 votes, Markey with a 51-49 lead. Now 2,646 votes in a congressional race is more real. That's Morrison and Neal, but still, I wouldn't say has passed the threshold of having to worry about it. But right now, Neal has a 60.7 to 39.3 lead in that race. Again, I'll tell you when to panic. Okay, we're not there.
And so the other thing to know, which we don't know exactly yet, is are these election day results or are these early votes? All of the observers of this race have said that Richie Neal, because early voting started, while Alex Morris was basically, considered to be, persona non grata and guilty of all of the crimes he was accused of, that Neal is going to do extremely well in the very early vote. And anybody who voted early believed that Alex Morris was a vicious predator who not only shouldn't be in Congress but should probably be in prison. And so, if those are the very early numbers, then you're going to expect them to be heavily for Neal. If those are election day results that they're posting first, which I would doubt, because normally, in Missouri, for instance, they publish the absentee and the mail-in first, and Bush was way behind in those, and then made up for it on election day. But if these are election day numbers, then that's a little more troubling. But like you said, it's only 1,500 votes.
Yeah, and guys, more context here. It's really maddening that they oftentimes these states won't tell you what they're going to count first. It's not that hard an ask, right? And there's a very clear answer to it. They just won't share it with you. And a lot of mainstream media doesn't care, so they don't bother asking. And so I'm going to get more back to the mainstream media in a second in this Morse case. But the other thing, look, there's many maddening parts about how the vote is counted. And in November, boy, is that going to matter. I want to, if we have opportunity here in the midst of these really important Massachusetts races, I also want to talk about what might happen on election day for Trump and Biden, and that there's an iceberg straight ahead in that equation. But I'm going to give you a little bit more results here. Again, massive grain of salt, 549 votes in the 8th district, which is next to nothing. But Stephen Lynch with a 75-25 lead over Robbie Goldstein. Now, look, a guy like Robbie Goldstein has a lot less chance of winning. Why? First time running. Not a lot of the groups and bigger name progressives backed Robbie. And so he had less institutional help. He had less infrastructure. And most importantly, less name recognition, and got almost no media in that race. So that's why even a 75-25 showing, if that's how it ended, would not be so bad. That would actually encourage me that Robbie should run again, and then this time if the cavalry shows up, he could win. So we'll come back to that. He has the toughest road ahead of him. It would be just shocking if he beat Stephen Lynch tonight with almost no help. Now, having said that, and I'll order them for you, Ihsan Lecky also would not be shocking to the level that Robbie Goldstein would be, but it would be surprising because a lot more money went into the more conservative Democrats in that race, and they hold a polling lead as we go in. Morse Neal, look, at this point, you all will be less surprised if Alex Morse wins, but Washington will be shell-shocked, and I want to come back to that idea as well. But Markey and Kennedy that's the closest one, and no one's going to be surprised if either one of them wins. And so right now, we've got about 6,000 votes, and Kennedy's back to 51.5, and Markey's at 40. No, it just changed. 6,000 votes, 52.5 for Kennedy, 47.5 for Markey. So if all the progressives lose tonight, including Markey, oof, that would be heartbreak and a half. If Markey and Morse win, then we got fireworks. And so we'll see how it goes. So Ryan, I don't know if you know this, and I want to get to more of that Alex Morse story. Actually, before I ask you the question, let me give a shout out to the folks who make this possible. So here's folks who just signed up on YouTube while we were on the air: Denison Rosa, Jerry Brooks, Dandelot, Four Frayed Feathers, Isaac Harrison, and Art Moore Upgraded. We appreciate it. And Obi Mom Kenobi, who is just an awesome supporter of the show, has gifted, I don't know, a gazillion subs on Twitch. Thanks for doing that. Now with a very nice contribution on YouTube super chat. Says, love you all. TYT, keep fighting the good fight. #2strong. Thank you. You're the best. Now, let me go to, and by the way, you can just hit the join button below if you want to sign up during the broadcast on YouTube, or go to tyt.com/join to join up on our website and get all of our videos. Okay, so, and don't forget The Intercept, by the way. They broke these really important stories on Alex Morse that we're discussing, and they have a subscription program too. So, Ryan, do you have a sense of how many folks normally vote in a Senate race in Massachusetts? Because those are harder, and I'm throwing a curveball at you there, because congressional districts are easier. They roughly have about 750,000 people in them, and the number of votes can be as low as like 25 to 35,000 votes in a congressional district. That's really low, but it happens. To a couple 100,000 votes in a really heated election. So when we see, for example, 2,660 votes in the Neil Morse race, okay, that's, I mean, they aren't reporting percentages yet, but that's more real. Whereas when you see 7,648 votes in the Senate race, that's less real because there's a lot more people voting in the Senate race. By the way, now the numbers are holding kind of even as the number of votes are going up. Kennedy's still at 52.3, come down a little bit. Markey's at 47.7. So, Ryan, any sense of how many people normally vote in Massachusetts Senate race?
So the 2018 primary, which is a pretty high number because Democrats were extremely fired up that year, about 600,000 Democrats turned out statewide. Now, it was not competitive. Warren ran unopposed, so those are people who were coming out to vote because they come out to vote and because there were competitive, local and House races that they wanted to weigh in on. Now, the mail-in voting has really increased turnout by percentages that political scientists haven't seen from anything anywhere. So it wouldn't, if you got 600,000 in 2018, it wouldn't surprise me if you could get 1 million, turning out for this primary statewide. Richie Neal, I think in 2018, Richie Neal won, I think, 50,000 votes. He won with 50,000 votes, and he won 70-30 against a very, very underfunded opponent, who, put her name on the ballot. She worked hard, but one of those campaigns that just didn't catch on. But she still got 30%, and so, yet he only came up with 50,000 votes.
Yeah,
there's it's tightened a tiny bit there. Moore's down by 400 votes as more have come in.
Yeah. So that's now 58-42. And that's 3,000 votes. That's more relevant. On the Senate side, with 8,550 votes, that's based on what Ryan was saying, maybe around 1% of the vote. That's our best guess.
Right. If that, and because you're getting precincts, you're not getting a random sample from across the state. You're getting from places that might be they might happen to be heavily Kennedy areas.
Or heavily Markey.
Heavily Markey areas, right.
Right. And so, and right now it's pretty much a tie. Oh, no, it just changed again. Oh, now real votes have come in. Okay, it was at about 50-50 with 8,500 votes. 22,746 votes now. So if we're guessing that's 2 to 3% reporting. Now Kennedy with a lead, 52-48. So 2% is real enough that it's okay. Right now Kennedy's got the lead, but it's a tiny lead. And look, I want to double down on what Ryan said. We go through this every election night. In national elections, presidential elections, we kid around about Cuyahoga County. It's less relevant these days, although maybe back to relevant this election. But Ohio, unfortunately, has swung to the right significantly in the last decade. But Ohio used to decide almost every election along with Florida. And Cuyahoga County, which has Cleveland, would come in near the end every time. So the Republican would have the lead, but we would tell you, but Cuyahoga County's not in. And then when Cuyahoga County comes in, the Democrats half the time took the lead, right? And it made all the difference. So,
and also
in all these different areas and districts come in at different times, so they can give you a really misleading picture, but in both directions. You really have no idea if Kennedy or Markey districts are coming in first. And the race is so close, I'm not sure there are huge Kennedy or Markey districts.
Right. And Boston, I would suspect, is going to go pretty heavily for Markey. That's where you're going to find a lot of the young people, and a lot of the more progressive voters who are. So he's probably going to rack up a significant lead there. Kennedy has done best among voters of color, working class voters of color, and working class white voters. Which does kind of present some contradictions in the political program of the millennial left, but that's the current state of play. But that means that if it's pretty even across Massachusetts, then Markey's going to win going away by running it up in Boston.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we don't know if it's Boston or not yet, and so we'll track that for you guys. But speaking of Boston, actually, that's a good segue. Asher, let's pull up Second Cousin Patrick ad. So this is an ad that Rebellion PAC put together after Nancy Pelosi endorsed Joe Kennedy. So now remember, if there was a rule in quotes, that anyone who works with a challenger to a Democratic incumbent is blacklisted forever. So Nancy Pelosi broke her own rule on that by endorsing Kennedy against a sitting incumbent Democratic senator. So I assume she's blacklisted and won't even run for speaker next time, and will hide in shame. So far, that hasn't happened yet. But anyways, when she jumped in the race, she talked about how she's doing it because of the Kennedy dynasty. Now, that's largely not true, but it was an incredibly obnoxious thing to say. So we decided, okay, we'll counter. And Rebellion PAC maxed out to Markey and then ran this ad.
I've served with his father, and I served with his second cousin, Patrick.
Second cousin, Patrick? This is not a persuasive reason to vote for someone, Miss Pelosi. Jeb Bush's dad and brother were presidents. That wasn't a reason to vote for him.
Please clap.
Meghan McCain's dad ran for president.
Would you vote for me, Joe?
Doesn't mean she should. The point is, being related to someone is not a job qualification. You gotta earn it.
Bloody peasant! Oh, what a giveaway. Did you hear that?
In Boston, we don't bow down to kings. We throw their crap in the harbor. But enough about Patrick's second cousin. Let's talk about Ed Markey.
I'm Ed Markey.
Didn't have a family name to lean on. His dad was a milkman and union leader. Ed drove an ice cream truck to pay for college. He spent 37 years in the House and the last 7 in the Senate. On unions, healthcare, climate change, jobs, racial justice, everything working class people care about, he's with us. I'm voting for Ed Markey. He's not royalty. He's one of us. Vote Ed. Rebellion PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
I love that ad. Brianna Wu ain't nothing to mess with. She's the executive director of Rebellion PAC. She's a former Just Democrat candidate. Ryan, I remember that line in your book, We've Got People, where some Democratic insider said, oh, AOC, she's no threat. She'll lose and she'll work for the Young Turks.
Oh, that was Joe Crowley's spokesperson.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, Joe Crowley, of course, now working on K Street as a lobbyist.
All right.
Yeah. But it didn't turn out that way. But, if some Just Democrats lose and then they work with me, us in some way, be careful what you wish for. So Brianna is doing a great job. I love that line. In Boston, we don't bow our heads to kings. We throw that crap in a harbor. Did we pick someone with a Boston accent on purpose? Of course we did. We parked that car right in the middle of Harbor Yard. So anyways, that was up on TV and on digital. Thank you to everyone who helped Rebellion PAC do that. And you could do that at helptherebellion.com. I want to give you more updates, but I ran that ad. I wanted to show that ad because you got to fight back. And there just historically has been no infrastructure for progressives to fight back. And so this is a new day in America. And I've been preaching this since I started Wolfpack back in 2011. But Wolfpack is strictly nonpartisan. So they don't get involved in races like this. But my point was, hey, listen, they started super PACs. We can collect all our money and direct it in places that'll help a lot. The Achilles heel of this corrupt system is we can spend money too, and we could spend it against the corrupt. The problem is when progressives take their money and disperse it. And they go, oh, I don't know, that guy was kind of halfway okay on the environment. That guy was kind of halfway okay on healthcare. You lose your power. You've got to concentrate it in the right places. And so now Just Democrats have a PAC too. And they came in. Ryan, do you remember how much money they spent on the Alex Morse race? Because they spent a hell of a lot more than Rebellion PAC did.
Oh, I think it might be up to $1 million by the time it's done. Like if you count both the independent expenditure and the money that they raised for him, and then the money they spent on the coordinated side. It probably won't be that high, but it's a lot. Actually, I have it specifically. I can find it for you.
Yeah, and that's awesome. And if you're giving to Just Democrats, that's exactly right. That's why I tell you guys
600,000.
Yeah, that's why I tell you guys
and raised 140,000. So $740,000.
So the 140,000 is a lot, you guys. Okay.
Right.
And when I say justicedemocrats.com/Morse, that's where that money's going. Okay. Yeah. And then there are other donors that go into the PAC. But my favorite thing in the world is when corporate Democrats cry about that. Right. Oh no, it's not fair. You guys have PACs too, and they're clean and they're not funded by corporations. That doesn't seem fair. Why do you guys also get to match our money? Well, if you don't like PACs, you could get money out of politics, solve the problem. Okay.
Yeah, it's really changing the game because, in the past, members of Congress knew that they were going to anger their left flank back home by, with different votes. But if they did wind up getting a primary challenger, there was no source of cash for that person because small dollar networks were not built up yet, and there weren't these bigger dollar networks of lefty money that were circulating yet. This cycle is one of the first times that you're really seeing that manifest itself. You also have this group, this anti-monopoly group, Fight Corporate Monopolies, that dropped $300,000 in the Alex Morse race and played a significant role, I think, because it really kept Richie Neal's numbers down under that 50%. That's so important. They dropped 6 figures plus on Cori Bush's race too, and so that Cori Bush has nothing to do with that. The money just comes in from a group that thinks that Lacey Clay is corrupt, and they find some rich people who are willing to agree that Lacey Clay is corrupt, and they come in the last couple of weeks with these airdrops, and it changes the whole calculus for these members of Congress who now all of a sudden have to think about, these progressive people that I piss off back home, they might actually have resources to take me on, and might even outspend me in the final month of the campaign like Cori Bush did.
Yeah. We might even throw their crap in the harbor. So talk to us. Let me do a couple of things, and I want to ask you a question about Fight Corporate Monopolies. 26,000 votes now. It's tightened. 50.7 for Kennedy, 49.3 for Markey. So it's toyed as a tiger, as they would say on Austin Powers. I'm old. Okay. And let me read some names. Dylan Jeremiason, Griffin LaFleur, Jean-Philippe Gourdin, all joined as members on YouTube for the Young Turks. You can hit the join button below to do that. Love you guys for it. You make this show possible. And by the way, really easy thing to do. It doesn't cost you a cent. It costs you about a second. Hit the like button, the share button on this stream. We get the progressive message out to more people. And especially tonight, because, I mean, this Kennedy versus Markey looks super exciting. And if Alex Morse does what Cori Bush and so many other progressives did, and starts to come from behind in the vote count, not in the actual voting, but in the vote count, you're going to get plenty of "here comes Morse," and now he's got the Morse Force, which I love. There you go. Morgan Harper had her Morganizers, and Alex Morse has the Morse Force. That's puns right up my alley. Love it. Okay, so Ryan, who is Fight Corporate Monopolies? What is that new PAC?
So that is an outgrowth of, I forget the exact name of it, but it's an anti-monopoly. It's American Economic Liberties Project, I think it is. It's like Matt Stoller, Sarah Miller, and a lot of the folks that you see doing the kind of anti-monopoly work in politics nowadays, and actually Pierre Omidyar, who partly funds The Intercept, partly also funds Fight Corporate Monopolies is dark money. We don't know who's funding that, but the kind of related sister organization that's a think tank that does anti-monopoly work is partly funded by them. So Faz Shakir actually who is Sarah Miller's husband and was Bernie's campaign manager, is running that C4, Fight Corporate Monopolies. And what he has said is that there are liberal, progressive foundations that are funding that effort, which is fascinating. So, we'd love to know what foundations those are, and where they got the idea that their move was to drop $300,000 on Richie Neal, drop $100,000 on Cori Bush, because that's not typically what foundations decide that they're going to do with their money. But they had an extraordinary impact already, knocking out Lacey Clay and keeping the Neal Morse race close is also a big impact, even if Neal goes on to win the race. And the title of my book, like, We've Got People, like, the point is, like, you gotta have people if you're going to be an organized left that's gonna overturn power. At the same time, some of these groups get their power because they have money, but not people. So in other words, when everybody ran from Alex Morse, the night that the allegations came out, Fight Corporate Monopolies said that night, until we hear more, like, we're in. Like, show us a real allegation, and we will examine that and we'll deal with it then. But until then, we're still behind this race. We are still hammering away at Richie Neal, and they kind of upped their buy at that time. They don't have a kind of grassroots membership that they had to grapple with. They could, a handful of them could sit around and could kind of dispassionately look at what the allegations were and say to each other, there's nothing here. Until there's something here, we're still in this race. Whereas organizations like Sunrise Movement, for instance, which very, I think, productively for the most part, ethically, morally, politically, in the right direction, rely on grassroots organizers and the energy of the people who fuel them. That ends up being a double-edged sword in that moment, because a very small handful, I think it was 4 people in one kind of hub in Western Massachusetts of a Sunrise chapter, pulled together like a Zoom call and put out a statement condemning Alex Morse. So just 4 people, I think, and then I think just one person just unilaterally kind of posted it on Facebook. And then that becomes this force that pushes upward on national Sunrise, because Sunrise is committed to its democratic, small d democratic values. If the local chapter is saying X, then then they're kind of pushed in that direction. So then they also paused their support of Morse, when in the end it wasn't actually grassroots decision making. It was decision making by just a few people, but those few people happen to have control of the Zoom room at the moment, and were able to make that decision. So it's kind of a broader story about what structures are most effective when very fast moving tactics are necessary when up against opponents who are willing to exploit all sorts of cynical maneuvers to try to undermine you.
Yeah, so much to say about that. So this is a problem that Indivisible has a lot, which is local chapters deciding that they love corporate Democrats.
Right.
Why? Who knows? A rando knows the candidate's aunt and convinces everybody else that corporate Democrats are awesome. Indivisible is more corporate anyway, so that's not as big a deal. Yeah, the younger progressive movements have a hair trigger on any so-called controversy. And unfortunately, that is easily exploited by the right wing and corporate Democrats. So easy. They know young people are, the minute you say any allegation, it's immediately going to slam on the brakes. And so they got to get savvier to that. And so in my case, I'll tell you, like, I've seen this movie 1,000 times. I cover this for a living, and I've even lived it, right, several times. So as soon as I saw what was happening with Alex Morse, I was like, clearest, most obvious smear I have ever seen. Didn't pause for a second. In fact, we went in the opposite direction. Came on the air, and Anna did as well after looking into it, and we told you guys it looks and smells like BS. Then we shared the Intercept stories that proved that it was BS. In the meanwhile, Rebellion PAC maxed out the Morse the minute the smear went up. So we counterattacked. You're going to smear, we're going to put more money in, okay? And then we ran ads. Here, let's pull up the bribe ad against Richie Neal. But before we do that, I got an update. Now 33,561 votes in Massachusetts. Definitely real, but not determinative by a long shot. This thing's going all the way, okay? Markey has taken the lead, 50.4 to 49.6. It doesn't get any closer than this. It looks like they will go back and forth all night. We got a heavyweight fight. And we might not even know tonight if it stays this close. And especially in mail-in voting days.
I just checked and nothing from Boston. 0.
Oh, if it's nothing from Boston, that's great news for Markey. That Kennedy, get your stuff prepared for the Haba. Megan Flynn wrote it on YouTube Super Chat. I love the ad, but Cenk, leave the accent to the professionals. By the way, it's not a guy doing an accent. It's a guy from Boston. That's how you do that. That's in the ad. So let's show you the Morse Kennedy ad. I'm sorry, the Morse Neil ad.
Wall Street's favorite politician isn't a Republican. It's establishment Democrat Richie Neal, who has taken more corporate cash than anyone else in the House. He says he takes those millions in dark money for the people. Give us a break. Corporations give politicians cash so they get political favors. It used to be called a bribe. Don't believe it? Then why did Richie Neal single-handedly kill a 2009 bill that would have ended surprise medical billing? I'm sure it has nothing to do with the $700,000 he's taken from Big Pharma throughout his career. Now you're stuck paying surprise bills, all thanks to Richie Neal and his dark money cronies. Fortunately, you can vote for a real Democrat. Alex Morse doesn't take corporate PAC money. He will serve Massachusetts with honor and integrity. I'm joining the Morse Force. Vote Alex Morse on September 1st.
All right. So helptherebellion.com. So we're not playing. And by the way, we just got started. We got started a couple of weeks ago. And so it's the work that Brianna Wu has done for the PAC is unreal. And we're going to go into the general election. So we're going to do ads against Trump, but we're also going to try to help candidates like Cara Eastman in Nebraska against a very corrupt Republican like Don Bacon. So maybe put him in a blanket and fry him like bacon. So we'll see how that goes. So by the way, Annie Gal writes in on YouTube Super Chat, can we expect Rebellion PAC to back Andrew Walensky and Jessica Skurain? So Walensky will look into. Jessica Skurain, ask and ye shall receive. Already maxed out to her. So she's running against Chris Coons, one of the worst corporate Democrats and conservative Democrats in the Senate. And look, it's so important to help progressive candidates like Jess who have not gotten a lot of help, because you never know what's going to happen. Even if she loses to Coons, Delaware is a tiny state, so it's a Senate win there for progressives is much more likely than in bigger states. But even if she loses, Chris Coons might become Secretary of State or take another cabinet position in the Biden administration. That is exceedingly likely. If that happens, boom, we're right back in the race, and now we got name recognition. And whoever the conservative Democrat is, we don't know if they'll have name recognition. So keep on helping here. It makes a big, big difference. Speaking of which, Susan Zettelmeyer and Santa Man just became members. And you could hit the join button below to become a member during the show or at any time, really. So Markey is taking a little bit larger lead with 38,490 votes. 51 to 49. So it's still hair tight, but a 2-point lead for Markey. And as Ryan pointed out, Boston has not come in yet. Our theory is that Boston is more likely to have younger voters, more progressive voters, but you never know. African Americans are tilting in Kennedy's direction, and so you might have a larger African American vote in Boston. So just no way of knowing yet.
Although we do know that the Boston and surrounding areas went heavily for Warren and Bernie, probably close to 60%, whereas they got roughly 48%, I think, combined statewide. So you do have a very strong contingent of those types of voters in there. And Markey is interesting in that he's been able to pull together both the Warren and the Bernie voters. So he's, all the differences from the primary in Massachusetts were put aside on behalf of reelecting Markey.
Yeah. So that's right. And by the way, speaking of which, Matt Stoller, who is aligned with the group Fight Corporate Monopolies, supported Warren, and he's an awesome progressive and a real force behind the scenes in moving. I would say even Washington ideologically more to the left, and he's been doing it for a long time. And Matt's point was that Warren was better on monopolies. Warren was better in fighting corporate power, et cetera. Now, obviously, other people have other issues with Elizabeth Warren, but I agree with him that she was fantastic, especially in fighting the banks and concentrated power. And so both that organization, Fight Corporate Monopolies, but also the voters and also the candidates all coalescing for the progressive movement around Ed Markey. So it was an easy one because he's a sitting Democratic incumbent. That makes it way easier for the Warren contingent to support him. And then he's clearly more progressive. That makes it easier for the Bernie contingent to support him. And so if those Boston numbers hold up as they have in other elections for progressives, then even though right now it's a 2-point race, this thing might already be over for Ed Markey. He might have won already. So that's obviously I'm saying might, but right now, if you're looking at a near tie and Boston hasn't come in, that appears to be a big advantage for Markey. So just understand that context. So some of you here made some good points on YouTube Super Chat. Whenever I read these, take it with a grain of salt. It's good folks who are part of our community, but it hasn't been vetted. So Edward Coate writes in, just saw an estimate of turnout for Massachusetts Senate was 1.2 million votes. Wow, that would double the 2018 number, which, by the way, has massive ramifications for the Trump-Biden election. Because if mail-in votes are really increasing voting percentages by this number, then Trump is toast. And that's why he's freaking out over mail-in, among the reasons why he's freaking out over mail-in voting. So we'll get back to that topic in a second, too. Frankie Cronenberg wrote in, thinking about phone banking for Biden, but don't know what to say. And then adds, if we win the Senate, Bernie chairs the Budget Committee. If Trump wins, it won't matter. Now, that's interesting. I don't know that that's true. I can't imagine the Democratic leadership would allow anyone, any progressive, to chair a committee. So let's talk about that in this context, Ryan, in two ways. One is, do you think that Bernie would have a prayer of chairing the Budget Committee if they really took the Senate? And two is, if Richie Neal gets knocked out, Lloyd Doggett is in line to become chair of the Ways and Means Committee, the most powerful committee that controls the money in the House. He's more of a progressive, and I don't think they'll let that stand. And so I'm curious what your take on that is.
So, this is where the high school or middle school House politics start to come into play too. So Lloyd Doggett is, like you said, he's second in line. Seniority is close to everything in the House of Representatives, particularly when it comes to chairmanships. But Lloyd Doggett doesn't really play that well with others. It's not because of his politics. You can be a lefty that is well liked by every Nazi in the chamber. You can be a corporate Democrat like Josh Gottheimer, who all the other corporate Democrats despise. Just like personalities matter in the House of Representatives and how well you play with others, just on a social level. And Doggett has struggled to form like the kind of relationships that would now be valuable to him if Morris can come back and knock Neil out and create an opening in the Ways and Means chairmanship. Now, that doesn't mean that he's out of it, because politics is going to play probably an equal role. It's sad that it wouldn't be the most important factor in what is ultimately a political decision. But then you're going to have Ron Kind, Mike Thompson, Linda Sanchez, are all interested in this in that seat. Sanchez going forward for it would be amazing, because I don't know if two people hate each other in the House of Representatives more than Linda Sanchez and Nancy Pelosi. And so Nancy Pelosi would do everything in her power, not for political reasons, just because she doesn't like Linda Sanchez, to prevent her from getting that gavel. And that might weirdly lead Pelosi to say, you know what, let's just do Doggett, because Doggett's not Linda Sanchez. So the House is such a weird place that those kinds of personal dynamics, come into play so significantly. Bernie in the Senate is well liked. Despite being kind of a cantankerous old grandpa, people like him for that. And he's a team player over in the Senate. He's a member of Chuck Schumer's leadership, even though he's not a Democrat by name. He's a member of the Democratic caucus. He's chaired the budget committee before, and hired Stephanie Kelton and Matt Stoller as his staffers back then. So he certainly could be in line for a chairmanship again if Democrats retook the Senate.
Yeah, well, so it's going to be really interesting to watch, because I don't believe Democratic leadership will ever let a progressive run an important committee until Democratic leadership is defeated. So I have the weight of evidence on my side. Pete Stark was in line to lead one of the most important committees. I forget which one exactly. I don't know.
I think it was the Health Subcommittee.
Yeah. So, and Pete Stark was a wonderful progressive, and there was no question, no dispute. He was the most senior, everything, all completely lined up. And Pelosi was like, no. My rule about seniority? Just kidding. Doesn't apply. Pete Stark's a no good liberal. And they torpedoed him, and they ended him. So they're not going to let Lloyd Doggett. That's the House Ways and Means Committee. That controls all the money. No way. I'd be shocked. I'd be floored. And by the way, Ryan, the only reason I believe you that Lloyd Doggett doesn't get along with people is because it's you. If any other reporter told me, I'd say I don't believe it. Because every time a progressive gets screwed, they're like, there was the personality, the Howard Dean in 2004. He's a weirdo, right? Now that he's a corporate Democrat, Howard Dean's wonderful, right? And so I've seen this movie 1,000 times, right? But since you're saying it, I believe it, and so that might present an issue. But even so, it's more likely that it'll be used as an excuse,
right?
But one thing you said that's really interesting to me that I didn't know is Linda Sanchez and Pelosi having not liking each other. So what is that about? Why don't they like each other?
I've asked a lot of people about that, and nobody quite knows, including, as far as I know, themselves. It's they're both from California. As you know, California politics are eccentric and ugly and personal. And there may well be some issue, that goes back years and years in California politics. Her sister Loretta lost to Kamala Harris from the right, in a Senate election, if you remember that.
Yep.
I doubt that has much to do with it. So nobody can quite tell what precisely triggered this heated animosity between the two. It's not really political in the sense that their respective places on the political spectrum are within spitting distance of each other. So it's not that. So it's kind of anybody's guess, but it's one of those things where, it almost doesn't matter what the root cause of it is. It has never been healed. And, Sanchez kind of if you remember, she kind of joined with those clowns that tried to block Pelosi from the right in 2018 from being speaker, what they call themselves, the problem solvers or something idiotic. So she linked up, behind the scenes with them. Pelosi knows that, but they already hated each other at that point. So it's not like that was the thing that severed the relationship, but certainly that puts it kind of past the point of no return, particularly for somebody like Pelosi, who is said to be, retiring in 2 years. She has no real motivation to bury hatchets. She can just take all of her hatchets with her to retirement.
Yeah, I don't believe she's going to retire either. So
well, there's that too. Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's said that she is retiring. Right.
Let's put it this way: Pelosi is to the gavel as Charlton Heston is to his rifle.
Right.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Big movement. I was just about to tell you that Kennedy has retaken the lead in the Senate race. It was like by like 20 votes. But now 74,000 votes in. These are very real numbers. Markey jumps up big time, 52.3 to 47.7. So from the last time I looked at it, he was down by a little bit, and now he's up by over 4 points, nearly 5 points. So that's big movement up. I don't know if Boston's coming in.
Nothing.
Still not coming in. Oh, if you're Kennedy, you're right now. You're starting to think, damn it, we didn't make it. So we'll see. We'll see. Here, Gabby Marita, I love our members. I love how you guys have these experiences from all the different places that you live in. Jumps in and says, Cenk, I can tell you that Joe Kennedy's support here in Massachusetts is incredibly shallow. Over the past few weeks, I've been seeing a ton of marquee signs showing up in people's windows around Cambridge or Boston. I've seen literally none for Kennedy. And is that indicative? A little bit. Obviously, it's anecdotal, but I remember looking around and trying to find a Hillary Clinton bumper sticker, and I live in LA, and I couldn't find one in 2016 if my life depended on it. I mean, there was no energy, none. And that was one of the reasons I was warning you that Trump could win. And it turns out there is a little bit of there's something to that anecdotal evidence. I want to update you on the Neil Morse race. Now 9,474 votes in. So again, not anywhere near determinative, but a real number. And it makes a difference if it's mail-in or not, if they voted early or not. But right now, 61.2 to 38.8. Oh, now over 10,000 votes. And it moved again. So right now, it's not looking great for Morse. But we'll have to see how much is in person, how much is mail-in. So hold the phone on that one. So we'll give you more updates as we go here. The infamous Mr. Joyboy writes in, and I love these handles. That's a member on our website, tyt.com/join, to become a member on our website and to have your comments read more often. And you get all of our videos and coverage, obviously. Anyway, he wrote in, remember, you don't have to win the primary to influence the outcome of the election. A good showing is noticed by the establishment and gets incorporated into their outlook. And that is exactly right. That's what Ryan was mentioning earlier in the program, that Joe Kennedy running against Markey all of a sudden found religion and decided that he was in favor of Medicare for All and Green New Deal. Even close calls can wind up having that kind of effect. By the way, look, my number one job is to be honest with you guys. It could, on rare occasion, also have the opposite effect. Somebody could go, oh yeah, now I'm bitter. Okay, you ran a primary against me. That's it. I'm never voting for Green New Deal. Because for a lot of these guys, they don't care about principles at all. Policy. Policy. Probably have a good beer and laugh over that one. So hence, by definition, everything is personal for them. about keeping their power personally or taking slights or policy fights as personal. So when Bernie lost in 2016, everybody was wondering, what is he going to angle for? And so when he asked for policy, they were like, what? That's super weird, right? They're like, I mean, don't you want a cabinet position or something? He's like, no. I want to change the platform and the rules of the DNC, and I want policy wins. And by the time he did it in 2020, they knew what Bernie was about. But he's literally the only one who ever asked for policy. Every other politician, to my knowledge, goes, me. This is what I want out of it. But remember, even if it winds up at 60-40 for Neil Morse, he saw that movie in Missouri's 1st District where Cori Bush, I don't remember what her exact number was, but it was in the 30s, I think, against Lacey Clay the first time she ran. And they're like, oh, he won by 30, no problem. Oops, next time around.
Oh, Cenk.
Mm-hmm.
To your point about Boston still being out and Kennedy being in trouble, Dave Wasserman has called the election for Ed Markey. Which means it's not going to be close. Like, he would not be calling it with this number of votes in if it was going to be remotely close.
And he's, look, I have my right after I tell you about the personal beefs, I have a personal beef with Wasserman, but unlike everyone else, I'm honest about it and I'm upfront about it. Not my favorite guy. Very establishment, super establishment. Now, but if a super establishment guy is going out on a limb to call it for the progressive candidate, that means the progressive candidate very likely won.
Oh yeah, he almost never takes these back. Like if he's called it, you can be pretty comfortable that it's in the bag for Markey.
Yeah, and there was a couple of these guys who called it for Cori Bush when it was not absolutely clear that she had won. And I was like, whoa, hey, Corey's gonna win. Right?
Yeah, right.
So, all right, so that's the first great news of the night. I'm not calling it yet. I want to get more information, and I'm not going to take it on Wasserman's word. Having said that, now Markey very likely the winner in arguably the most important race. And it's arguably the most, I mean, normally it wouldn't be arguable at all. The Senate race, of course, is more important. But in this case, it's the Senate race. But Morse and Neal has got so much attention and it would be such a seismic event that's why I say the Senate race is only arguably the most important race of the night. But Markey and Kennedy by the end was also a giant watershed moment for progressive versus conservative Democrat. And so for the progressives to flex their muscles here and get Markey's back and win, that's huge. So let's wait a little bit longer before we do more analysis of that to make sure that Markey has in fact won. And unfortunately, I keep updating you. The numbers are similar, but a little bit more is trickling in. Oh, now a lot more has come in. 13,923 votes in the Morse-Neal race, and Neal still up 60-40. So
if I had to guess, you'll probably see maybe 120,000, maybe somewhere between 120 and 150,000 votes. But the most troubling thing for Morse so far is Holyoke. So according to the New York Times, with 29% reporting, he's losing Holyoke by a couple of hundred votes. He can't lose his hometown. He needs to run up numbers there. And in Springfield, he needed to cut Neal's numbers down. Springfield, the biggest town in the district where Neal has remained popular. He was mayor throughout the 1980s. He basically bankrupted the town, but remained popular because the bankruptcy and the problems came after he left, and people liked what he did while he was there with the money. He's crushing Morse there 2-1, and Morse really needed to kind of cut those numbers down. A lot still depends on, what numbers we're looking at. So I looked it up, and Massachusetts claims that they're going to be feeding mail ballots and election day ballots into the machines simultaneously. But we don't know which ballots the individual precincts are putting in first. So there's no way for us to know if these are the early votes or the election day votes, because the thinking among people watching this race is that Neil definitely won in the early voting. As the race shifted back towards Morse, the votes that came closer to election probably come closer to being even, and then Morse may have won on election day. Like that's the kind of the conventional wisdom in the district. So we have to know, which of these votes are being counted. It's now there, but there's now 19,000 in, and he's trailing by 3,500 votes, an 18-point gap, which means there has to be some structural difference going on that's going to be made up by different structures of votes coming in, because if these votes are statistically representative of what's going on in the rest of the district, then there's effectively no way to make up an 18-point gap with, arguably maybe 10 to 15% of the vote counted.
Yeah, based on your numbers, I'd say about 15% of the vote counted so far, and so 15% is a real enough number without any kind of Cuyahoga County kind of asterisks that an 18-point lead is almost always good enough to stand up.
Right.
Now, having said that, there are Cuyahoga County like asterisks here, and so there is.
So I did just hear from Waleed, who is Justice Democrats
communications
guy, that the Holyoke numbers are early vote numbers, and so that's good news that's very good news for Morse, because that fits with what we had heard, that he's going to get hammered in the early vote because that's when the smear was accepted as reality. So he's kind of going in with like a 10-point. So not only is he taking on the Ways and Means chairman and the unlimited spending that the incumbent can provide, plus his relationships that he's built over 40 or 50 years, he's kind of spotting the incumbent 10 points, because a lot of the voting took place when people believed that he was effectively a predatory criminal.
Yeah. So I want to come back to that story because it's so important, but two quick points here. One is, look, keeping it real, there is a problem with early voting, right? There's a huge upside. More people vote. And so overall, I'm definitely in favor of it. But, in politics, everybody paints things as black and white. If you're in favor of something, it's all good. If you're against something, it's all bad. But that's not reality. And so the problem with early voting is a lot, especially for progressives, as luck would have it, or fate, or the political dynamics, especially of media coverage. Progressives close in at the end, and so early voting winds up hurting progressives more times than not. And so why do progressives close later in the voting? Because they almost never get media coverage beforehand. So at the end, they might get media coverage because some mainstream editor woke up and realized there was a really important election in his area. But by that time, a lot of people have voted already, and it creates a problem for progressive upstart candidates, right? It would be an advantage if progressives were incumbents. So AOC is going to get a lot more of the vote early. But that's another amusing thing. I'll do a quick aside on that. They thought they really had a chance of beating AOC, Rashida Tlaib, and Ilhan Omar, especially Ilhan Omar. And they spent a lot of money trying to do that. And I told you guys, it's all about name recognition. They're never going to lose their seats. Maybe 20 years from now. But they don't know anything about politics if they thought they were going to beat those three. They had no chance, and they got killed. And so they at least were smart about it with Ayanna Pressley. She's in Massachusetts, and she won tonight uncontested. And And so the great thing about more progressive victories is we maintain our momentum. And it's hard for them to turn back our momentum because they'd have to convince people, no, that person that's fighting for you is not the good guy. The pro-corporate Democrat is such a good guy that you'll have to throw out an incumbent that has all these other advantages built in. Good luck. I mean, once we win a seat, it's likely that we keep that seat for a long, long time. So, and so the momentum is hugely on progressive side in that sense. And then I also wanted to say one quick thing about what Ryan mentioned with Richie Neal's tenure in Springfield. This happens a lot, and it's actually an old Republican strategy. And Nixon's team wrote memos about it, where they would say, when we're in charge, we should spend like drunk sailors and cut taxes to the bone, and it'll create giant deficits. And then when Democrats get in charge, we'll say, oh my God, look at the deficits.
Yeah.
Right. And so we will get the benefit, the economic benefit of the boom that spending and tax cuts create. And then we'll dump it on the Democrats' lap and blame them for it. So they've known that for decades now. And the Republicans have been largely playing that game, but sometimes corporate Democrats like Richie Neal play it too. If only we had a media in this country that would expose that game. But you're looking at it, right? Young Turks and Intercept is about it. So that brings me all the way back around to Morse. So Ryan, the Intercept broke all these stories, and as you laid out earlier in the coverage, if you're have any experience in politics, these smears are not hard to see. They got fingerprints all over them. Yet no one in the mainstream media did it. None of them debunked it like you guys did. Now, on the upside, once you debunked it, amazingly, they actually believed you. And it seemed to kind of print stories going, our bad. Turns out that was a homophobic smear. But here it might have been too little too late. But what's your sense of the rest of the media? And in a sense, the layup, it says, in a sense, they're somewhat your colleagues, so it's kind of a difficult situation here. But why are they so bad at their job?
Well, the cutbacks are a real thing. Like we're very lucky in the sense that we don't have to follow the news cycle in the way that a lot of other news outlets do. Like, readers who come to the Intercept are not looking for an update on the latest thing that Trump said, or on whatever cable is talking about at that time. They want something different, which means that we can put all of our resources toward doing different types of reporting. Like, for instance, we can do 5 stories in a row just about one single congressional race, which other outlets just can't do because of the structure. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but the structure of their institution is that they cover all of politics, or they cover all of Massachusetts, or they cover all of Washington or New York. And so 80 to 90+% of their effort goes toward kind of reporting the minute-to-minute news that people are demanding, so that when you start suffering financially, you're not going to cut that, which is the thing that readers want immediately and they want all the time. You're going to cut the enterprise reporting. You're going to cut the things that are that readers will tell you are the things that they want, but they don't actually do that with their behavior. So apparently Wasserman is calling the race for Richie Neal now. Your buddy.
Yeah. Luckily, I showed you my honesty in being skeptical about his call on a race where he called it to our side. So you'll believe me when I tell you I'm skeptical that he's right about Neal. But yes, Neal does look to be in good shape. But now, most important, we've got to call. Ed Markey has won. So I'm calling it. A couple of other people have called it. The big news organizations have not called it yet. But with 168,000 votes, it's 56-43. That's a 13-point lead. It's good night, Irene. And on top of that, every piece of reporting we have in says that Markey's winning in much larger margins in places than people expected. So the early folks who called the Markey win are correct. Ed Markey has won. So let me do a couple of things here. One, the people want it. What can I do? Down goes Joe Kennedy. Down goes Joe Kennedy. Down goes Joe Kennedy. So go raise another $5 million and see how that works out for you. It didn't work out for him. It worked out for him in gaining the endorsements of conservative Democrats and Democratic leadership like Nancy Pelosi, and even Mark Pocan, by the way, the so-called head of the Progressive Caucus, or the head of the so-called Progressive Caucus. And so he raised a lot of money for folks, and he was a Kennedy, and so they thought that hey, who cares? And Markey's a progressive that backed AOC. Let's teach him a lesson. Guess who learned a lesson? It wasn't us. It was you guys. In fact, I'm very happy to report this to you guys. Alex Thompson from Politico tweeting, Markey could be a model for Democratic incumbents in blue states and districts wary of 2022 primary challengers. Publicly support Medicare for All, the Green New Deal, and build a policy partnership with AOC. And wait till you get a load of this. His follow-up tweet. Some Democratic consultants are already talking about giving this advice to clients. You know what that is? That's what victory looks like.
Yes.
Okay. So, because guys, our wins are not just about getting enough progressives in Congress to pass those bills. That's a much harder road. Our wins are about telling incumbents, you better vote the right way. Otherwise, I don't care about anybody else. We're going to come for you. Okay. And so, and challengers. So if incumbents get the message, hey, I better be for progressive policies and vote for those bills, then mission accomplished. Then we don't need to beat them. Because to us, it isn't personal. It's about policy. Because you don't want to know why? And this is what the rest of the media cannot get through to their very, very thick heads, which is if we pass the bills, that actually affects Americans' lives. They actually, tens of millions of people actually get health care. Tens of thousands of people don't die every year because they don't have health care. We save tens of thousands of lives. We save potentially the planet through aggressive climate change proposals like Green New Deal. And unlike the jaded, skeptical, cynical people in DC, we actually care deeply about that. In fact, it's the only thing we care about. So if we get people who are disingenuous to vote for our policy and the bills pass and they positively affect your lives, mission accomplished. Who cares if they were cynical in their votes or if they meant it? So for all of you who supported Ed Markey and made sure that he won tonight, you have done more good than you realize. You not only got a guy who co-sponsored Green New Deal back into the Senate so he could do it again and we could win on that, but you scared the other incumbents into following his model. That's Politico reporting that. His model and the new model that now Democratic consultants are telling incumbents is, you better vote with progressives if you want to keep your seat. I mean, if that isn't mission accomplished, I don't know what is.
I mean, that's how the Tea Party took over the Republican Party. You know, they only beat Eric Cantor and a handful of other Republicans, and that's all they had to do to show incumbents that, look, this is where the energy is now. You better become members of the Tea Party. And the ability to marshal these kinds of resources to defend Markey, and also even assuming that that Morse goes down tonight, the fact that the left could marshal a couple $1 million to take on the Ways and Means chairman and make him sweat means that nobody's really safe. And so, like you said, politicians like to head for safety, and consultants are going to tell them, well, the safer move is not to be an enemy of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. How do you not be her enemy? You sign on to her Green New Deal. You sign on to Medicare for all, and you don't pick public fights. You don't actively try to work against the progressive agenda behind the scenes, because if you become a poster boy for that kind of effort, then you could have a couple $1 million marshaled against you. You might survive, but you'd rather not have a couple $1 million spent against you in your primary. So just go with the flow, and the flow, as this Massachusetts race is showing, is headed in a progressive direction.
So if you had, look, this, in a lot of ways, this got launched almost exactly 4 years ago. On the night that Trump won, we talked about taking over the Democratic Party. This is what taking over the Democratic Party looks like. And we laid out the plan for you on that night. And as we were forming Just Democrats, Zach Exley, Shoykat Chakrabarty, Kyle Kalinske, and I, there were other super important people in that equation. We were the 4 founders, but Alex Rojas and Waleed Shahid joined later, but all these folks were critical. But when we talked about it, we talked about, if you had shown us that Politico tweet from the year 2020, we would have said, we did it! We did it, right? And to say, and in the tweet is a reference to AOC. We would have been like, oh my, AOC was one of our first candidates for brand new Congress and for Just Democrats. So if you had told us 4 years ago, as we're forming Just Democrats, AOC, that young woman that you guys are helping that no one's ever heard of, is going to be such a massive power broker in just 4 years. She's not only going to beat the 4th most powerful Democrat, but she's instantly going to become a powerhouse that is so significant that Democratic consultants will be telling their clients, you better not cross AOC. I would have told you, hey, look, I'm a hopeful dude. I'm super optimistic. But in 4 years, we're going to accrue that kind of power. That is awfully hopeful. And here we are, guys. Here we are. Eddie Lacy, gone. Cori Bush is in his place. Elliot Engel, gone. Jamal Bowman is in his place. Crowley, gone. AOC in his place. Omar, Tlaib, Presley, Marie Newman, and the list goes on, including the incumbents. And mark my words, before we had a hell of a time getting incumbents to join Justice Democrats. Ro Khanna showed incredible courage by being the first, then Pramila Jayapal and Raul Grijalva. I'm telling you now, a lot more incumbents will join the Justice Democrats after these set of elections. And now with Markey holding back the beloved Joe Kennedy, the poster child for corporate Democrats, the word is out. Progressives not only have the people, Ryan's book, We've Got People, and that's a quote from AOC, right? But we now have the money too. Between Justice Democrats PAC, Rebellion PAC, Fight Corporate Monopolies PAC, Young Turks, right? You guys are awesome, the audience. We got a lot of money and we got a lot of people. And guys, I told you this too. One more thing that's so important. If we can make a race out of any of these contests, we win. So 8 out of 10 times, not every time, but 8 out of 10 times we win when there's a real contest and the media says, oh, it's a progressive versus a conservative Democrat. No. The progressive Democrat's going to win. So, and the more power you have, the more the media has to pay attention to you. Mark my words on this too. 2022, we are going to clean house. We will win way more races. We will achieve scale by 2022. So if you're an incumbent and you're voting against progressive policies, you're an idiot. and you better watch your back, because these groups will come for you.
And you know who the most important incumbent that is hearing that message right now is New York Senator Chuck Schumer, who, if Joe Biden wins and Democrats take the Senate, faces re-election in 2022 and has two paths before him. And he now sees the Ed Markey path. And he sees that if he aligns himself with the Sunrise Movement, with Ed Markey, with Bernie Sanders, and he pushes the progressive agenda as far as he can, then you know what? The Sunrise Movement's going to be fine with that. They're going to forget about Wall Street Chuck. They're going to forget about all of the horrible things he's done over his entire career if he pushes through a robust progressive agenda and gets it onto the desk of a Joe Biden and gets it signed into law. Like that's what that movement wants. They don't have time for all the old people to die off, or for 5 of 6 of them to get knocked off every cycle. Like, we run out of time at that point. What the left needs is converts, and so I think Chuck Schumer is the one who's reading these results most closely tonight, and he is. There's nobody that's more of a kind of textbook politician than Chuck Schumer. And so
yeah, and Ryan, I can tell you, there will be conversations had imminently about Chuck Schumer. And so Chuck Schumer has to go a lot longer way than Ed Markey to convince people that he's genuinely.
Yep.
It doesn't, again, genuine doesn't matter, that he's actually going to vote for progressive policies. Saying you're going to vote on some of the policies is not good enough.
Right, and he won't have any excuses because he'll be majority leader. So he can't say, well, I would have voted for it, but it didn't get to the floor. It's like, well, you control the floor.
100%.
So everything's on him from day one.
Now you get to the core of the matter, because electoral victories only matter if it leads to policy victories. So I guarantee you this, especially before the Ed Markey race and before the Cori Bush race, it left to their own devices, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi would have never introduced Green New Deal or Medicare for All for a vote, even if the Democrats had all 3 branches. Now you'd say, if you're, a novice at this or a mainstream media reporter, you would say, like, oh, no, I mean, why not? Of course they would introduce that, right? That's the only thing that everybody's talking about. You at least let them vote. Doesn't mean they're going to win, but you at least let them vote. No way. They didn't do it these last 2 years when they had the House. They have no plans to introduce it if they win all 3 branches. But now, with progressives winning so many races, you think we're going to let them get away with not introducing those 2 policies in the House and the Senate? Oh, hell no. There's going to be hell to pay if they don't introduce them for a vote. And then you want to vote against it, you're a Hickenlooper, and you say, I still drink fracking fluid, and okay, well, then I guess you're going to serve 6 years, and that's it. By 6 years from now, if Hickenlooper votes against Green New Deal and Medicare for All, there's not a lot of scenarios I can imagine where he wins re-election. But we don't have to go to 6 years. We can go to 2 years. And Chuck Schumer, you have no excuses if you don't vote on those bills. And so if you think you're going to be cute by half, you ain't. And so I remember that one moment, Ryan, where somebody left a caucus meeting in the House really early on. AOC had said something about a list. And she didn't really mean, hey, I'm making a list of people who are voting the wrong way. But they took it as that. But to be honest, I don't know that AOC is making a list. But there are people who make lists. And so these incumbents, it's now it's not an idle threat. There are lists, and you will get on the list. And then at a bare minimum, you're going to have a hell of a fight. And a good chance that you're going to lose and you're going to be done.
She was actually trying to be helpful. I remember that anecdote. She was saying it was an immigration vote where they had voted with Trump on an immigration question, and she said in this private caucus meeting, "What are you guys doing? You're putting yourselves on a list to get primaried." She wasn't saying, "I'm making a list and I'm going to go out and organize primary challenges against you," but that's the only way that they can conceive of politics, that it has to be a top-down, orchestrated type of operation. She was saying the complete opposite. You by your actions are putting yourselves on a list. It is a public list. It's at thomas.gov. It's where they hold the roll calls, and all they have to do is look at the D's who voted with Trump on this immigration question, and that's their heuristic for who they're going to primary. What more do they need to know than that you're with Trump on immigration and we're going to run a primary challenger against you? And she doesn't get those Democrats didn't get the idea that it would be other people who would organically organize these primary challenges. To this day, they think that any plot that that any primary challenge against an incumbent has been a plot of AOC behind the scenes.
The funny thing is, I can tell you that it's kind of the opposite.
Yes.
We wish AOC would make more of a list, but since she doesn't, others do, and then honestly put pressure on AOC to join the list rather than manufacturing one. So, but the thing about people like AOC is their power derives from the people. And so when people put pressure, I don't mean any group, I mean actual voters, actual progressives. When they put pressure on someone like AOC, that pressure is super real. That's like a corporation going to a corporate Democrat and saying, hey, you're either going to get $1 million in a PAC or you're not, right? And so this is the way democracy is supposed to be, where people put pressure on people that they help to put in office so that they help other progressives. They build a bridge. Now we got a hell of a bridge. So we're going to run across that bridge. And so it isn't top down, it's bottom up. And it's you guys. And that's a hell of a thing. We just got you a ton of power. That's wonderful. So, okay. I gotta wrap up here because we're already way past the amount of coverage we were supposed to do, and we didn't take any breaks because it was exciting. But let me do just two things here in our wrap up. I'm going to give you some of the results and give you our analysis before we leave you of what's going to happen in the rest of the races. But meanwhile, all these folks have poured in. Thank you for making covers like this possible. So let me read you real quick. New Young Turks members on YouTube. BarbieTube01 or BarbTube01. My 7-year-old daughter's got Barbie drilled into my head. Okay. Brian Stamps, Eric Dolan, Ioko Hammerhead, Haiti Tryon, HR Service ACA, Harley Quinn McEwen, Cosmic Arts Astrological Services, Tina Coley are all new members, and Maria Jones is an upgrade. Love every one of you guys. Hit the join button below to make that happen. If you're on YouTube, or you can do tyt.com/join. In order to make all of this coverage possible, tyt.com/go. We told you we're building a progressive microphone. We built a pretty good one. We told you we were trying to get real change for all of you guys. I think we've done a pretty good job at that. So the way to support that is tyt.com/go. Now let me read you guys some of the latest results from the rest of the races. So Ed Markey has won, but it does not look good for Alex Morse. Now we're 35,435 votes in, 60.6 to 39.4. So there is still some small chance that we could have a mail-in miracle in Massachusetts. But right now it looks like Morse is going to lose. But that is a solid showing. And when you're around 40 points, that means you scared the living crap out of the incumbent. And the incumbent's either going to adjust or lose the next time. So in a lot of these races, I feel like those seats are just like the incumbents are warming them up for people like Alex Morse. So Jessica Cisneros, Morgan Harper, Alex Morse, I would put them at the very top of the list for future Congresspeople if they run again. And then we told you about the 4th Congressional District early on in the night, and we didn't get a chance to go back to it.
So yeah,
that's Joe Kennedy's old seat. Yes, Ryan?
Yeah, on that one, it looks like the Kennedy relative, Jake Auchincloss, who is a former Republican, is not going to win, which is if that holds, that's a win for progressives. Hassan Leckie is all the way down in 5th place. So the would-be squad member isn't pulling it out. She was kind of kneecapped by her former staff, who kind of attacked her publicly. Jessie Mermel looks like she's on her way to winning it. She was endorsed by Anna Presley, so that's not at all kind of a loss for progressives necessarily.
Yeah, no, that's a mixed bag. And so Hassan Leckie getting kneecapped by fellow progressives and then coming in 4th or 5th. I wouldn't know anything about that. But Hassan was great, and I think she's got a great future in front of her. But again, Ayanna Presley's endorsement making a difference for a candidate that is not quite as progressive, but beat back a conservative candidate is very good news.
And the district definitely moves left from Joe Kennedy.
Yeah, that's another win. And by the way, it's so sad to see that the Kennedys, known as the most progressive family in American politics, at this late date, because they have institutional wealth and power, have become the more conservative and corporate wing of the Democratic Party.
Didn't have to be that way, but that's the way they went.
Yeah. Now, another one that's going to get called, but has a few amount of votes reporting for whatever reason, is the 8th district. That's Stephen Lynch, one of the most conservative Democrats, still with a giant 45-point lead over Robbie Goldstein. Only 12,000 votes reporting, but it'd be surprising if Robbie won. It's just a matter of how good a showing he has to see if he'll run again, because somebody's going to knock out Lynch. Lynch is too conservative for that seat. So just a matter of time. And now the New York Times has officially called it for Richie Neal. So they're very conservative, New York Times, and by that I don't mean politically. I mean by nature. So if they've called it, it's very, very, very likely that it's over. So Alex Morse with a strong showing. The smear, unfortunately, probably did work enough to affect the early mail-in votes. We don't know that was decisive. Remember, Neal had a ton of money, ton of name recognition, ton of help, and a lot of infrastructure. So it was possible that the Intercept's reporting might have swung the election by actually reporting the truth about those allegations. But it looks like Morse is going to fall short. But it's a great showing on his part. And now he has a great amount of name recognition in that district. And so that makes a second run and then an eventual victory much more likely. All right. So Ryan Grimm, TYT contributor, but also the Washington bureau chief of The Intercept. If you're not reading The Intercept, you're probably not getting the real story. So please check that out. And to our team, Brandon Nasher, that helped put this together at the last minute, we deeply appreciate it. Great job. And to all of you who became members or contributed in any way, we love you guys, and none of this is possible without you guys. And by the way, not just contributed to us, but contributed to Ed Markey, contributed to Rebellion PAC, and all of those things. So overall, mixed results, but a really good night for the progressive movement in the message that we sent that you got to back progressive policies, otherwise you're in trouble. And the way to protect yourself is to back progressive policies. That's exactly what we want. So thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Cenk.
Welcome to Old School. I'm joined by Michael Schur and Alonzo Bowden. And I'm Ben Mankiewicz. Welcome, boys. How are you?
I'm well.
Good. How you doing?
I'm going to say this, and I trust Brandon, but I look red. Do I look red to you? On fire?
No.
Okay.
No, you look, I don't think any of us look great. So Alonzo, the last time I saw you in person was, I don't even know when this was, but you did the comedy at the LA Press Club, which I know I was in the world publicly since then, but that's literally that's like the last night out I remember.
By the way, that's where I was there too that night.
Yeah,
Right.
That was probably this December 2019.
Yeah, so it's weird because there were probably things that happened in January or February, but other than like flying to Atlanta on business, I don't remember like having a social evening. That
Right.
for some reason stands out.
It's a very odd thing, right? To think back pre-pandemic anything just seems like so long ago, and some of it isn't, but it seems like, yeah, like there was a line drawn. But I love the LA Press Club dinners because I have met so many incredible people doing those, literally from Dolly Parton to Carl Reiner to Quincy Jones. I mean, it's amazing.
That's a good group of three. My
Glad
daughter
you didn't add Patricia Arquette to
that. My daughter just watched 9 to 5. She's 7, and she is super into it. And the person, of course, she's super into most is Dolly. And there's a lot of playing 9 to 5, which is wonderful. It's a great song, very short. It's like 2 minutes and 34 seconds. But now Michael likes country music, and I like old country.
That's what I like too.
Oh, all right. Well then, but when she really gets it, I have these fears that she's going to think that's the best music. Like, even though I get it's just 9 to 5, the movie's great, it's infectious. I got no beef with her liking the movie. I wanted to show it to her, but then but it was just a little tiny bit of paranoia. But then Dolly comes out with this, wonderful thing a couple of weeks ago, which was which was great to say, which is basically, hey, if it turns out what you're saying, it makes someone else upset, why don't you just stop saying it or doing it or whatever? Like, this isn't that complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, she, she was very funny at the press club dinner because I obviously joked. I did some joke about, being the black guy at Dollywood or something like that. And she like yelled out like, no, we have one more or something, it was really funny in the moment. And then she's woke. I mean, Dolly was talking about, if you're something about Black Lives Matter, if it hurts your little ass, then get over it. Dolly she's cool. And I didn't know about the millions of books she's given. Like that's her thing.
I don't know about it right now. What is that?
Yeah, she is involved in a charity, and I guess I should Google it right now. But she gives away books. I'm gonna look it up so I don't mess it up.
The first thing I think of when I think of Dolly Parton is books.
That's
you
good.
guys talk amongst yourselves while I look for this.
That's really. That joke is not going to get. That joke is not even going to get appreciated enough, Michael, because it's.
Thank you. It's all right. My life.
Right.
Yeah, it's called Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Total books mailed 143,820,914.
Who she send them to?
Gives free books to children from birth to age 5, the United States, the UK, Canada, Australia, and the Republic of Ireland. And she said because she grew up, in the hills of East Tennessee, and there was a lot of illiteracy, and she knows books open minds and things. And this has been her charity forever. And I had no idea, and it's very cool, right? So.
Yeah, 143 million books. That's serious business.
Yeah.
We watched a couple of performances. We watched the 9 to 5 video, which is really just from the movie. And then we watched a performance from the Grand Ole Opry, like the 50th anniversary of the Grand Ole Opry.
What band?
The Grand Old Opry. I'm sorry, the Grand Old Opry.
Right.
And I don't know, there was just something about when she came out on, first of all, she's totally still got it in a way that so many performers don't. Like, she doesn't try too much, but she's still moving around and pointing, and she looks great. But also when they gave her a standing ovation, I don't know what struck me, the way she was like, oh my God, thank you, that's so, please sit down. You don't want to be standing. You're just Brett. It's good. That was so nice. Thank you. But come on. I don't know. She was so warm.
Genuine.
Yeah.
Genuine.
Yeah. She really is a genuine. So I'm into Dolly. But at that LA Press Club event, you were, I thought, incredibly funny, Alonso, and like in a way that like and you didn't always get big laughs. There was, first of all, half the people weren't paying attention. Right, they're just kibitzing it, which makes it an incredibly tough room. And then the degree to which you took not caring about whether they were laughing, I just thought was fairly brilliant. There was this really, this really spectacular authenticity to that. Like, and I was like, no, he really doesn't care. He's not saying that to get out of this thing. This is a guy who does not care. And then you were like, yeah, I got to go to the Lakers game, so I'm out. See you later. It was good stuff. It was good.
Thank you. Well, you know what it is? That crowd, I mean, there are those who are laughing, but that is a crowd. When you talk about a PC crowd, there's a certain group in there that are just not going to laugh at a joke. Like, they just can't take a joke about anything. And I've learned that over the years of doing it. So it's like, here it is. And to those who enjoy it, great. And to those to whom any joke will hurt you, well, sorry. I got nothing.
Why is that the case with that crowd? Because you would think the press, everyone who's been in a newsroom knows that's you're goofing around the whole time and being jocular and all of that. I wonder why that crowd is so tough.
Well, I think some of them take themselves very seriously. So when I joke about the press, they're kind of like, they don't like that. And then others, I think they go out of their way to try to be nice or fair to everyone. And it's almost like they feel if they laugh at this joke, well, that's picking on, whatever group it is. And again, they're trying to work within those parameters. I would have, maybe one joke about the glass of water. I probably couldn't even joke about the chicken they serve. That would probably offend somebody who's, probiotic chicken thing, and then it'd be like, oh, he's one of those guys, So I just
some chefs and assistants and waiters and busboys, they've been slaving over that meal. Who are you? Who are you to just mock their work? I have a couple of friends who spent most of their lives in academia, and they are incredibly frustrated by the inability to tell any joke in that world so when they're out of that world and with other people, they're so grateful for any joke that might just be, it doesn't even have, they don't want an offensive joke. They just want something that's a little mean, right? Yeah. So to anyone.
I mean, you can't be edgy.
I mean, that's part of humor. If you're not poking something, then it's not going to be funny, Yeah. That's just the way it is. And in that room, being the press and being the media, I have to make fun of it because, and a lot of them do appreciate it, because a lot of times the media, they're already caught up in that, right? Like I may joke about how they have to report on, like if I did it right now, if we had the one in June that was normally scheduled, you think I'm not going to make fun of the fact that they cover Kanye like he's a real candidate?
Yeah, right. Of course. Yeah.
Now, I know it might be your job, but if you come to me with Kanye as a real presidential candidate, then I'm going to make fun of you. That's my job, right?
Yeah, when I went to journalism school, and there was because I went in already in whatever year I went, like 1991, and I went in with this sense. I'd worked in television news a little bit, not on the air as a producer. Sports producer, but I paid attention to the news. My brother was a local TV reporter, and I went. Yeah, I think he still is. I don't know where he is now. I think he's like in Cleveland at the #1 station though. Something
sounds
like that.
Right.
Yeah. And I go in with this idea that present both sides. That was really what had been beaten into my head, and. First professor I have, and I think the course is called Reporting and Writing 1. It is the standard bearer of graduate journalism course, and it's basically what you think it is, right? And he never talked about both sides, right? He talked about telling the full story, but he talked about truth, like get at the truth, get what is true, and sometimes you might not be able to get there. Right, given the limited times, and sometimes the truth moves and it's obscure. But if there is truth, you should find it and you should write it. It doesn't matter if one side for that objects to it, and then that seems to have largely it's gone away in a lot of places. It certainly went away then when I left journalism school and I got a job in local news. Like then it was just like, hey man, get a soundbite from a neighbor, get a soundbite from the cop, get a soundbite from the government body that regulates this, and then put it on the air. And you don't even have to. You'll kind of told what happened, but you haven't told the story of what it's about. So I think that many, especially in television, that this is not people who work in local news. They don't seem cut from the Pete Hamill, Jimmy Breslin cloth. I don't think those guys worried about offending anybody after work,
or after life either.
Or after life, yeah, totally. Yeah.
I grew up in New York, and I will always remember a column Jimmy Breslin wrote about Times Square wasn't meant for kids. Yeah. Like when they cleaned it up and Disneyfied it and all, he was like, no, it's supposed to be sleazy. It's Times Square. And yeah, you couldn't write that today, right?
Right.
That would just be
sure. There's too many lightning rods there in that you're accepting. Yeah, that's right.
That even translated to sport, because I grew up in New York too, Alonzo, and you had like Dick Young, and you had Larry. I mean, you had sports writers on the back pages of the News and the Post, and Bill Gallo, a little lighter, but I mean, they would just tell you what they thought about it, and they didn't care what you thought about it. I remember Dick Young just sort of said, "Stand up and boo. This team's terrible," and he was the beat writer for the Mets, I think it was, that year. And there's just such a directness that has gone. You don't have to get a Mets fan to say, "Oh, but I like the Mets," right? They're good. They've always been underdogs. And no, Dick Young just said what he felt as a reporter too.
Yeah, I did a piece. I don't know how I got away with this. I did a long, I don't know, it wasn't a dissertation, but like a thesis in college on Shirley Povich. I guess what I wrote about was, I took a class in the American home front during World War II, and I wrote about the Washington Senators during World War II, sort of as a metaphor for how it was about the home front, about how baseball changed as a metaphor for how American life changed at home during the war. And I interviewed Shirley Povich, who was Maury Povich's dad, who was a long-time Washington Post and maybe Washington Star first, maybe not, maybe just the Post reporter. And he covered the Senators for 20 years, but he covered football and he covered everything. And you'd read some of his stories, and like that, they were first of all, they were so well written. Right, I mean, they were just so good and descriptive, but mocking when mocking was needed, right? But then the bumbling senator defense took the stage,
right.
And then
New York sports writers famously, my brother and I talk about it because we grew up in New York. It's like the family thing, right? Where you can make fun of your brother, someone else can't. But it's your brother, so you can make fun of him. And New York sports writers are like that. Like, oh yeah, we'll trash a bad New York team. Now, we hate Philly or Boston more, but we will trash a New York team. And there were athletes who couldn't handle New York because they couldn't handle the pressure of the back page, right? Because I think, wasn't it Randy Johnson who tried pitching for the Yankees? There was somebody he came.
It wasn't Randy Johnson.
It wasn't Randy Johnson. There was a pitcher. He was a great pitcher. He came to the Yankees, and the back page destroyed him, and he left the Yankees. Like,
I got two of them. I don't know that they'd qualify as great, but Andy Hawkins and Ed Whitson. Those guys both flamed, and then Steve Kemp.
Steve Kemp.
Yeah, right, guys who came and got big contracts in New York, and then just couldn't do it. And Kenny Rogers too. Right, Kenny Rogers.
I forgot about Kenny Rogers. That's just great. We're talking about Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers.
Kenny Rogers, the same show. It's amazing. I got a great thing that I noticed too.
I have one too. I have a tie-in to your story.
Kenny, and then Kenny Rogers went and pitched in Oakland and Texas afterwards, and he was great. He just couldn't do New York. So the same night that my daughter and I and my wife watch 9 to 5. Afterwards, because we were looking at YouTube videos of her singing, and that leads, of course, to Islands in the Stream, right, with Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton.
We are
in a duet, right? There's no one in between. How can we be wrong, for crying out loud? And then I obviously go to The Gambler because that song has some resonance for me. And it's a terrible video. It's Kenny Rogers around a very orchestrated poker table, like a guy's playing poker, but it doesn't. It really looks like a made-for-TV movie in the 70s, right? There's nothing quite authentic about it. It's got some cigars burning. He's got the bartenders, right on his arm, and then when he gets to you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And when it comes to, and he's got some chips in his hand, and he goes, you got to know when to hold them. He's playing with the chips. And then he goes, you got to know when to fold them. And he throws a chip away over his shoulder. And you're like, no, it's not money that you fold. The cards, so that you keep the money. That's the idea, is you don't waste the money. But again, it's just sort of this effortless, hey, I don't know when to fold them. And there it goes. Yeah.
Yeah. How did the director let that happen? One thing, you were talking about Shirley Povich. First of all, a guy named Shirley is fantastic. Right. But the other big sports writer at the same time, I think, Ben, and you would know this in DC, was Maury Siegel, right?
And Maury Siegel, he left the Post and went to the Washington Star.
Okay. Yeah. And Shirley was Maury's father, and Maury and Shirley. I just always got that Maury Povich, Shirley Povich, Maury Siegel. It was like this Jewish mafia of sports in DC. And then, we've only ever heard of Maury Povich in the
But there is something to my image. Maybe it's born out of movies, but I think it's correct that there was among newspapermen, and they almost all exclusively men, that there was this really harsh cynicism. Because of course, it's not like there wasn't newspaper men who were in the bag for political figures or political leaders. That is, we don't want to over romanticize the way the newspaper business was from the 1920s until it got taken over by corporate entities in the 80s. But there was this really useful cynicism where they expected that they were getting lied to. So they just instinctively had an idea of who the hucksters were, who the con men were, right? Who the guys not to trust were. That flies in the face a little bit when I was reading about Frank Rizzo when in Philadelphia they painted over his mural I don't know what that area is called, the Market area, I think, right?
Rittenhouse Square.
I think it was something Market, but I don't know. I don't know Philly well.
Something for Rittenhouse Square.
Well done, Rittenhouse. Yeah. And you read about Frank Rizzo. Frank Rizzo was a horrible racist, and not only looked the other way, but sanctioned acts of brutality against black people in Philadelphia. He had no business having a mural or a statue in Philly under any circumstances. And he had one of the papers, I don't know which one, whether it was the Inquirer or the Daily News, was incredibly hostile to him. So he paid all the guys at the paper off. And then they wrote incredibly favorable stories about him. I think it was the Inquirer. And then the Inquirer got sold and they fired all those guys. And then he was in trouble again. But just like, so I get it, but there was this cynicism among the Hamill and Breslin generation that I think served an aggressive covering of elected officials well, which we lack a little bit now, and certainly on TV.
Yeah, I was going to say, and we need that. I mean, one of the things that, as a comic or as a person, the Fourth Estate. The Fourth Estate used to keep things in check because they didn't believe you, because they had that you're lying to me, and they would press you on it, and that's what they don't do now, right? That's where. The big thing with Jon Stewart, right? When a bunch of people said, to Jon Stewart and Louis Black and those guys, why are people getting their news from comics? And I'll never forget, Louis Black famously said, look, we don't want to do this, but nobody else will do it. Believe me, he said it a little harsher than that. But that cynicism towards these particularly political figures, like when they sit there and the person is lying, and nobody stops it. It's the most frustrating thing, and that's the stuff that wouldn't have gone on back in those days.
Yeah, when we get to our next episode, I want to talk a little bit more about that sort of that idea, because so many people now, it's worked. I mean, they've been poisoned to think that no matter what the Fourth Estate does, no matter what the press does, that they're doing it for their own. They're doing it for their own benefit.
And then we discuss the best movies about newspapers.
Yes, of course we can discuss the best movies about newspapers. But the line that you just gave, Alonzo, about Louis Black reminded me of a great line. We'll wrap up this episode with this from Jimmy Dore back when he was working with TYT when CNN started the fact check, whatever they call it, right? We've partnered with truth.org or whatever it was. We're going to fact check, we're going to find out. And Jimmy was like, why do you need to partner with them? I mean, isn't that your job every day? Like, oh, you know what? I got a great idea. Let's do a partnership where we find out whether stuff is true or not. We can't do it, but we'll get this outside organization and they'll let us know. And I thought that was a great line. All right, this episode of the Young Turks is done, but if you'll wait, I don't know, 0 seconds, the second one will start. Welcome to the Young Turks. Alonzo, Michael, Ben. This program, as all episodes of Old School are produced by Asher. Now, the previous episode was available to everyone. This episode is available to Asher. Will now explain who gets this episode and how is this different than the first episode.
Well, if you're watching on tyt.com or on YouTube, this section is for members only, but you can watch it without a membership if you're watching on a linear platform like YouTube TV or Pluto or anything like that. So,
and the last segment is just
for members.
So on tyt.com, these last 2 sections are only for members, but you can also watch this section elsewhere.
Yes.
It rolls off the tongue. So thanks for easily understood. Thank you, Asher. I got it. I do have it now.
Like all old schools, this one is brought to you by our loyal sponsor, shoptyt.com.
That's right.
Go to shoptyt.com and get a membership or a Pluto or something.
Okay, so Michael, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, no, I wanted to talk about, we were talking about
newspaper movies. Okay, but first we're gonna get to newspaper movies, great newspaper movies, because there are a lot of great ones. So I today, we moved into a new house and obviously everything.
Oh, so we've moved past newspapers entirely? We're just gonna save that for
No, it's totally relevant.
Okay.
This doubles back. And so we moved into this new home and everything costs $6,000. Everything. Doesn't matter what it is. The disposal seems not to work. They got something caught in. You need new disposal and you need new pipes. That's $6,000. You need new furnace. $6,000. Like today, my wife and I found out that something cost that we didn't even know we needed cost $850, and we were like high-fiving each other. Like, oh my gosh, this is great news. They're only going to take $850 from us. So. But we got this guy who we like very much, and he's doing some let's call it roofing work on the house. He's been very helpful. Huh?
What does that run you?
About $6,000. Right. And so he's here, and somehow we get into he's got kids in school, and he's complaining about his school district and that the Zoom learning. The online learning, it cuts out like every like in a 4-hour day, it cuts out 2 or 3 times. They can't even get the connection right, so everybody's miserable. And then he's talking to my wife, and it leads into him saying, only 9,000 people actually have COVID. And my wife desperately needs this guy's help, so she's like, yeah. She's like, oh, I heard something like that on NPR. And he's like, yeah. It announced a couple of days ago the CDC changed their figures. And no one's reporting on it because they wanted to say 180,000. So he didn't say it hurts Trump, but that he said because it's it's political. Because I said they're changing because I didn't even miss this story. So I was like, oh, this can't be right? It's not. And sure enough, my wife is desperately trying to get me to shut up because she doesn't want this guy mad at us.
She should actually just go in the closet.
I lost my temper. There's no question, because as it went on and on, I was like, no, this is inconsistent. And I Google it, I find out. I'm like, Trump said this, the tweets have been deleted. He's like, the CDC just changed it. I go, no, it's been on the CDC website since May, right? This is people who have died without any other comorbidity at all, right? And that's what it is. The other people have also died of COVID and other things, sometimes caused by COVID, right? But no, he's like, no, they just updated it. I haven't read that. And so it became clear to me that he goes, where are you reading that? I go, the Washington Post. And he's like, well, right? And I thought, you can't, there is just this, it doesn't hold the same level of import. It means nothing to so many people that, if a reporter, if it was true, that not 180,000 people have died of COVID, it's 9,000, and the other 171,000, they died of cancer or emphysema or diabetes or whatever else you die of, right? Kidney failure, it had nothing to do with COVID. You don't think one reporter somewhere would think that's a pretty cool story, right? Yeah. And he's like, no, they're all in bed. And Fauci goes, Fauci, and I go, what's Fauci's incentive for creating hysteria? And he's like, well, he's got the thing, he's tied in with Bill and Melinda.
Bill and Melinda, who are giving away every one of their dollars over the course of their lives and in perpetuity. He's tied in with them.
Right, so they want what? To get a vaccine that we don't need so that they can sell the vaccine to people who don't need the vaccine so that they can make more money that they will then give away. Like, what's the incentive?
No, Ben, you haven't heard about the vaccine?
No.
It's so that they can inject trackers into our bodies. Some kind of electronic tracker nanocell technology will be injected into our bodies through this vaccine. The conspiracy theories, not only are they comically ridiculous, it's funny how anxious people are to believe them.
Yeah.
That's the really disturbing thing, right? I mean, we live among, hundreds of millions of cult members because they just are looking for someone to say something and then go with it. My biggest problem is some of the stuff is so whack that I don't have a retort. Like if I wouldn't have anything at my fingertips to say to this guy who said there are only 9,000 cases of COVID, because I've never been prepared to have to speak to somebody with that.
My wife and I had a few pleasantly, I must say, sharp words for each other when we came upstairs, because she was like, what are you doing? You're acting like a crazy person. And I was like, and I don't act like a crazy person very often. And I was like, I can't stand that guy in my house. And she was like, shouldn't you, you're so good at reasoning, shouldn't you tell him and talk him out of it? And Michael, you've said it better. Because no, I can't. What am I supposed to say to this guy? There is nothing that you can say to this guy to snap him out of it or make him realize that just because the Washington Post has gotten some stories wrong, that they're not all wrong. And he, of course, went back to, hey, Fauci first said, don't wear masks. Now wear masks. So why should I believe anything he says?
Yeah. Well, and good for you, because I just will not argue, debate, or deal, because you can't have an argument with something that's not based in any fact at all. Right? When it's just when their argument is fake news, right? How do you come back to that? And I just recently had that happen with somebody who is listening to my podcast, and I was talking about some story, and they said, yeah, I was talking to somebody and I told them something, and they said, where'd you find that? And he said, in the New York Times. And they said, oh, well, of course. And then he said, well, it was also on CBS, NBC, ABC, and they were like, yeah, well, all of them. And it's like, yes, they all get together to lie to you, and Fox News is the only one telling the truth. And even Fox News, if they go against, because recently they've been going against the grain on some of the most ridiculous stories, and they'll call that fake news. So yeah, I've given up. I don't argue. I don't argue with Fox News or racists over 40. Those are my rules.
Yeah, no, those are good rules. Yeah, I couldn't, I backed away, but it was a heated 2 or 3 minutes. But we needed some piping done, so I went upstairs. Yeah, I don't know. Can't remember what he was. I know he's important. He's fixed a bunch of stuff. Yeah, but it goes to Michael's point and Alonso's point you just made, that they've just decided that because the press is sometimes wrong, they've always been wrong because people lie to them, right? And truth is hard to get when people are trying to obfuscate the truth. But my other thought, like if there was a conspiracy here to make up this disease, or over there, that liberal reporters would be anxious to break that story because they're really interested in news and truth, right? So I'm saying, even if you think they're liberal, right? Nobody would come across that information and hide. And again, it's interesting that they would be inflating this. The government would be inflating these figures when this guy runs the government. But it's the same with the Russia investigation, right? Like reasonable people can have a debate about the extent to which the role that they played, how much help they gave, right? Whether Trump knew about it. These are all haven't been proven. Knew about it in a meaningful way, solicited it. Seems like maybe he didn't. But that they helped in a meaningful way is obvious because not one reporter had one anonymous source anywhere in the intelligence community who said, oh, they're overstating this. Like there were none because everyone saw it and was like, oh, wow, Russia has infiltrated. Wow, this is serious business. And that means nothing to people. And I think part of it is that they haven't watched enough of these newspaper movies, so they don't know, they don't know how it works.
Right. Everybody should watch newspaper movies. They're the best genre. We need more of them.
Well, yeah, but they're all made by the same liberal Hollywood machine. That's creating viruses and so on. if you really want them to believe a Russian conspiracy, just tell them Obama was involved, and then it's absolute gospel.
Right. Then they're into it. Then they're into it.
True.
All right, Michael, give me a good newspaper movie.
Oh, well, I mean, to me, to watch the All the President's Men is the gold standard, but The Paper is a fantastic movie.
Yeah, well, that would have been, as you know, my choice. It's Ron Howard, I think, in 1994 with Michael Keaton and Marissa Tomei as a great New York movie and a great newspaper movie.
I have to ask because you guys are better on this than me. What is the name of the movie that investigated the child abuse scandal?
Spotlight, which was I thought like the successor to All the President's Men. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. It was a good kind of newspaper movie that maybe you guys saw. Maybe it was called The Public Eye with Joe Pesci. He played a news photographer who it was sort of based on Ouija, who was that guy, like sort of turn of the century, a little later, probably 1930s, New York crime reporter who he was in with the cops. The cops would call him and say, there's been a murder on so-and-so. And he goes right up, takes a tabloid picture of the murder victim and then releases it. It was a really good movie that no one's ever heard of. And I recommend that one.
I don't know it. I'm looking at a list here. There's so many. I mean, first of all, Reds. Like that's really a newspaper movie. It's a great one.
Superman's kind of a newspaper movie.
It's kind of a newspaper.
I was going to bring up Spider-Man. That J. Jonah Jameson got to the bottom of things. I'm going to tell you right now. And Peter Parker, how did he get those pictures?
Yeah, it's photojournalism. That's right. The what's the His Girl Friday, right? And there's a Bogart movie, Deadline USA. Where you go, you should watch Deadline USA tonight, Michael. You would love it. Everybody would love it. Lonzo, you would totally dig it. But the movie, he's going after a crime boss who's trying to shut it down. He's powerful, and there's obviously the threat of violence. And the guy's at the end of the movie, he's like, I'll stop it. I'll call your boss. I'm connected. I'll call the governor. And Bogart's on the phone, and I'm butchering it, but he's like, it's too late. You know why? McGaffigan or whatever his name is. And he puts the phone out, and he goes, you know what that sound is? That's the presses. And you can't stop the press.
So good.
Yeah, it's like they're already out with it. You're like, yeah, it's so good. And then that Citizen Kane movie probably counts.
Yeah, well, there's that too. Yeah. What's the one I'm thinking of that was kind of around the time of The Paper? I don't remember it though. Was Hudsucker Proxy? That's not really a newspaper movie.
I wouldn't call that a newspaper movie, but I mean, and there's also just like journalism movies. As I'm looking through this list, you get like, well, first of all, Absence of Malice, a great newspaper movie, and Network. Broadcast news, Network. I mean, Network is as good as All the President's Men. Just on the speech that forget the I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. But the speech that Ned Beatty gives as the head of the corporation that owns the network, right? About what the real power is. It's not the power of the press. It's the corporate power and who owns what. Is like, it's chilling and it's perfect and it's awesome and it's great. Just that's worth it. That's worth it all by itself. God, there's so many movies I don't think about as newspaper. It was A Year of Living Dangerously. First big movie Oliver Stone wrote, Salvador. With John Savage and James Brooks.
Killing Fields is a newspaper movie.
Totally, Killing Fields.
Yeah.
Newspaper movie. Yep.
Will they? I'm going to ask you, journalists. Will they make a movie about this era of fake news and Twitter like people, believing, a tweet storm or whatever? Will somebody be able to? Will this be able to be captured when truth? Let's call it when truth died, right?
Well, my answer is later. I think there's such a fatigue for this stuff right now that there's no contemporary interest in it because we live it every day. If Trump loses in November, and then 10 or 15 years from now, someone makes that movie, they'll make the documentaries in the interim. But if somebody makes a movie about like the frustration of covering Trump during whatever impeachment or what have you, maybe it doesn't. I'm not in that audience right now.
But I think yes, and I think there'll be a lot of good ones. There's a lot of great artists out here, a lot of great writers, but I'm sure there's some fear right now of people with money to pay for it, because if you have a movie that clearly mocks Trump, there is going to be this significant backlash, this significant boycott, and you get cold feet. Maybe less now. I mean, I think the protests of the last 3 months and the sort of sense that we're actually having a meaningful change, right, in America, that this feels different than other situations. That, like, I know companies that were initially terrified of alienating Sean Hannity, right? And now are thinking, Sean Hannity, right? Like I don't worry about that anymore. That's a nice thing. But that said, I suspect in the previous years that they thought, let's not rock the boat. I don't want to spend $40 million and then know that I'm going to get boycotted.
Yeah, down the road.
Right, but it's coming. But I think you're right, Alonzo. I would say it's definitely it's too fun. I mean, there's a whole funny, if it weren't so awful, right? There's a funny component to it. It's a reality show versus a president.
I'm just one person. I don't think it's that much fun right now. So I'm not interested in that. Like I maybe one day I will be, and maybe my son will be, but who knows? It doesn't hold any allure for me. We're in the middle of it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, if it weren't real, it would be hilarious.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. It is.
I mean, because it's so ridiculous that if it weren't actually happening and somebody said to you that, the president's going to just make up things and put them on this platform called Twitter and millions of people are going to believe it, you'd be like, this is hilarious. And he can say anything. And you'd be like, yeah, anything he says, they believe. They actually call the news the liars and call the lies reality.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if Trump is an aberration and this only lasts another few months, then it'll be a lot easier to make that movie. But if Trump is reelected, or if Trump only lasts a few months and he's not an aberration, and people, come out who are like Donald Trump and they're president again and again and again, then I don't know what's going to happen with that movie.
Yeah, I'm with you. Then all the dynamic of how we tell stories will change. Everything will change. I mean, I had an epiphany today, which is so obvious, right? I mean, like abstractly, I would have said, "Boy, social media has really ruined everything," but today I was like, "Oh my God, social media has ruined everything." I mean, Trump just, he lies today. He says to the reporters that the protesters in Portland and the protesters in Kenosha that they're your protesters, meaning the news people, right? And the people who support me, those are patriotic Americans. And he says, but you can't even get mad. It's the 7,000th crazy thing he said since July 15th. But they have this, we don't know how to cover it. We know how to ask questions and say, how can you say that? But they just tell a lie. Russia investigated Russia helped you. No, Ukraine helped Hillary, right? They just turn it around, and we don't know how to cover it because when I was in journalism, that's not how it worked. And then you have this social media to echo it, right? And to crush, especially it turns out on Facebook where I'm not, where the Trump army really lives. And then you put people who are reasonable, who seem reasonable in the old school way, like Jared Kushner and Mark Meadows, right? And then they go, oh, when Trump says that no, only 9 million people have died, he's just trying to fire up the crazy liberals. He's trying to provoke them. It's a joke.
Right.
And to some extent that has worked, right?
Reasonable, like Mark Meadows, is a lovely turn of phrase. The other thing, we all laughed at the Huffington Post when they said when Trump was running, we're not going to cover them. We laughed later, but we're not going to cover him because it's not real news and he's not going to win the presidency. Well, he had the last laugh on the Huffington Post, but in essence, they were right. Why give airspace to this guy who is spewing these untruths, who's not appreciating truth and is getting more people to be like him? And that's a tough place to be, because I don't know how you get out of that. You have to cover these stories. It'd be great. I thought nobody should go to these White House press conferences on COVID, but you can't not do that if you're a reporter, because you have to report. He is the president. You have to report it, but it's a tough place to be.
The thing that happened, we know what we got to go. We'll talk about it. We'll follow it up in the next episode, which is for members only, just like this episode on tyt.com. All right, so thanks for watching. We'll be right back. Which is right now. Welcome back to Old School. Welcome to Old School, members only section. This is Ben and Alonzo and Michael, produced by Asher. Asher, thanks very much. So there is today at his press conference, it's just not a press conference, it's a political speech that he had today, but he called it a press conference at 5:30 Eastern. And we got from a couple of reporters what I sort of wanted for a long time, and you too, Michael, that a reporter tried to ask a question about how Trump was condemning Antifa and left-wing violence, but had not talked about the Rittenhouse kid or any of the rather substantial right-wing violence. And he wouldn't answer it, and he wouldn't let her finish asking the question. And he kept calling on somebody else, and the other reporter was called on and finished the question, which just strikes me should be happening every day when he skirts a question, right?
That would be great if the reporters did that. If they would each finish the question that he ignored, especially he really can't stand women asking him questions.
These were both women.
To bother him the most. Like nothing bothers him more than an intelligent woman asking a question, and I think they shouldn't let him off the hook, and yet they do. And it's that thing of losing their access to the White House press conference, which is their job, right? That would never happen before. No other president would say, "Oh, I don't like your question, so you're not allowed to come here." Like that, it's so outlandish. It's what you were talking about. Some of these things are so outlandish that you don't know how to deal with it because it's uncharted territory.
And I don't know, I would lose my White House credentials and then I just cover it from outside. what difference does it make, right? Yeah. What is the value of being in that room to do a good job covering him? To do a good job covering him, you don't need access to him. You don't need access to Kellyanne Conway or Kayleigh McEnany.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't need, that's not how you get it covered, right? They put out statements, you can steal the statements and you can watch the press conference.
And the White House Correspondents Association protects these people from losing their credentials and their hard passes to the White House. What they can't control is who they call on from the podium. And I think that you're right, Ben. I mean, just so what? Wait, well, why don't you just cover it? Because no question you ask is going to elicit any kind of satisfactory answer, and the guy is in control of that room constantly because of that. And look, it's a tough job. It's a job I'd love to have, and I don't know that I would be any better at it than any of them, or do any of the things that I wish they would do. But I certainly would finish questions that were like what you were talking.
No, you would definitely.
Well, I think one great thing now is at the Rose Garden press conferences, there are no longer any roses in the way.
Right, which is great. Yeah.
Yeah, thank God we solved that problem. That was an aggravation.
Roses out of the way, just thorns and everything.
To continue with this totally down old school. So today, I don't remember who's the latest book that came out. Not the Melania's ex-friend's book, just clearly.
I was going to say the Melania book, not the Mary Trump book, the John Carl book.
Somebody has a new a Trump book. I'll find it momentarily. But the essence
is the anticipated one.
No, this is I'll
Molly Ball and Susan Page have Pelosi books. I can't think of the other Trump book.
Who cares? So it was a John Kelly related story today, and it was the whatever book reporting that John Kelly was offered after Trump fired Comey the role of the Attorney General, right? Mm-hmm. And but he wouldn't. But he asked, as you might imagine, he asked John Kelly, I'm going to want loyalty, right? Same thing that he asked Comey. And Kelly was like, no, I can't do that, right? Of course I can't do that. And it sounds true completely. Trump would have asked that of anyone. He obviously asked it of Barr when he got rid of Jeff Sessions. So assuming that that's true, I mean, it really changes anybody's idea of John Kelly if they think that he was one of these reasonable people in the room, which I guess compared to the other crazy people in the room, he was. But I mean, if you wouldn't take the job as Attorney General for Trump because he asked for your loyalty, and then 18 months later, he asked you to be his chief of staff, and you're like, okay, great, because then obviously I have loyalty. I mean, he showed you who he was.
Right.
I mean, he showed the world who he was for years.
That's the thing. I mean, anyone who took a position in that administration knows exactly who. There were no secrets about who he was. Even Mike Pence, he knew who he was.
But these and one reporter brought it up. When each of these people leave, get fired or whatever, then they become an incompetent, an idiot, and a blah blah blah. And she asked him, why do you keep hiring incompetent people? I think Kayleigh McEnany, I think her chip on her shoulder is that she got in too late to get a book deal, right? If Trump is out in November, does she get $1 million for her book? Because that seems to be the severance package when you leave the administration.
I think she's going for the TV job and not the book.
You think she'll have a TV job?
There's a chance. I think she's going to get her books from Dolly Parton.
By the way, the book is Michael Schmidt. His new book is Donald Trump versus the United States. So he sort of, my dad's second book was The United States versus Richard M. Nixon. He prosecuted. My dad's book was like what the prosecution of Nixon would have looked like if Gerald Ford hadn't pardoned him. And it says here that according to Michael Schmidt's book, he offered it wasn't Attorney General, he offered John Kelly, head of the FBI. But the president added something else. If he became FBI director, Trump told him Kelly needed to be loyal to him and only him. Kelly immediately realized the problem with Trump's request for loyalty, and he pushed back on the president's demand. Kelly said he'd be loyal to the Constitution and the rule of law, but he refused to pledge his loyalty to Trump. And then he takes the job of chief of staff. Like, I mean, it is, and you end up playing this game of like, who's not totally insane in that circle.
Yeah.
And obviously, Jim Mattis is not totally insane, right? He was, and Reince Priebus was not totally insane, unbelievably, right? But no, John Kelly is an idiot. John Kelly is sold out, and he sold out the country, because you should never serve a guy who asked that of someone who was going to be head of the FBI or Attorney General.
I guess the power is that seductive, right?
Yeah.
Where he could say, "Hey, if I'm head of the FBI, I have to honor the Constitution. But if I work directly for you, then I can ignore it." Right? I mean, that had to be the deal made with himself.
Yeah, and maybe
perfectly said, actually.
Maybe there's with like Fauci and maybe even Deborah Birx, I get that there's a thought of he's a liar. Everything he says is part of a degree of self-protection and promotion of himself. Everything in the world that happens, if it's negative to him, is a personal attack on him. Yet they know, Fauci knows, if I leave, then I'm just one reasonable voice in the room. I'm either not going to get replaced, or I'm going to get replaced by one of these lackeys. And so no good comes from me leaving in this crisis. I see that.
That's almost a Hippocratic oath coming in the way of what the political part is.
Yeah, and I could see, I'm sure it's more nuanced, and Deborah Birx clearly made some mistakes in not standing up to him, in the sense that by not standing up or even correcting it, she sanctioned the dishonesty. But I could see her making the same call, like, man, we can't leave.
Well, I think the great thing with Fauci was, once the public heard him speak, they couldn't dismiss him, right? Like once the public heard, they were like, wait a minute, this guy is smart, credentialed, and he's telling the truth. So at that point, they couldn't get rid of him. They would have loved, if they knew who he was when this started, they never would have let him talk. But once he started talking, the public heard him, and then they were like, we can't get rid of him now. We could try to push him off the podium, but he's a voice people want to hear.
Yeah, that's right. That makes total sense, right? That they made the mistake of letting him have a microphone.
Yeah,
the office of Surgeon General has been kind of diminished through all of this as well. Not just because of the Surgeon General himself, but just
no, it's because of the Surgeon General himself. Yeah, let's not let this guy off the hook.
I'm
all
not
right,
letting him off the hook. He's done a despicable job, and he is one of these people, unlike Fauci and unlike Birx to some extent, who isn't thinking about the medicine, who's thinking about the politics of it. That's what I'm saying. The office itself, which, the Surgeon General used to say something, no matter who it was. If it was Everett Koop or
Jocelyn Elders,
any of the other ones, Joycelyn Elders.
Sorry.
It's okay. Any of the other ones you haven't heard of. The office itself had this aura about it. Oh, the Surgeon General said this. Never again, or certainly not for.
Well, no, I don't agree. I don't think it's going to be never again. It's just that in this administration, the people with these jobs are so ridiculously incompetent. There's no sense listening to them, right? So if the administration changes and we get a real Surgeon General, somebody like Fauci, who's a real scientist and a doctor, and they say something, then people are going to listen to them. If housing and urban development was run by somebody who knows anything about housing or urban development, we would listen.
Right.
But we have, and you could just go down the line in this cabinet. Everyone has a job that they can't do,
I like that the interview with Ben Carson would have been like, all right, Dr. Carson, how are you on housing? Like, not so good. I don't really get it. All right, no problem. What about urban development? Yeah, it's not really my area, Right. And he's like, all right, fine. You'll learn on the job. It'll be great.
Is there anything better than giving Rick Perry the Department of Energy when he didn't know what it was?
I mean,
it's ridiculous.
It's unbelievable.
How about Rex Tillerson at State? I mean, all of this, it's all ridiculous. But But I agree
and real quick, Michael, and Rex Tillerson is one of the ones. Rex Tillerson is one of the ones we're like, oh, thank God for Rex Tillerson. I mean, he did Secretary of State to the head of Exxon. It's insane. Sorry, Mike.
No, you're right. But anyway, I agree with you, Alonzo. But what I don't necessarily agree on is I think now that we've seen, but maybe you're right. Maybe in a future administration, you'll have a Surgeon General who does not like. I want the Surgeon General to be the Fauci here, not necessarily to be Fauci, although that would be good, but to take the lead on this pandemic. And so I hope the office gets back a little of that luster. If we had a pandemic during the Reagan years, you'd have C. Everett Koop out there talking about the pandemic every day, and everybody would be glued to what he was saying and listening to it. I hope that the office, for whatever it is, doesn't lose all of its luster.
And if the Reagan administration, if Jim Baker or Donald Reagan or had called, or Nancy had called and said, yeah, don't talk about this that way. We want to bury the AIDS epidemic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, C. Everett Koop would have been like, I just would have had a press conference and said, I just got a call from the White House. They told me to bury this. It's insane. Yeah. I guess I have to quit,
Yeah.
Totally. Before we go, because I know how Michael feels, and I said something earlier about how this time is different. This feels different, that this is more of a significant shift in the social order, that the protests have mattered. And Alonzo, do you share that sense that this is different?
I think the thing about George Floyd was the fact that it happened while we were quarantined, so people watched it. So if the world had been going on normally, because he wasn't the first. This has happened repeatedly. And if the world had been going on normally and people were at work and doing this and that, and they glance at the news and they'd be, oh, another black guy got killed by the cops, and then they would, but this one, when people watched him get murdered in real time, you couldn't deny it. And the world watched it. It wasn't just the United States. The entire world watched it happen. So you could no longer say, oh, he was resisting. Oh, he was like, none of the excuses fit. You couldn't, and just like now, you have a man being shot in the back 7 times. And it's like, how do you justify that? What did he do? You know what I mean? So I think that the difference in the social reaction is these cases become more undeniable. Now they still do it. Right? Tucker Carlson says Rittenhour, or whatever that stupid kid's name is, a hero. But and I think another difference is the pressure coming in from outside the United States. The world sees it now.
Yeah, I never thought about the idea that the fact that George Floyd happened during the quarantine made a huge difference. That's such a obviously great point. But does it feel different? Like what's happened? Is the result different? Is the movement different?
Okay, I'm gonna do the thing of speaking for black people. I'll speak with my experience as a black person. It doesn't feel different to us because we've been saying this forever. And it's only because, I had this talk, and the iPhone may be the greatest civil rights thing ever, because now everyone's seeing on video what we've been saying. So when you go to a black person, you say, does it feel different for a black person to get killed by the cops? We're like, well, no, because it's been happening. We've been telling you this for hundreds of years. Literally, we've been telling you this forever. And only now are you people seeing it. White people are seeing it and say, oh, well, maybe they haven't been lying for the last 100 years, right? So, I was the same. I was that kid in my 20s that the cops pointed guns at me because I was bigger than them. So in the black community, has it changed? No, because this is what they do to us.
So the operative question is not, it shouldn't be asked to you, it should be asked to us. Does this feel different to us, right? In a sense.
I've said repeatedly, the best thing that can happen, what we need, are white people to talk to other white people.
Yeah, I don't love white people, so that's gonna pose a bit of a challenge. No, that's a great point. That's a great point.
So let's get rid of Alonzo for this.
Yeah, Michael, I got some stuff to say to you. Before we go, Alonzo, what's your podcast?
Who's Paying Attention is my podcast, and I would be remiss to not say rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman, Cliff Robinson, and now John Thompson. What a shitty weekend.
Yeah, man. Those were
just terrible.
So Chadwick Boseman, I wrote a tweet last night. Yesterday morning. I spent a lot of time thinking about it because I wanted to say the right thing. People were saying I never met him, but he's one of those actors, one of these young actors who, because I get asked this question all the time by TCM fans, older TCM fans who love classic movies, and they think, oh, movies today are terrible, and none of these stars would have made it the same way that Cary Grant did, the same way that Katharine Hepburn, Audrey Hepburn, Humphrey Bogart. And I always think, hey, that's nonsense. Of course they would. And the examples I've been given for years was like, you don't think if George Clooney were born in 1922, he'd have been a movie star? Of course he would have been, right? He's talented. He's, the camera loves him, and Jennifer Lawrence, I think. But Chadwick Boseman, unquestionably, could have been a great star. I know what you're thinking, Alonso. Could have been a great star in classic Hollywood.
No, I get.
Except of course he could. Right. Yeah. So it's such a big deal, and it was so shocking because I guess hardly anybody knew that he was sick, and he played these important people, right? I mean, Thurgood Marshall, Jackie Robinson, people that matter.
I know nothing about movies, but I said in my tweet about a movie, which I never tweet about movies, that he, how lucky he was to, he played Thurgood Marshall, Jackie Robinson, and Black Panther. How many people get to play three superheroes, right? I mean, that's pretty rare in life, and so that's pretty cool. What a pretty cool career, and I didn't know much about him.
And he just had this compassion and this thing that the camera, right? He just commanded the screen, which is why he was right to play Thurgood Marshall and why he was right to play Jackie Robinson. I know we got to go, but I wanted to tell one John Thompson story because, again, this is another Titan who was, wildly misunderstood and who white America was afraid of during his
teams, his whole vibe. Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Right. I mean, we got Duke players who consistently step on guys' necks, and they're like, they're fine, they're kids, they're just kids, right? John Thompson's guys just box out, right, and stare at you, right, and scare you, and somehow but anyway, so I was covering sports in Washington D.C. and I was terrified most of the time. I was 23 years old at the ABC affiliate in Washington, and because ABC was it's a Disney-owned ABC, Disney-owned ESPN. So Georgetown started out, I guess it was the probably 91-92 season. I hope I have that right. They started out 14-0, and ESPN went to us and said, hey, we're trying to do this thing on Thompson and this Hoya team. We would like you to, at the end of their next game, have one of your reporters ask Coach Thompson to compare this team to the last team that started 14-0, which was, I think, the 1984 national championship team. And so I'm the producer who goes out there and does this, right? And I'm terrified. It's John Thompson, right? I mean, he is he's John Thompson, and he is scary. He's 6'10", and he has contempt for reporters. Or it turned out to be somewhat fake contempt, but it seemed like it was he liked him. He liked giving back, but he was not going to take any crap. So finally, I'm swallowing. Coach Thompson, this team's 14-0, and I was wondering how you would compare this team to your 1983-84 national championship team. Silence in the room. There's probably 15 reporters there, and he just looks at me, right? And I'm like, oh my God, this is going worse than I thought. He goes, well, young man, I don't know you, and there is no question that in America you have the right to ask that question, but I also have the right not to answer that question. That was it, and it was great. That's my one question that I got into John Thompson, and he made fool of me in front of a bunch of people. But
that's terrible. He should have answered the question. It's a good question.
But it's not. He wouldn't answer that. No, anybody who covered Georgetown would know that he wouldn't answer that.
Compare teams.
We can compare teams. It's a different era. They played different people. Right, and he wouldn't compare teams. And you could just see in the way his players have responded, what he meant. He was one of the real coaching legends. And I know some people who know his son, who is one of the all-time great guys too, John Thompson Jr. All right, guys, thanks very much. Good show, Alonzo, Michael. Thanks very much. As always, a pleasure to talk to you. Alonzo, hope we can meet in person again soon.
We will. So thank you, and thanks, Michael. Good to talk to you. Asher, good to you silently hiding in the background, smiling. Things happen. So,
Asher, thanks very much.
If you ask me a question, I will answer it. Okay, I will not John Thompson you as producer.
How does this compare to the last time you were on Old School?
All right, guys, thanks very much.